Chapter 33. The phone on our bedside table rang at 6:45 a.m. I was already awake, staring at the ceiling, thinking about gas stations. But Donna was sound asleep next to me. She woke with a start. "What?" she said. "What is it?" "Hang on," I said, rolling over and grabbing the receiver. I glanced at the display, but the ID name was blocked. "Hello?" "I've called all around and no one knows where she is." "Who is this? Is this Bert?" I said. "Yeah," the mayor said. "I called everyone I could think of, at least those I had numbers for, and sent emails to people whose addresses I had. No one's seen Claire. No one has any idea where she might have gone. I was on the phone with Caroline for an hour after you left, and she tried to help me make a list of names. And the police showed up and had a lot of questions too, because, you know, they had your version of events and knew Claire and Hannah had been together last night." "Was it Augie?" No. It was a man and a woman. I can't even remember their names." "It would have been Ramsey and Quinn." "I'm not tracking 100%. I'm rattled and haven't had any sleep. I've been calling people all night, waking them up, pissing them off, but I don't care." "Are there some you're still waiting to hear back from?" I asked. "A few. So far, nothing. Roman, Annette's son, called me around 1 in the morning. She asked him to. I couldn't help but ask. He didn't wonder why his mom was getting in so late, with his dad out of town. I don't know what she told him, but he was out late too, doing whatever he does. Making booze deliveries to underage drinkers, I bet. 2 of his employees, Sean and Hannah, weren't available." "What'd he say?" "He said, and I quote, he didn't fucking know and he didn't fucking care. Said I should put in a call to Dennis Malavy. But I don't know where to find him." The young man I'd seen in pictures on Claire's iPad. "Tell me about him," I said, as Donna threw off her covers, sat on the edge of the bed, and rubbed her eyes. "Like I said, a summer romance. They were crazy about each other. A nice kid, you know? I liked him okay." "Where'd they meet?" "Where does anyone meet in this town? Probably Patchett's." "But Dennis isn't from Griffin?" "No. He got a job here for the summer, working for a lawn service, cutting grass, that kind of thing." "What's the name of the company?" "I don't think I ever knew. Whenever he came by here, he'd be driving one of their trucks. It was orange." I could recall seeing those trucks around town, but I couldn't think of the name painted on the side. Griffin probably had 3 or 4 landscaping companies. "I can find that out," I said. "So what happened between Claire and Dennis?" "I guess it was more than just a summer job for Dennis, because he stayed on with his company into September. Most of these firms, they look after you right into the fall, raking leaves and all that. Wherever he was from, he didn't have to go back to school. He was done with high school, I know that much." Donna was still sitting on the edge of the bed, listening. Sanders was talking loud enough that she was probably able to hear most of what he was saying. "Go on," I said. "So one day, out of the blue, he just quits his job, breaks up with Claire, and goes back home. Broke off with her with a text or an email or something. Said it wasn't working out for him, he was sorry, but he wasn't interested in having some long, drawn-out discussion about it. She was heartbroken. Cried for a couple of days. I told her, look, you're young, you'll have 100 more boyfriends before you find the right one." "Huh," I said. "In case you're wondering, I didn't try to break them up," Sanders said defensively. "I didn't suggest you did. You'd be surprised, this day and age, how many people took me aside, said I should talk Claire into breaking it off with him because he's black. Said I should scare him off. Unbelievable. Sounded like the kind of thing Augie might say. But I knew Augie wasn't exactly giving advice to the mayor, except maybe to take a long walk on a short pier. Even Caroline, he said. You know, my ex. I swear she's not a racist, but she was uncomfortable with it." "Did she tell Claire how she felt?" "No. She was putting it all on me since Claire spends most of her time in Griffin. I told her I wasn't going to do any such thing." "You sure she couldn't have said something to Dennis?" Did he and Claire ever go visit her mother in Toronto? They might have, once, but no, I don't think so. I wondered why Claire lived mostly with her father, so I asked. When Caroline got remarried and moved to Toronto, Claire put up a huge fuss. She wasn't going to move there, she wasn't going to leave her school and her friends. And honestly, I think Caroline was happy to lose that battle. She wanted to start off this new marriage without the complications of a teenage daughter at home. You were okay with that? Absolutely, he said. Look, Cal. May I call you Cal? Of course. Cal, I owe you an apology. I misjudged you, misjudged your motives. I know now that your concern for Claire is genuine, and I understand how, given the way you were dragged into this, you felt an obligation to become involved. And I appreciate your discretion where Annette is concerned. I was waiting for a but. But up to now, you've kind of been working for yourself. I'd like to make that right, and hire you, pay you for your time. It wasn't the but I was expecting. I thought he was going to politely tell me to cease and desist, that he'd handle things from here on. I want you to find Claire. I mean, look, maybe she'll call me in the next hour. Maybe she'll be in touch before the day is out. But what if she isn't? Then I'll have lost a day trying to find out what's happened to her. I guess you don't want to go to the police and report her missing, I said. Sanders almost chuckled. No, I don't think so. But I have to ask, is it going to be difficult for you to help me with this, given the animosity between you and your brother-in-law? Probably, I said, but that's okay. Look, I have a couple of things I was going to follow up on this morning anyway. There are a couple of gas stations close to Iggy's. Someone who had been waiting around to pick Claire up might have filled up before or after. And I'll make some calls to local landscapers, see if I can get a lead on this Dennis Malavey character. For a moment, I thought I'd been cut off. Sanders wasn't saying anything. Bert, I said. I'm sorry. His voice was shaky. He'd broken down. He'd been crying. Tell me you don't think she's ended up like Hannah? I'm going to do my best to find her. I just want to know she's okay. I have to know she's okay. Chapter 34. I hung up. Donna said, I'll get breakfast going. A few minutes later in the kitchen, things felt slightly different. Not unlike the feeling after a tornado whips through. You've been through this horrendous storm, wondering whether the roof will fly off, the walls will come crashing in, the car will get flipped over onto its roof. But then the storm's roar fades away and you think it's safe to venture outside. The sun is coming out. You've lost a few trees. The power's out. Half the shingles on the roof have been blown off. But you're still standing. We brushed against each other as we went about our morning routine without the recent awkwardness. I placed a gentle hand on her hip in a way I hadn't in some time. She made enough coffee for two. Most mornings, lately. She had been grabbing coffee on her way to work, and I'd stop by a drive-thru en route to whatever job I had at the time. While we sat at the kitchen table eating some English muffins with jam, I opened up the laptop and looked up Griffin area landscapers. There were 4 listed, but when I went to their respective websites, one, Hooper Gardening, had photos of orange pickup trucks. I made a note of the number. It wasn't even 8 a.m., so I'd give them a call in another hour or so. There were other things I could get started on first. There were 2 self-serve gas stations within sight of the restaurant. If I checked their security footage from 2 nights ago, I might be able to get a better look at that Volvo. Maybe I'd be able to pick up a license plate or see the driver. It wasn't much, but it was something. I was also thinking about Patchett's and whether there might be more leads worth following from there. Owner Phyllis Pierce seemed to know everybody's business. Maybe she knew something about Claire Sanders and Dennis Malavey. I'd gone back to Claire's Facebook page to see if he was among her friends, but his name didn't come up. Donna was ready for work ahead of schedule so she could get a ride with me in her Corolla. She didn't lean over for a kiss as she got out the passenger side. but she reached over and squeezed my hand. Neither of us said a word. From there I drove to the first of the 2 service stations on Danbury within walking distance of Iggy's. I pulled up to the pump, got out, and put a quarter of a tank of unleaded into the car, casting my eyes around as I did so, taking in the cameras. Most self-serve places now required you to put your credit card in first and have it approved, so you couldn't take off without paying. If you wanted to pay cash, you usually had to go in and put down a deposit before they'd activate the pump. Those cameras had been more important back in the day when people filled their tanks before they paid. Station owners no longer had that kind of trust in their customers, but the cameras remained. Even though I'd paid at the pump, I went inside on the pretext of buying a treat. As I was getting out a 5 to pay the woman standing behind the counter for a Mars bar, I brought out my detective license as well. "What's this?" the woman asked tensely. She was in her mid-20s and thin enough to make one wonder whether she was anorexic. "You a cop? Because if you are, I've got the petition right here. I don't always remember to get everyone to sign it, but most of the time I do, and I get the people to write down their addresses too." "I'm private," I said. "I don't care if anyone signs that thing or not." That seemed to relax her. "That's good, because I hate asking. Why the fuck should I have to do PR for the cops, right?" "Right," I explained, as I was looking for a vehicle that might have filled up here a couple of nights ago. "What for?" she asked. "Some guy who may have picked up a girl out back of Iggy's." I implied menace. "Oh, okay. When was this?" When I told her the time period I was interested in, she shook her head. "Sorry. We erase everything after 24 hours if nothing happens, so the hard drive or whatever doesn't get all filled up." I sighed. "Did you happen to be on night before last, between 9:30 and 10:30? This time, a nod. "Yeah, I did a double because Raoul had the flu, although I think he was faking it." "You remember a Volvo station wagon coming in around that time? Silver or gray, I think." "You're kidding, right? I couldn't even tell you what kind of car you're driving, and it's sitting out there right now." I thanked her, paid her for the Mars bar, and left. I was doing up my seatbelt when I thought I noticed an old silver Hyundai with tinted windows parked on the other side of Danbury. I was staring at it, wondering if it could be the car that had been following me the night before, when it started up, pulled onto the road, and drove off. The second gas station was just behind me and across the street. I wheeled out, spent 10 seconds tops on the road, then pulled up at another set of pumps. I filled the tank another quarter, which pretty much topped off Donna's car, and scanned the area for cameras at the same time. When I went inside, I didn't bother buying another candy bar. "I am very sorry, sir, but our cameras are not even working," said the East Indian man at the cash register when I asked him about seeing surveillance footage. "They are still up there to scare the customers, but we do not record anything." I asked him if he had any memory of a silver or gray Volvo wagon from 2 nights ago. "I was not on," he said. "Who was here that night?" "Samuel. He was here. But I can guarantee you he did not see a thing." "Why's that?" The man pointed to a stack of skin magazines on the counter behind him, next to a display of cigarettes. "Samuel looks at porn all night, and only gets his nose out of the books when there is someone standing right in front of him." "I thought everyone looked at porn online now," I said. "Samuel is 70 years old. He has never got into the computer thing," the man said. "I am sorry." So was I. It had been a long shot at best. Time to move on to something that might be more productive. I got out the number for Hooper Gardening and dialed. I asked the woman who answered for the owner-manager, and she said Bill Hooper was out of the office. I gave her my number, and she said she would have him return my call. "How soon will he get back to me?" I asked. "Beats me," she said. I couldn't sit around doing nothing, so I drove to Patchett's. It wasn't even 9:30, and the place was dead. They opened at 11:30 for lunch. The front door was locked, but I found a service door open around back, and 2 men were in the kitchen, getting things ready for the day. I was looking for Miss Pierce, I said. She doesn't come in till the afternoon, one said. Maybe 2 or 3. Thanks, I said. I suppose that when you ran an establishment like Patchett's, it was the evening hours when you most needed to be around. Once I was back in the car, I looked up her home address on my phone. There was only one Pierce listed for Griffin, on Windermere Drive, which was on the road headed north out of town. It was a house I'd driven past 100 times, but had never known who lived there. What had always caught my eye about it was that it was an imposing structure. It sat up from the road on a gentle hill, surrounded by trees. The homes were well spaced, a good 100 feet between them. The place had something of a plantation feel to it. 2 stories, a broad porch with thick, sturdy columns, white wood furniture with colorful cushions. The grass was overgrown, but other than that the property was well tended. A tan Ford Crown Victoria sat in the drive. I parked behind it, got out, and walked up the porch steps. From this vantage point, you could see down into Griffin, rooftops, a church steeple. Sitting out here, I could imagine myself presiding over it. This would have been a better house for Bert Sanders. I knocked on the heavy wood door, heard footsteps approaching. The door opened about 6 inches, and Phyllis Pierce's face was framed between it and the jamb. "Yes," she said. "Mrs. Pierce?" I said. "You remember me? We spoke the other—" "Oh, yes, Mr. Weaver." She opened the door wider. "How are you?" "Fine, thank you. Sorry to bother you so early. Patchett's must keep you working most nights." "It does. I'm often there till 10 or 11, even midnight, but I still wake up at 6. Harder to sleep when you're older. What do you want, Mr. Weaver?" "I'm betting you've heard about Hannah Radomski." Her face darkened. "I have. Horrible. A horrible, horrible thing. I was the one who discovered her body under the bridge, and... Would you mind if I stepped in?" "Why don't we sit outside?" she said. "It's a nice day." Phyllis stepped out into the porch, and we each settled into a white chair. That must have been awful to come upon. Her body like that. I was looking for Claire Sanders when I was at Patchett's last night. It was important to me to find her then, but it's far more urgent now in light of Hannah's death. Her father's asked me to find her. Once I have, and made sure she's okay, I'll be asking if she has any idea who might have killed Hannah. Pierce nodded. "Of course. But what brings you to my door?" "Last night I got the impression not much happens in this town you don't know about, and you invited me to come back if I had any questions." A weary smile. "I did, didn't I? I doubt I know anything useful, but if you have something you want to ask me, go ahead." "Did you ever notice Claire around Patchett's with a young man named Dennis Malavy? He might have stood out some. He's black, and Griffin's not exactly Motown." Phyllis pursed her lips. "Maybe. But I think you're being a little unfair about Griffin. There are plenty of people of color living here. There's Dr. Kessler, for example. She's the coroner around here." "Yes, I know her. So, did you ever see Claire and Dennis Malavy?" "I might have. I have a call into who I think he worked for, but do you have any idea where he was from? He's not a Griffinite." I smiled. "Is that what we call ourselves? Griffinites? Sounds like something that grows in a cave." "I've always said Griffiner. I'm not always crazy about being a Griffiner, but it beats being a New Yorker." "The traffic's better," I said. "Anyway, he wasn't from around here, but I'd like to know where home is for him." "I have no idea," she said. "I was thinking you might have put drinks on his credit card at Patchett's. You might have receipts. If I got a number, I could check with the credit card company, maybe track him down that way." "And why are you looking for him, exactly?" "He was Claire's boyfriend. Claire had been going out with Roman Ravelson, but broke off with him to go out with Dennis. But then Dennis up and left town a few weeks ago, breaking up with Claire at the same time. She was pretty upset about it. I'm wondering if they got back together. If she might have gone looking for him." I ran my fingers through my hair. I was trying to think of what would make a young girl take off. I could only come up with two things: fear or love. Phyllis Pierce gave that some thought. So if she disappeared to be with Dennis, it was love. But what would she have been fearful of? This trouble between her father and the chief. It's been pretty stressful in that household. Or maybe the ex-boyfriend, Phyllis said. Roman? We've had to throw him out of Patchett's once or twice. Of course, seems we end up throwing every young man out at some point. You think Claire could have been scared of Roman? Who knows? As for Mr. Malavey, I think you may have overestimated my knowledge of what goes on around here. I don't know anything about the young man, I'm afraid. Bert Sanders is calling everyone he can think of who might know where Claire has gone. You have any ideas? She shrugged. Did you know that Hannah and her boyfriend, Sean Skilling, were delivering booze for Roman Ravelson? That made her sit up. I'm impressed, she said. You really are starting to find out how Griffin operates. Roman's old enough to buy the product, and Sean and Hannah were delivering, and far outside the town limits. But I'm not telling you anything you don't know, am I? Yes and no, she said. I didn't know Sean and Hannah were involved. But you knew about Roman. She nodded. That bother you? Bother me, Phyllis said. Does my place look like it's suffering? You come in there any night of the week, the place is hopping. If Roman wants to help out a few home parties, I couldn't care less about it. Is there anything else I can help you with, Mr. Weaver? No. You've been most generous with your time. I surveyed the porch and the surroundings. This is a beautiful house and a gorgeous location. You've lived here long? My first husband and I bought this house in the early 80s. I had to do a lot of work on it over the years. When I met Harry, he moved in with me. You decided to hang on to it after he passed away. 7 years ago, I recalled her saying. That's right, Phyllis Pierce smiled wryly at me. Everyone knows the story, but if you moved here 6 years ago, you probably don't. I nodded. You're right. She had to collect herself. Harry could be so stupid. He was a damn fool, is what he was. Late one night, he gets it in his head to go fishing. He hitches the boat, just a 14-foot aluminum thing with a 10-horsepower motor bolted to the back of it, to the car, and drives down to Niagara Falls, finds a place to launch the boat just off the Robert Moses Parkway, and out he goes, less than a mile upriver from the falls. Pierce took another moment, steeled herself. He had to have been drinking. There's no question in my mind. If he'd been sober, he'd have had the presence of mind to have some oars in the boat and make sure he had a full tank of gas. He got out there, buzzing around, and the tank ran empty. Motor died on him. Couldn't get it started. And the current started taking him away, over into the Canadian Channel, and then over Horseshoe Falls. Dear God, I said. They called it an accident, but really? It was so preventable in so many ways, she said. A stupid, stupid man, Harry was. She sniffed and smiled. Doesn't mean I didn't love the son of a bitch, but that was a man who didn't always have his head screwed on right. Phyllis Pierce exhaled and seemed to shiver, as if to shake off the memories. I like to cultivate this reputation as Griffin's tough old broad, the one everyone should fear. Pretty hard to fear an old bat when she gets emotional that way. I won't tell a soul you have a heart, I said. She smiled. I would appreciate that. I stood. Thanks for your time. She got out of her chair, too. If you hear anything about Claire, will you let me know? I'm not her father's biggest fan, but I hope like the dickens that nothing's happened to her. Sure, I said, and offered her a hand to shake. You take care. I was almost back into town when the Griffin police pulled me over and took me into custody. Chapter 35. I saw the cruiser in my rearview mirror a few seconds before the lights came on and the siren started to whoop. Like a good boy, I pulled over to the curb and waited for an officer to approach. Another glance in my mirror showed I was about to be visited by Officer Hank Brindle. I powered down the window as he came up alongside me. "Officer," I said. "Out of the car, Mr. Weaver," Brindle said. "What's the charge, if you don't mind my asking?" It sounded like such a cliché, but it seemed a logical question. "Busted taillight?" "Out of the car," he repeated, resting his hand on the gun hanging from his belt. I turned off the engine, and as I stepped out, I saw Ricky Haynes getting out of the passenger side of the cruiser and moving quickly to help his partner. "Turn around," Brindle said. "Hands on top of the vehicle." I complied. Haynes patted me down. I wasn't carrying the Glock today, but he found my cell phone and confiscated it. "He's okay," Haynes said. "Hands behind your back," Brindle said. "And don't do anything stupid." "Don't worry," I said. "I'll leave that to the experts." He secured my wrists with a set of plastic cuffs, then grabbed me by the elbow and started walking me to their car. He opened the back door, and I ducked so as not to hit my head as he shoved me in. I brought my leg in just before he slammed the door. "Isn't anyone going to help me put my seatbelt on?" I asked as the two of them got back into the front seat of the cruiser. I have to admit, being a wise-ass was just covering up the fact that I was nervous as hell. What the hell had they found in my car? Or an even better question might be, what the hell had they put there? Ricky Haynes barely had the passenger door closed before Brindle had the car in drive. He kicked up gravel before getting back on asphalt. "Last night I wasn't 100% sure about you, but I am now," Brindle said. "That's so." "They got you dead to rights on this one," Brindle said. "Really?" "Oh, yeah. Slam dunk." He drummed his fingers on the top of the steering wheel. "I have to say, I've never had much use for private dicks like yourself." I said nothing. I was struggling to get comfortable with my hands locked together behind me. "I figure if you really cared about catching bad guys, you'd be a cop. Me and Ricky, we spend all our time trying to make Griffin a better place. But guys like you're too busy looking for husbands cheating on their wives and vice versa. You're not doing anything that matters. You're not doing anything for the public good, and you're always getting in the way of people like me." "I was a cop once," I said. I almost said like you. But I wanted to think I'd never been a cop like him. "That a fact? And this was where?" "Promise Falls, north of Albany." "Pretty country up there," Brindle said. "So what happened? Promise Falls' high crime rate proved to be too much for you? A lot of people fishing without a license? Moose running wild in the streets?" "Something like that," I said. "First opportunity I had, I'd call my lawyer, Patrick Slaughter, who could get started on whatever it was the police had against me. I'd like to make a phone call." "I bet you would." "When we get to the station." "Oh," Brindle said, whipping his head around for a second. "Is that where you thought we were going?" He looked in the mirror, caught my look of apprehension, and chuckled. "You should see your face. I was just messing with you." He glanced over at Haynes. "If you can't have a little fun, what's the point, am I right?" Haynes didn't look happy. Maybe not every Griffin cop enjoyed taunting suspects. "Come on," he said. "I'm betting this is all bullshit anyway." Brindle shot him a look. When we reached the Griffin police headquarters, Brindle wheeled the car around to the back and drove into an open garage. He opened my door and led me from the car to the building, a distance of not more than 10 feet. From there I was taken to a basement holding cell where I was left to spend some time on my own. A person could be here a long time before anyone knew something had happened to him. When I wasn't there to pick up Donna at the end of the day, she would assume work had interfered and would find her own way home. Even if she tried calling me, my failure to answer wouldn't set off any alarms. Brindle removed my cuffs, stepped out of the holding cell, and swung the door shut. It locked automatically. "Back in a bit. Don't go away," he said with a smile, before leaving me with only my thoughts for company. I had several of them, and they weren't good ones. I couldn't shake the feeling that they'd found something incriminating in the car. There was the wig, but that was easily explained, as was any blood that might be on the front seat, which would be Claire's. And there was no way, in this short time, that they could have done any kind of DNA testing on it. So if they weren't nailing me with something that was already in the car, it had to be with something that had found its way into it since it had left me. Was Augie capable of that? Planting evidence against his brother-in-law? Even if I believed he had it in him, I couldn't think of any reason for him to do it, aside from him thinking I was a horse's ass. A good reason to punch someone in the mouth, but hardly justification to send him to prison. I heard a door opening at the end of the hall, then steps coming my way. I'd been sitting on a metal bench bolted to the floor, but sprang to my feet and went to the bars to see who it was. A cop, in uniform, but not Brindle or Haynes. It was Officer Marv Quinn, partner of Donna's friend Kate Ramsey. He seemed to be using this hallway to get from one place to another, and looked startled when he saw me with my fingers wrapped around the bars. "What the hell?" he said. If he was pretending to be surprised, he was doing a good job of it. Given that he was the one who'd passed Augie's order on to Brindle and Haynes that my car be seized, he shouldn't have been that shocked. "Hey," I said. "What are you doing in here?" "Just hanging out," I said. "No, really, what are you doing here?" I eyed him skeptically. I guess the search of my car turned up something. Something that wasn't there before it got towed off. Quinn looked wounded. "Come on, man, we don't do stuff like that." This from a guy whose partner, if that kid at the gas station where I had bought Tylenol was to be believed, had shot spray paint down his throat. Quinn knew how things were done around here. "Whatever you say," I replied. Quinn rubbed his forehead like there was something that had just occurred to him. "Look, sorry if I came off a bit abrupt the other night. I didn't know your wife, Donna, is it? And Kate are friends." "Yeah," I said. "Does she know you're down here?" "Kate?" I asked. "Or Donna?" "Donna." "No, she doesn't, as far as I know." Quinn nodded. "I could tell Kate, and Kate could give her a heads up if you want." That seemed like a good idea, especially if no one was going to give me an opportunity to call my lawyer. "Yeah, I'd appreciate that," I said. There was something about the way he said his partner's name that struck me. "You been partnered long with Ramsey?" Marvin Quinn nodded. "A year or so." He looked at me sideways. "I guess Donna's told you." "Told me?" "I mean, if she and Kate talk, Donna probably knows and has told you. But we just as soon this didn't get around." My mind tried to put the pieces together at silicon speed. "Oh, yeah, sure. About you and Kate. The chief doesn't like it when partners are seeing each other, and in a small department like this, with only a couple of women, it's not really an issue. But he wouldn't be happy if he knew Kate and I were, you know." "Sure," I said. We heard the door open. "Anyway, hang in there," Quinn said, and continued on. Seconds later, Haynes was looking in at me. "I want to call my lawyer," I said. "Yeah, I know," Haynes said. "My partner's not really big on that. This is it's kind of irregular, but do you want me to call him for you?" I hardly knew what to make of that. Haynes could see that I was taken aback. "We're not all bad," Ricky Haynes said. I weighed his offer. "No," I said, "but thanks. First of all, I didn't want to be in any Griffin cop's debt. And second, I didn't want to think about what Brindle might do to his partner if he found out Haynes had done me a favor." "Okay," Haynes said. "Look, I'm supposed to cuff you, but I don't figure you're going to try and make a break for it." "Where are you taking me?" "You'll see." He opened the cell door, led me down the hall, up a flight of stairs, down another hall, and finally into a room with 4 other men. All white, all about my weight and height, but the similarities more or less ended there. One had gray hair, one had black. One man's face was long with a pointed chin, another's round with puffy cheeks. One fellow was a bit twitchy, like he was going through some kind of withdrawal. Two of them I was pretty sure I recognized as Griffin cops, although instead of wearing uniforms, they were done up like they were about to go undercover as soup kitchen regulars. You didn't need a degree in criminology to figure out what was up. We were the cast of an upcoming lineup. Any minute now, we'd be led into an adjoining room, stood against a lined backdrop that would help any audience members gauge our height, then told to step forward and turn left and right, like we were all auditioning for, instead of a chorus line, a remake of The Public Enemy. No one said a word. Then a door at the end of the room was opened, and Haynes told us to walk out onto the platform. I was second in line. The five of us stood there under bright lights, unable to see what was out in front of us, although I knew it was a wall with a piece of one-way glass installed. A voice I didn't recognize came over a speaker and said, "Everyone turn and face left." We did, although the twitchy guy got it wrong and turned right. When we were all asked to face right, he went left. "Number 3, please take a step forward." That was the guy to my right, one of the two I believed to be cops. He stepped ahead, then turned left and right as requested, then fell back into line. "Number 4, same." That was me. I did as I was told. Took a step forward, turned to the left again, turned to the right, then stepped back into line. "Did we ask you to step back, number 4? I stepped ahead again. This was pretty outrageous, putting me in a lineup before I'd even been allowed to call for legal representation. Surprise, surprise. "All right, step back." I did as I was told. We stood there another minute or two before the door opened, and we were told to get our asses off the stage, although not exactly in those words. The 4 other men were permitted to continue beyond the door, but Brindle was there to stop me from following them. "Guess what?" he said. "You got the part." He steered me down another hall and into an interrogation room. 4 pale green walls, a table, and 3 chairs. 2 on one side, a single chair on the other. He put me in the single and pulled out one of the others across from me. "I got a few questions for you," Brindle said. "I've got nothing to say. Not until I have representation. You haven't even told me why I'm here." "You don't know why you're here? You really don't?" "I really don't. But I can guess. You found something in my car. Something that wasn't there when you towed it." He frowned. "Why don't you come with me? Maybe I can help bring it all back to you." I thought of that old James Thurber cartoon where the prosecution produces a kangaroo and says to the witness, "Perhaps this will refresh your memory." I doubted Brindle was going to show me any creatures from the Australian outback. He took me out of the room and down another hall. I knew from the many times I'd been in this building, trips that had never included visits to a holding cell or the lineup room, that we were heading toward the main entrance. We passed through 2 more doors and came out behind the reception counter. On the far side of the room were a man and woman with, I presumed, their son. He was 18 years old, slightly built, about 5'3", with a short, bristly haircut, wearing jeans and a sport jacket, white shirt and tie. Looked very respectable. I knew his age, but that wasn't all I knew about him. I knew he used to go to my son's school last year, but over the summer had moved to Lockport. I knew his name was Russell Tapscott, and that he had his own Audi convertible, blue with black interior. I knew that it hadn't been 48 hours since I'd last seen him. Russell was sitting in one of the chairs next to his mother. His father was pacing back and forth in front of them. Russell saw me first. "That's him!" he shouted, standing and pointing. "That's the fucker who tried to throw me over the falls." Okay. Now I knew why I was here. It had nothing to do with the car at all.
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook, so please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
A Tap on the Window by Linwood Barclay.
Chapter 36. There was a time, not that far in the past, although it felt like a lifetime ago, when I'd been standing in the Griffin Police Department reception area with my own son. Scott had been 14, and he'd been picked up for being under the influence of what, it was not immediately clear, in a public place. The place had been a Griffin residential neighborhood, the time shortly after midnight. Scott had been running up and down the street, flapping his arms like he was trying to achieve liftoff. When he failed to get out of the way of a Griffin cruiser, he was tossed into the back and brought downtown. Augie, as it turned out, was at headquarters at the time and recognized his nephew as they brought him in. He waved the cops over, asked what was going on, then sent them on their way, leaving Scott in his custody. Not wanting to upset his sister, he placed a call to my cell. I had muted the ringer, but heard it buzz on the bedside table, and managed to answer it without waking Donna. I told him I'd be right down. Augie turned Scott over to me without a word of lecture. The boy seemed to be floating. I waited until we were in the parking lot before I tore into him. "What the hell's going on?" He pointed into the night sky. "You see that thing moving? A little light is going by. It might be a satellite or a plane." "I'm taking you home." "Wait! I have to see where it goes. What if it's coming for me?" "For Christ's sake!" I grabbed hold of his arm and dragged him to the car, put him into the front seat. "It's okay," he said. "I don't think it's coming for me. It's going too far that-a-way." "Why did the police pick you up? What goddamn stupid stunt did you pull?" "They were in my way." "In your way?" "They were blocking the runway." Jesus, you're totally out of it, aren't you? When are you going to stop this kind of crap? You're killing us, you know that? You're killing me, and you're killing your mother. He turned slowly and looked at me like he was seeing me for the first time. "I don't want to kill you guys." He smiled. "I love you guys." "This is a hell of a way to show it." "I won't do this again," he said, and made a definitive karate chop motion to emphasize his point, but he ended up hitting the side of his hand on the dash. "Ouch! Shit!" "You've said that before, Scott. Don't even bother telling me that." He gazed through the windshield at the sky again. "I'd like to go into space. Or maybe not. It's probably freezing. Where's Mom?" I wondered if she was awake. I had left her a note that said I'd gone out to give our son a lift home. Nothing about the police picking him up. "At home. Probably worried sick about you." Scott wrinkled his brow. "Why?" I sighed. I wondered at the time how much longer this would go on, whether we would ever come out the other end of the tunnel. "We just want you to stop hurting yourself. We want you to stop doing this." He nodded, and for a moment there, I thought I was getting through. Finally, he said, "Okie doke." A pause, and then, "Home, James." Hank Brindle, bringing me back to the present, said, "Things clearer now?" "Lawyer," I said. "God, you're a goddamn broken record," he said. He hustled me back through a door and out of the reception area. "So that kid sure seems to know who you are." "He does seem to have some kind of problem with me." "Yeah, he does. He does have a small problem with you. He says you tried to kill him." I said nothing. "What he tells us is you arranged to meet him, and that when you did, you threatened to throw him into the Niagara River in a park not too far up from the falls if he didn't admit to you that he was the one who sold your boy drugs before he went flying off the top of Ravelson Furniture." I said nothing. "He says you wouldn't believe him when he said he wasn't the guy who did it, and that you said if he hadn't done it, he probably had a pretty good idea who did. All the time, you're getting ready to push him over the railing into the water. Is any of this sounding familiar?" I stared at Brindle blankly. We went into an interrogation room, and he pushed me into a chair. He went around to the other side of the table and sat down. You scared that kid to death, I gotta tell you. He says you said something to him like that if he told anybody about what happened, about your little encounter, that not only would you deny everything, but you'd tell the cops everything you knew about him being a dealer, so if he had half a brain in his head, he'd keep his mouth shut. Brindle leaned back in his chair and smiled. But guess what? You couldn't intimidate the little fucker. You know why? Because his father is a lawyer. Not the one you want to get in touch with, but he's a lawyer. And the kid knows you can't get away with shit like that, even if this Russell twerp was the head of the entire Mexican drug cartel. Which, by the way, he is not. He hasn't got so much as a charge for having a joint in his pocket. I looked at the door, then back at Brindle. You still got nothing to say? Brindle said. Maybe if I just asked you a few simple questions. Where were you night before last, around 8? I'm not sure. You don't recall? He said. Didn't you say earlier you'd been working on a job down in Tonawanda? Yes. So what time did you finish up down there? I'm not sure off the top of my head. You seem to have some serious memory problems, Brindle said. But Russell doesn't. He's able to describe what you were wearing, your make of car, lots of pertinent details. You know what I find interesting? I shook my head. You seem, from what I can tell, to be a reasonably intelligent guy. But this, threatening to pitch that kid in the river, that comes across to me as a very, very stupid thing to do. I'm guessing that you're so bent out of shape over what happened to your kid, and who could blame you there, right? That you're going off the deep end. Does that sound about right? When I failed to respond, he continued. I know earlier in the car I said you were going to be away for a while, and I'm willing to admit that I might be wrong about that. A judge, a jury, they might take some sympathy on you. Understand what motivated you, even though it was the wrong thing to do. If you come clean, admit what you did, but explain why you did it, well, I could see you doing a little time, but not all that much. I slouched in my chair and put my hands in my pockets. My mouth was dry, but damned if I was going to ask this guy for a glass of water. But now that this kid's come forward, I'm wondering whether others will, Brindle said. Because I'm guessing this isn't the only one you've scared the shit out of. If that happens, if we get a few more complainants... In fact, this kid said he knew of at least one other person by the name of Len Edgerton or Eggleton or something. Well, that might play out very differently. I think the smartest thing you could do is... There was a hard rapping on the door. 2 distinct knocks. Brindle's head whipped around in time to see the door open. It was Augustus Perry. Chief, Brindle said. Officer. Perry came into the room and took the seat next to Brindle. He looked at me with a mixture of contempt and amusement. I was passing by the lineup room and couldn't help but notice a familiar face. I'm in the middle of an interrogation here, sir, Brindle said, evidently not intimidated by his boss's presence in the slightest. I'm not unaware of your connection to Mr. Weaver, but just the same... Augie held up his hand to shush him. I understand. You're doing your job. That's fine. I wouldn't ever want it said that anyone was getting special treatment because of me. There was a butt hanging in the air. I felt it. At least I hoped I was feeling it. And so did Brindle. Officer, Augie said, this complaint against Mr. Weaver was just brought to my attention. This is a very serious charge. Yes, sir, it is. The complainant is very specific in his allegations. What times does he say this incident took place? 2 nights ago, between 8 and 9. Mr. Weaver called him earlier in the day to set up a meeting on the pretext of buying some drugs. You have a record of that call? We do. On Russell Tapscott's cell phone. The call came in from a payphone. Payphone, Augie said. Yes, sir. And what was that time again of the alleged occurrence? Between 8 and 9. The police chief nodded thoughtfully. Well, Officer Brindle, I'm afraid you're going to have to cut Mr. Weaver loose. Excuse me? A witness has come forward who can place Mr. Weaver elsewhere at that time. Donna. It made sense. Quinn must have told Kate, and she told Donna, who in turn had gone to her brother and told him I was with her for the evening. At least until close to 10, when I'd admitted to everyone and his dog that I'd picked up Claire Sanders outside of Patchett's. Although it was so common that a wife might lie to protect her spouse, I wasn't sure her testimony would be enough to save my ass. Brindle shook his head vigorously. I doubt that, sir. I think Mr. Weaver here would have mentioned an alibi if he had one. At the moment, he seems to be suffering a severe memory lapse. He made a small snorting sound. Maybe Mr. Weaver thought it would be pulling rank to mention who his alibi is. Chief? Brindle was perplexed, and he wasn't the only one. Mr. Weaver was with me, Augie said, giving me as cold a smile as I'd ever seen. Certainly during that time you mentioned. He was at my place, in my basement, playing pool. Isn't that right, Cal? Chapter 37. Slipped my mind, I said. I was thinking we'd gotten together the night before. Nope, said Augie. Night before last. He grinned. And you are, for the record, the worst goddamn pool player I have ever seen. He turned to Officer Brindle. So, you're going to have to go out and explain to that boy and his partners that a mistake has been made. Chief, this is bull... I'm sorry? What's that? Augie said. Are you saying what I've just told you is bullshit? Brindle opened his mouth to speak, but nothing came out. No, of course not, Chief. He put a spin on that last word, the disrespect coming through loud and clear. Terrific. You want to attend to that while I spend a moment here with Mr. Weaver to extend our apologies over this unfortunate mistake? I believe the Tapscotts are still in reception. Brindle kicked back his chair and stood, his face red with anger. He wasn't buying a word of it. Yeah, I'll do that. You might also want to mention the boy could be looking at charges of mischief if I weren't in such a forgiving mood today. Brindle looked as if he'd been slapped with a wet fish, but I was too dumbstruck to enjoy it. I didn't know what Augie's game was here. Yeah, Brindle said. I'll get right on that. He caught his foot on the leg of his chair as he turned to leave and gave it another kick. The chair skittered across the floor and banged into the wall. Brindle didn't look back as he left the room, letting the door close just a little too hard on the way out, enough to make us both blink. Neither of us said anything for several seconds. We sat there and looked at one another. I'm going to need my phone back, I said. You're welcome, Augie said. You and I should have a chat. There was a time when I labored under the delusion that I was an honorable man. I believed I had ideals, that my behavior was governed by a set of high-minded principles. But as you get older, you start to realize every day is made up of compromises. Bending the rules doesn't seem worth losing sleep over. I knew when it was I'd crossed the line just over 6 years ago. But just because I'd done it then didn't mean I couldn't have stepped back over that line. I could have promised myself to do better. Maybe for a while I actually had. But I hadn't just stepped over the line in the last couple of months. I had pole vaulted over it. I'd run at that line flat out and jumped. I'd threatened to throw one young man into a fast-moving river, locked another in a trunk, spilled some unleaded onto a third man's pants, and threatened to throw a lit match at him. I'd convinced a fourth, I think he was only 16, that I was going to add his right pinky to a finger collection. 1 part mourning, 1 part rage. Mix them together? Watch out. That first time I'd crossed the line was before I got to Griffin. It was why I was a private detective now, and no longer a member of the Promise Falls police force. There was one night, one hot July night, when I found myself unable to treat a suspect with the kind of kid gloves the Constitution expects. It all happened in an instant. Even now, I keep playing it in my head, thinking that if I concentrate hard enough, I can make things go a different way, rearrange the past. I put a man in a hospital for a week. I cuffed him, bent him over the hood of his car, and then, God help me, placed my hand on the back of his head like I was gripping a basketball and drove it forward into the hood of his black Mercedes. Hard. He slipped into unconsciousness, and he hadn't had that far to go. He was drunk. Blitzed. Twice the legal limit. Which explained why he hadn't noticed the young mother pushing the stroller across the street with her 2-year-old daughter sitting inside it. He'd killed the two of them instantly, hit the brakes for half a second to see what he'd done, then floored it. I saw everything from across the street, where I had been slipping a ticket under the wiper of a Range Rover that was parked in front of a hydrant. I got on the radio for an ambulance and took off after the driver, but not before I got a look at what he'd done. When you see a young child dead on the pavement, sometimes something snaps. I pulled him over 3 miles south of town. For more than a mile, he'd ignored my siren and flashing lights, but when he drifted over to the shoulder and his right wheels caught gravel, he lost control. The Mercedes fishtailed, and he hit the brakes. The car went into a skid, nearly turned sideways, then went straight into the ditch, where it came to a sudden, jolting stop. When I got to the car, he had the door open and was swatting away at the deployed airbag like it was a swarm of bees. His nose was bloodied. As he got out, his shoes slipped on the tall grass. He struggled to his feet. He saw me and turned to run, the stupid bastard. If it had been a stolen car, that might have been one thing. But you don't leave behind your own car and all its registration documents and think you're going to get away with something. I grabbed hold of the back of his jacket and forced him down on the hood. I had the image of that dead child in my brain. I might have held it together if, just after I had the cuffs on him, he hadn't glanced at the splatters of red on his windshield and said in a puzzled voice, "I hope that comes off." Snap. I worried for a moment that I'd killed him. His body went limp and slid off the hood and into the grass. I immediately called for an ambulance and was relieved to find before it arrived that he was still breathing. But it was a couple of days before he regained consciousness. I'd given him one hell of a concussion. The guy recalled nothing. He didn't remember mowing down and killing 2 people. He didn't remember the flashing lights in his rearview mirror. He didn't remember feeling my hand on the back of his skull, or seeing the hood of his car coming up to meet him with an incredible swiftness. It would have been easy to say the man had fallen while resisting arrest, that he had tripped and hit his head on the hood. There were, after all, no witnesses. That was, in fact, the version of events I put down in my report. But I didn't get away with it. Not entirely. My car had a dash cam, a camera mounted on the front windshield that caught the whole thing, just in the right side of the frame. I should have known better. I didn't think my car was at the right angle to capture the scene. My chief brought me into his office and we watched the video together. Several times. No popcorn. "I'm going to find a way to make this disappear," he said. "And in return, you're going to do the same." My excuse for public consumption? I decided to go private. It was something I'd often thought about, but it's unlikely I'd actually have done it. I was lulled by a steady paycheck, a benefits plan. But now those were gone, and I didn't have much choice but to get started on another career. I was ashamed. I'd let my department and myself down, but worse, I'd let Donna down, and I'd let Scott down, 8 years old at the time. It was, up to then, the worst thing we'd been through, but we found the strength to get past it. Donna was the one who deserved the credit. She had every reason to be furious, to blame me for our predicament. It's not as though she was pleased with what I'd done, but it had happened, and we had to deal with it. At one point she said she wished there was a way to tell the family of that dead mother and child what I'd done. "I think they'd want to thank you," she said. It might have provided more satisfaction than the 12-year sentence the guy got. We decided to leave Promise Falls. Donna's brother, at that time he was a deputy chief, told her there was an opening in the administrative offices of the Griffin Department. I was in the process of acquiring my New York State private investigator's license, and it would serve me just as well in the Buffalo area as it would north of Albany. So I really didn't have anyone else to blame for being here, today, in Augustus Perry's office. "What the hell were you thinking?" Augie asked as he closed the door. His office had the feel of the proverbial woodshed. "You didn't have to do that," I said. That was pride talking, and I knew it. If my brother-in-law hadn't stuck his nose into my business, I'd have been headed for a great deal of unpleasantness. "Really?" he said, pointing a finger. "You think you could have gotten out of that one? You think you could have stayed out of jail? Let alone hang on to your license?" I mumbled something unintelligible. When I eat crow, I like to chew with my mouth closed. "Sorry, I didn't catch that. So let me ask you again. What the hell were you thinking? And don't say this was some kind of bogus accusation that you're an innocent man. Don't insult me, okay? We've both been around long enough to know bullshit when we step in it. We understand each other?" I nodded. "Yeah." "Good. So tell me." "I lost my head," I said, pacing the room, steering clear of Augie. "Excellent. Great defense." "There's some truth to it," I said. "To what?" "That I lost my head." I stopped, rested my butt on the edge of his desk. "Get your ass off my desk," Augie said. I did, but I didn't jump. Scott's death has driven me a little crazy. Augie's hard eyes softened. "Go on." "You know I've been asking around, trying to find out who sold him that stuff. I don't know whether you're aware, but that's our job." "And how are you coming along with it?" I asked. "These things can take time," Augie said. "You can do all the active investigation you want, then you stumble onto something. 80% of solving crimes is luck, and you know it. I'm not interested in waiting to find things out by accident. When I got a name, a good prospect, someone who might be dealing, I paid them a visit, arranged a meeting. Like you did with this Tapscott kid." "Yeah. That was pretty fucking dumb, Cal. Any of the other kids, they'd been too scared to do anything about it. They know they're dirty, and they don't want to draw attention to themselves." "How many others?" "4 total," I admitted. He nodded thoughtfully, went around his desk, and sat down and told me to do the same because it hurt his neck to talk up to me. "It's not that I don't admire your tactics, Cal. It's just, when you're a civilian, you run a few more risks employing them. But a couple of cops using your sophisticated interrogation techniques would have each other's back. Like what I did for you." I managed to get the word out, but I nearly choked on it. "Thanks." He glared at me. "I don't think you made a friend out of Hank Brindle in there," I said. "He's a big boy. He'll get over it." "Brindle's a bad cop," I said. "He's a bully." Augie shook his head. "He's okay. Cut him some slack. He's had a rough few months. His dad's been sick. He's had to take a few days off, help his mom look after him. And don't let Haynes fool you. He's quieter, but he's been out of shape these days, too." "What's his problem?" "Girl he was seeing dumped him a few weeks back, packed up and moved back in with her family in Erie. They're a pair. But you know something, Cal? This little meeting we're having isn't about them. It's about you. It's about you and your attitude problem." I slumped in my chair. "Why'd you do it, Augie?" I asked. "Why'd I do what?" "Why'd you save my ass? I was facing some serious charges in there." He struggled for an answer. Jesus. What? You're my brother-in-law. He said it with more than a little shame. Seriously. Don't for a minute think I was doing it for you. I was doing it for Donna. That much I believed. But I remained puzzled. Tell me this, then, Augie. If you're actually looking out for me, then why the hell did you seize my car? Why'd I what? My Honda. You still got it. I just hope it's not in a million pieces. Augie's mouth hung open for several seconds. I don't know what in the hell you're talking about. Who seized your car? Haynes and Brindle. They got the word from Marvin Quinn, who said he got the order from you. Augie leaned back in his chair, laced his fingers together atop his stomach. Well, he said, isn't that a kick in the head with a frozen boot? Chapter 38. You didn't tell Quinn to have my car taken in? Augie shook his head. I did not. You're a lot of things, Cal. Dickhead, asshole, a conceited fuck if I ever met one. And the stupidest son of a bitch I know at the moment trying to scare these kids the way you did. But you didn't kill that girl. That's the nicest thing you've ever said to me. Yeah, well, don't get used to it. Why would Quinn do that? I'd understand one of my officers bringing in a car to have it searched. They don't need my approval for that. The question is why he would have said I wanted it done. Neither of us spoke for a moment. I saw Quinn while I was cooling my heels in the cell before the lineup, I said. He might be in the building. Augie picked up a phone. Where's Quinn? He waited a few seconds. When did he go off shift? He looked at me and mouthed, 10 minutes. He hung for another moment, then said, Get him at home or on his cell. I want to talk to him. He pressed a button, then said, Get me the compound. Another moment on hold, then, Chief Perry here. You got an Accord was brought in last night, belongs to Calvin Weaver? Yeah, that's the one. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Okay. He's coming to pick it up. I would ask that you extend him every courtesy. He hung up. No one's even touched it, Augie said. They were awaiting further instructions. I guess I'll be on my way then, I said. What are you going to do now? I'm going to keep looking for Claire, I said. You don't think maybe it's time for you to take a step back? You nearly got yourself charged. Maybe you should count your blessings and go home for a while. I told the mayor I'd stay on this for... It was like I'd poked a bear with a sharp stick. Hold on, Augie said. Tell me you're not actually working for that son of a bitch. Sorry, Augie. You so pissed with him you don't think he's entitled to get his daughter back? He waved an angry hand at me. We're already looking for her. We got a whole load of questions for her about this game she and Hannah Radomski were playing. I'll try not to get in your people's way, I said. Although that may be difficult given the campaign of harassment you've been conducting against Sanders. What in the hell are you talking about? Bellowing. I'm talking about having cruisers parked on his street, watching him, trying to intimidate him, cops frisking his daughter. Sanders is convinced you've even got his phone tapped. That's the biggest crock of horse shit I've ever heard. Sanders blames you and all your surveillance for his daughter having to go to such lengths to get out of town without being noticed. His cheeks were getting red. I was reminded of a boiler on the brink of exploding. All bullshit, Augie said. Here's the thing, I said. When you go to a public meeting and tell the mayor your officers have never violated anyone's rights, I know that's a lie, and so does everyone in the room, but no one really cares, because everyone here is happy for you to treat the Constitution like it's toilet paper. So what if you run roughshod over a bunch of punks from Buffalo? But if I know you're lying then, how am I supposed to know whether you're telling me the truth now? I need my head read helping you out. I moved toward the door. What I'm doing has nothing to do with you or Sanders or any of the bad blood between you. I just want to find Claire. Once I do, Maybe we can figure out who killed Hannah. Augie blinked, and a smile formed in the corner of his mouth. Don't you know? Don't I know what? We made an arrest this morning. You've charged someone with Hannah's murder? Who? The boyfriend. Sean Skilling? Yep. I let my arm fall away from the doorknob. The kid's got an alibi. One of your own people pulled him over for running a stop sign. I asked around, Augie said. There's no record of a ticket. I told you they didn't write him a ticket. He got a warning. What do you want from me, Cal? Augie said. I asked around. No one remembers pulling that kid over in his Ranger. My gut says he didn't do it. Would your gut feel any different if it knew Hannah's jeans and panties were found under the seat of his pickup truck? Chapter 39. Augie arranged for me to reclaim my phone at reception on my way out. There were 3 messages. 2 from Donna, who'd evidently gotten word that I was in some kind of trouble, and 1 from the manager of the landscaping company. Before making callbacks, I got a cab to take me back to where I had left Donna's car on the shoulder of the road when Brindle and Haynes had picked me up. Then I trekked back to the police department and parked the car in the lot. Then I phoned Donna. Your car's where you usually leave it, I said. I called you twice. I was indisposed, which was why I called. I heard you were in the building, and not in one of the rooms where they hold community meetings. Yeah, but it's sorted out. How'd you hear? Kate heard it from Marvin, and she told me. I called Augie, but by that time you were out. He intervened. They didn't find something in the car, did they? Donna said. No, it was something else. A pause. Something else? Yeah. I guess I've been pressing my luck. Something came back and bit me in the ass. How'd Augie get you out of this? I'll tell you all about it later. Really? Sure. Her voice sounded flat. What is it? Last night doesn't mean everything's okay, she said. I know. The lockup where they were holding my Honda was a large parking lot, surrounded by high chain-link fencing with a nasty string of barbed wire running along the top. In the office, I found a short woman working away at the crossword who was expecting me. She retrieved my keys and led me into the compound past decommissioned cruisers, cars that had been in accidents, and a few untouched vehicles like my own. Once we'd found it, the woman shoved a clipboard at me and said, "You have to sign here." I did. She handed over the keys, told me to have a nice day, and said to beep the horn when I reached the gate and she'd open it. I didn't just get behind the wheel and drive off. I popped the trunk where I kept those tools of my trade. The laptop, an orange traffic vest, a matching hard hat, among other things. Nothing appeared to have been touched. I went through the glove compartment and had the sense nothing in there had been fiddled with either. As Augie had said, no one had touched the car yet. Even so, I was surprised to see Hannah's wig still in the car, on the floor in front of the back seat. Maybe it didn't constitute evidence, since Hannah wasn't wearing it at the time of her death, but it was all part and parcel of what had happened to her. There was no shortage of other things to puzzle over. Why did Quinn tell Haynes and Brindle to tow my car in? If he thought it should be searched for evidence, why lay it off on the chief? And Sean Skilling arrested in Hannah's murder? I got behind the wheel. I inserted the key, started the engine, gave the pedal a couple of taps, and listened to the engine rev. I got out my phone and listened to the message from the lawn service guy. Bill Hooper here, returning your call. He'd called an hour and a half ago. I tapped his number with my thumb to call him right back. You've reached Bill Hooper. I can't take your call right now, but if you leave a message, I'll get back to you as soon as I can. Phone tag time. When I reached the gate, I tapped the horn, prompting the woman to hit the button and open it without so much as looking up from her crossword puzzle. Sean could have been lying about a Griffin cop pulling him over. But then, if the incident never happened, What kept Sean from getting to Patchett's in time to pick Claire up and deliver her to Iggy's? The kid, at least in the short time I'd spent with him, didn't impress me as a very good liar or a killer. But they found Hannah's missing clothing in his trunk. Not good. Not good at... I blamed distraction for what happened next. I pulled out of the police station parking lot and nearly hit a black Escalade. Hard to miss, given that the thing was big enough to have orbiting moons. The truck swerved and the man behind the wheel shot me the finger. I slammed on the brakes hard enough to make the tires squeal. I should have seen it, but I just didn't. I took a second to collect myself and let the Escalade get a block ahead. Gave the brake pedal a couple of soft, reassuring taps, then continued on my way. There was someone I'd been meaning to pay a visit to, but just hadn't had a chance to get around to it. I had a feeling this person was not going to be very happy to see me. I figured there was a good chance he wasn't even out of bed yet. When I got to the house I was looking for, I found a red Mustang convertible, top up, parked in the driveway. There was no BMW there, which told me Annette Ravelson was at work. Just as well. I didn't want her around when I talked to her son, Roman. I could still feel the dull thud in my head where he'd hit me at Patchett's. I rang the bell. After 10 seconds, I rang it again. Then I banged on the door. When a minute had gone by, I tried the doorbell again, but this time I held my thumb on it. Inside the house, the chime rang relentlessly. I could hold out as long as he could. After about 5 minutes of this, I heard someone inside the house shout groggily, "Okay, okay, fuck, I'm coming." I kept my thumb on the button. I heard a deadbolt turn. The second the door swung open, I got my foot in, thinking that once Roman saw me, he'd try to slam it shut. He did. The door hit the side of my shoe, bouncing back and catching Roman's toes. "Shit, fuck, shit, fuck, shit, fuck!" he screamed, hopped and stumbled backward. I stepped into the house and closed the door behind me. Roman, dressed only in a pair of boxer shorts with little red hearts all over them, was collapsed on the broadloom, holding his left foot in both hands, whimpering. "Hi, Roman," I said. "How's it hanging?" Chapter 40. The man wonders who is at the door. He's always curious when he hears a knock, or the doorbell upstairs. It's been so long since he's had a chance to talk to anyone, at least anyone other than his wife and their son. The man sits up in bed to listen. Maybe he'll be able to hear voices. He doesn't even have a radio or a TV down here. There haven't been any unfamiliar voices in so long. Well, other than that one visitor just the other week. But he'd had so few words to say. Ran off in such a hurry. Scared to death, probably. The man barely had time to ask for help. Or toss over his notebook. He figured if his visitor needed proof, the book would do it. But all this time's gone by and no one's come. Still, any time he hears someone at the door, he wonders and hopes. In the meantime, he spends most of his time in bed. Sometimes he gets himself into the chair, wheels himself around. But where's he going to go? What's the point? So he just stays in bed and reads magazines. And sleeps. And dreams about going out. Chapter 41. "You fucking broke my toes, man!" I knelt down and had a look. "Try to wiggle them." Roman Ravelson wiggled his toes. "I don't think they're broken," I said. "But then again, I don't hold a medical degree." I offered my hand to help him get up, but instead he crawled 2 feet over to the stairs and used them to pull himself to a standing position. His skin was milky white, like he'd spent the last few years in a cave. Maybe he only came out at night. There was a little roll of fat over the elastic of his boxers, and sheet creases in his pudgy cheeks. "Did I get you up?" I asked. "I was out late," he said. "You should leave. If you don't leave, I'm going to call my mom." I got out my cell. "Want to use my phone? You could tell her how you practically knocked me out last night." "That's Sean. Jesus, I was trying to help him and he gives me up just like that. My mom told me you said to say hi. You wanted to fuck with my head, didn't you?" I nodded. "Your dad home?" I recalled Annette saying Kent Ravelson was out of town. Roman blinked a couple of times like he was kick-starting his eyes. My dad's away or something." "When's he coming back?" The young man shrugged. "I don't know. I don't keep track of him. You want to put on a shirt or anything? I've got a few questions." Roman sighed. "Fuck. Follow me." He started trudging upstairs. I followed him to the second floor, down the hall, and into his bedroom. Bumping his toes with the door appeared not to have crippled him for life. His room was decorated hurricane style. Bed unmade, clothes all over the floor, magazines, video games, everything arranged helter-skelter. The walls were plastered with movie posters. 28 Days Later, The Walking Dead, Shaun of the Dead, Night of the Living Dead, Dance of the Dead, Zombieland, Dawn of the Dead. I was definitely picking up a theme here. On the floor next to the bed, atop a pile of clothes, was an open laptop. Roman picked it up, looking for something to wear. The motion made the screen, which had been asleep, come to life. I caught a glimpse of text arranged in what looked like play format. A script. He tossed the laptop on the bed, found a black T-shirt he liked, and pulled it on. It was a couple of sizes too small and just barely covered his stomach. Across the front it read, Winchester Tavern. I pointed to it. "I don't know that place. It's not from around here." He gave me a duh look. "It's the pub where they're trapped in Shaun of the Dead. You've seen it, right? It's only one of the best zombie movies ever made. It's scary, but it's also funny as fuck." "Sorry," I said. Now I pointed to the laptop. "You writing a zombie movie?" "Maybe," Roman said. "What's it about?" "Haven't zombies been, forgive me, kind of done to death?" "You just have to find a new angle. I've got one." I waited. Roman took a breath. "Okay, most zombies, it happens because of a plague or an experiment or something like that. But what if people were turned into zombies by aliens? A mashup of two different genres. My hero is this guy named Tim, who knows what the aliens are doing and tries to stop them." I nodded. It sounded dumb to me, but when had dumbness ever kept an idea from being turned into a movie? "You might have something there," I conceded. "You got a regular job, Roman?" "This is my job. I'm a screenwriter." "So then, how much do you make, I don't know, on a weekly basis writing your scripts?" "It doesn't work like that," he said. "It's not like some job stocking shelves in a fucking grocery store where you get some stupid paycheck at the end of the week. You write a script, and then you shop it around and sell it. So you don't make money for a long time, but then you could get, a few 100,000 or 1,000,000 or something." I nodded. "Oh, okay. I don't understand how Hollywood works. So how many scripts have you sold?" "I've had some nibbles," Roman said. "I had an email the other day from Steven Spielberg's office." "No shit," I said. "When's your meeting?" "Okay, the email wasn't exactly... It was more like thanks for your inquiry, but..." "Did you just come here to bust my balls?" he asked. Wouldn't have been hard, given what he was wearing. "Because if you're here about who gave shit to Scott, I swear to you, it wasn't me." "I'm not here about that," I said. "You're more into beverages. That's what supports you while you write your scripts." He raised his hands in mock surrender. "Okay, busted. I buy beer and drive around and sell it. Big deal. I'm a fucking terrorist." "You had Sean and Hannah doing the deliveries for you, didn't you?" Is that why you were out last night? Because they weren't exactly available? I didn't know anything about that. I called Hannah earlier and got no answer, and when I called Sean, he didn't pick up either. Fuck. I didn't know she was dead or anything. Did you know they've arrested Sean for it? His mouth dropped open. He plopped down on the side of the bed. Quietly, he said, "No way. Sean's my friend. There's no way he'll do that." Roman shook his head in disbelief. Sean was really into Hannah. Really loved her. Son of a bitch. If Sean didn't do it, who do you think did? He shrugged. I can't think of anybody who'd do something like that. That's fucked up, man. I moved some rumpled jeans off a computer chair over by the desk and sat down. I noticed a phone sitting on the desk. Did you like Hannah? Oh, yeah, sure. She was nice. I mean, she kind of pissed me off sometimes. She was late with money she owed me, but, you know, it was no big deal. What do you mean? Well, I'd buy like 24 cases of beer, load it into Sean's Ranger, right, and they'd go around delivering. Sean drives, Hannah looks after the money. And there's a markup, right? So at the end of an evening or a weekend, Hannah's got enough to pay me back everything they owe me and still have money left over. We'd usually meet up the next day. But sometimes she didn't have it. Roman rolled his eyes. She'd pass the mall on the way to see me. Sometimes she'd get distracted, buy herself something. And a couple of times people tried to pay her in something other than cash. I am strictly a cash operation, you know? What do you mean? You're not telling me some kids want to write you a check? Another eye roll. If he did it again, they might get stuck looking at his brain. No, like, if someone didn't have enough cash, they'd hand over some weed or something to Hannah. I had to lay down the law on that one. I don't want that stuff. Hannah ever owe other people money besides you? Beats me. Not that I know of. I don't know why you're asking me so many questions about how I make a few bucks. Nobody cares about that, and it's got nothing to do with what happened to Hannah. He pinched the bridge of his nose like maybe he was trying to stop himself from crying. I'm telling you, there's no way Sean would have done that to her. That's why I have to find Claire, I said. She may know what really happened. But you weren't exactly helpful to her father on the phone last night. He blinked. What? How do you... We talked this morning. You said, quote, you didn't fucking know and didn't fucking care, unquote, where she was. Okay. You have to know a couple things. One, my mom did not tell me Hannah was dead before she made me call him. And two, that guy Sanders never liked me. He never thought I was good enough for Claire. Point Sanders. How long did you and Claire go out? I ran my finger along the edge of the cell phone sitting on the desk. Like 4 months or so, till like July. His lips compressed. Till she met Dennis. Now we had reached the main reason for my visit. Tell me about Dennis. Well, his last name is Malavy, and he's a black guy, and he's from someplace like Syracuse or Schenectady. Those are very different places. He shrugged. Well, I don't know. He was super smooth, you know. He thought he was real cool. I picked up the phone. Leave that alone, Roman said. You take pictures with this? I asked. Every phone takes pictures. How old are you? This the one you used to take the picture of your cock you sent to Claire? What did you say? Is this the photo app here? He shot forward and grabbed the phone from my hand. I didn't make any effort to hang on to it. Is that what makes you cool, Roman? Texting hard-on pics? Roman stood before me, almost shaking. Claire and I would goof around sometimes, that's all. Just having some fun. She sends you naked pictures of herself? Claire's a little more uptight about that kind of thing, but she thought it was funny. Even after she'd broken things off with you, I asked. Did she think it was funny to get a reminder of what she was missing? Did Dennis find out about that picture? Did he come after you for it? Did something happen between you two that made him leave town in a hurry? No, Roman said. Nothing like that happened. This is bullshit bringing up this stuff. Doesn't mean anything. Okay, I said, understandingly. Just tell me what did happen. Tell me about Dennis. I hardly ever even met the guy. I know he had a stupid job cutting grass for the summer. With Hoopers? Yeah, that's right. Driving around one of those orange trucks. So what happened? She started seeing him while she was still seeing me, right? But I could tell something was wrong because she was getting all cool, you know? And then she gives me the whole it's not you, it's me thing, and next thing I know she's seeing Malavy. I wanted to fucking bash his brains in, you know? But Sean, he talked me out of doing anything stupid like that, and I never would have anyway. You think these kinds of things, but you never actually do them. But then Claire and Dennis broke up all of a sudden. Yeah, Roman said. Like from what Sean told me, one day he just quits his job and goes back home. Like maybe one day he realized cutting grass was boring. He breaks it off with Claire. At the time, I thought it kind of looked good on her. Like now she'd know how it feels. You try to get back with her? With anything more tempting than your dick shot? Roman hesitated. I called her a few times. I admit that. You do anything more? Like, what do you mean? Did you start following her around? Stalking her? Another shrug. I wouldn't call it that. But you followed her. I just wanted to talk to her, that's all. Because I think we had a good thing going on. She wouldn't answer my calls, so what was I supposed to do? That your Mustang out front? I asked. Yeah. Your parents bought that for you? Yeah, so? What's your dad drive? What the hell? Why are you asking? Just tell me. He's got a BMW. Him and my mom both got him. BMW didn't make a pickup truck. But I was betting Ravelson Furniture had one or two for deliveries. Roman could have borrowed one. Do you know why Dennis broke things off with Claire? Man, I don't even think Claire knew the reason from what I hear. My guess is he was just a total douche. I nodded. Yeah, that would explain it. Roman, you know Claire. You went out with her. Where would she go? If she was scared or just wanted to get away from everybody, where would she hide out? Aside from her mom's place in Toronto. He thought, then said, I got nothing. I got out of the computer chair. Good luck with your meeting with Stephen. Chapter 42. If Roman Ravelson weren't so unlikable, I might have felt bad mocking his ambitions. If I'd had a daughter and he'd sent her a photo of his erection, I'd have made him eat his phone. And I didn't think much of him sending Sean and Hannah all over Niagara and Erie counties, selling booze out of the back of a truck. It exposed them to countless risks, legal and physical. If Roman wanted to make a buck selling booze to minors, fine. But he didn't need to be getting others on board. I got into my Honda, thinking about Roman's zombie movie, about his character named Tim, out to save the world from an alien plot to... Timmy. The name hit me like cold, wet spray coming over the bow of the Maid of the Mist. The young man with the limp who came into Iggy's every night for a late dinner. The man who left the restaurant only seconds before Claire did. Where was it Sal had said Timmy lived? It was the 4-story apartment building just a stone's throw down the road. Maybe Timmy had noticed something. It was a long shot, to be sure, but not only had they left at almost exactly the same time, Timmy had struck off in the same direction the driver of the Volvo had taken. I pulled away from the Ravelson house and headed back to Iggy's. There was no mistaking the building. There was only one like it within spitting distance of Iggy's. Most everything along this stretch of Danbury was commercial. Fast food joints, gas stations, strip malls, a Target on the other side of the street. The low-rise apartment complex stood alone, as a place where anyone near here might actually live. I tried to remember what Sal had told me. Timmy came in at the end of his working day, after his shift, wherever that shift happened to be. My guess was Timmy didn't have a car. If he did, he'd probably drive to Iggy's on his way home, not walk over, which meant he worked very close to where he lived or took a bus from work every night. Either way, it meant he probably finished work around 9, and most shifts were 7 or 8 hours. It was 12:30 p.m. My guess was if Timmy hadn't already left for work, he'd be coming out the lobby doors of that apartment building any time now. I parked the car where I could watch. If he didn't show in the next 15 or 20 minutes, I'd go into the lobby and see if I could find him, but I knew the directory wasn't going to be much help. Even if last names were attached to the buzzers on the intercom system, I didn't know Timmy's. If there was no super in the building, I was going to have to go knocking on doors. The building had at least 40 units, and while I was wandering the halls, my man Timmy could be slipping out the front door. I only had to wait 10 minutes. He hobbled down the building's front steps and headed straight for the sidewalk. When he reached it, he didn't turn left or right, but watched for a break in traffic. He didn't walk very quickly, so that break was going to have to be a long one. Across the street were a Target and several other stores clustered around it like pups nursing off their mother. I got out of my car and ran over to him before he started his trek across. "Timmy?" The man turned and eyed me curiously. "Huh?" he said. "You're Timmy." He looked afraid to say yes, but after a second's hesitation he said, "Yeah, that's me. My name's Weaver. I wondered if I could ask you a couple of questions." "What about? Who are you?" I handed him a card. "I'm a private investigator. I need to ask you about something that happened a couple of nights ago." "What's your last name?" Hesitantly he said, "Gursky. Timmy Gursky. Has this got anything to do with work? Because I'm heading over there right now and I don't want to be late." He pointed, not to Target, but to one of the other businesses. An electronics store, it looked like. "The stereo place?" I asked. "Yeah. This isn't about work, and you're not in trouble. But you might have been a witness to something I'm looking into. 2 nights ago, when you were leaving Iggy's, there was a car pulling out of the lot, and I'm hoping you might have noticed it." "Noticed the car? You kidding?" I admit I'm grasping at straws here. "How do you even know I was there? And which night you talking about?" I told him briefly about reviewing the surveillance video at Iggy's, that I'd been trying to find a girl who got into a silver or gray Volvo station wagon, and that Sal said he ate there most nights around that time. "Sal, yeah, he's an okay guy," Timmy said. "Yeah, 2 nights ago. You know what? I actually do remember that car." "Seriously?" "Son of a bitch nearly ran over my foot. Like I need any more trouble. My knee here got all fucked up in Iraq." I wanted to ask about the car, but felt obliged to ask about his knee first. He grinned. "That's always a good line to use with the ladies, you know. I usually come up with a better story for them than what I'll tell you, which will be the truth. I was working in what they called the green zone, you know, inside the compound, but not with the actual army or anything. They had like this whole city inside there with everything all American. I worked for Pizza Hut. We had this trailer in there. Soldiers would come up, get a slice just like they'd get back home. So I'm coming out of the trailer one day, missed the step, and come down right on my goddamn knee. Fucked it up big time." "Sorry to hear that," I said. "Still hurts like a son of a bitch. You figure you go over there, if you have to come back hurt, it better be because of some car bomb or missile or something, am I right? I had to hurt myself coming out of a pizza trailer. The ladies do not get that version." "You said the driver of the Volvo nearly ran over your foot." "Yeah," he said indignantly. "I noticed the car early on because it was parked with the motor running, and the thing was really pumping out the exhaust, you know? It was an old car, and the motor was noisy and really needed a tune-up. So anyway, I'm walking toward home right here across the lot, which is pretty empty that time of night, and I hear this noise coming from behind to my right, and I look around, and there's the car you're talking about, zooming out of there. For a second, I thought they're trying to run me down, but I think the asshole behind the wheel, he just couldn't see me." It was a man. Yeah, I mean, I could tell that much. I didn't get a real good look at him, but yeah, it was a guy with a girl in the passenger seat. I didn't get a look at her. I could tell someone was there, but I couldn't tell you if it was Britney Spears or Sarah Palin. But you saw the driver. Yep. Not much I can tell you about him, but I think it was a black guy. Okay. What about age? I don't know. Not old, but other than that, I can't really say. Except he was an asshole. He came right up alongside me. I jumped back and gave him the finger. Then I went down. You got hit? He shook his head. Just lost my balance. Didn't hurt myself. But I guess the driver must have been scared he'd hit me because he hit the brakes and stopped. I was getting up, so he must have seen me in his mirror, figured I wasn't dead, and then he floored it. You get a look at the license plate? Timmy shook his head. You kidding? It was dark. I mean, I think it was a New York plate, but I couldn't tell you any more than that. Listen, you need anything else? I have to get to work. I said I didn't, and thanked him for his time. My cell went off as I was putting on my seatbelt. Hello? Hey, finally. It was a man, and in 2 words he'd managed to convey exasperation. Bill Hooper here. Mr. Hooper, I said. Thanks for getting back to me. What can I do for you? I have to tell you right up front, I'm not taking on any new jobs. I got all I can handle for now. I'm short-handed, and it's the end of the season anyway. What I suggest is, try me in the spring. We might have some people move, cancel service, and we could put you on the list. That's not why I was calling. I need to know about Dennis Malavy. Oh, he said. Him. Yeah. He worked for you? I can't believe Dennis has put me down for a reference. That takes balls. Guy walks out on me, doesn't give me any notice at all. I'd think long and hard about hiring him. I mean, he's a good worker and all, a good kid, but you got to be ready for him to quit on you just like that. I don't exactly have his resume in front of me. You have a number where I can reach him? An address? I gather he's not from Griffin. Haven't got any of that on me, Hopper said. I could get my girl to call you. I think he's from around Rochester. Came to work for me for the summer, even rented a room in my house. Look, he's a nice kid. I liked him. He did good work, was pretty reliable right up until the end. And now that everybody's back to school, I can't get anyone else to work for me till the snow starts to fly. I only got one other guy. People say there's all this huge unemployment, but you think you can find someone willing to push a lawnmower or ride a tractor or swing a leaf blower around? I'm behind. Got some clients I haven't been to their place in 2 weeks. That's rough. I thought of the long grass at Philip Pierce's house. I asked, You do the Pierce place? Yep, that's one. I'm way behind getting to her. Why'd Dennis quit? No idea. All he did was leave a note. Thanks for the job, sorry about leaving was all he had to say. I still owed him some money. Even if a guy quits on me, I'm not going to stiff him on what I owe him. But I don't think my girl's been able to get in touch with him. He just cleared out his room and he was gone. This girl, is it the one I called initially? Yeah, that'd be Barb. I'll give her a heads up that you're going to call. I appreciate it. One last question. Dennis have a car? Yep, Hopper said. But if he needs it for work, I don't know how reliable it is. He had it parked here all summer. I let him use one of my trucks off hours if I had one available. He always topped up the tank, I'll say that for him. What kind of car? Volvo. A wagon. Thanks, Mr. Hopper. I'll give Barb a call shortly. Okay, he said, and hung up. I sat there for a moment, thinking. If Dennis Malavy had been maintaining the grounds of Phyllis Pierce's place, why didn't she have any idea who he was? Then again, she might have never known the name of the young man tending her property, or been at Patchett's when Hopper's crew came over to... My thoughts were distracted by another phone call. Hello? Mr. Weaver? It's Sheila Skilling. Her voice was shaking. They arrested Sean. They think... I know, I told her. I'm sorry. You have to help us, she pleaded. You simply have to help us. I wasn't sure what I could do for the Skillings at the moment. Finding Claire was the priority. What Sean needed was a good lawyer. But I did have some questions for Sheila and Adam Skilling. For example, how much did they know about what Sean and Hannah were doing for Roman Ravelson? And there was one question I wanted to ask Adam Skilling privately. Why was he on Iggy's surveillance video, standing at the counter, so soon after Claire and Hannah had switched identities? Chapter 43. The woman says to him, "I'm going to ask you something, and I need you to be totally honest with me." He sits in the wheelchair, avoiding her eye. "Of course," he says. "Did you write anything in the book other than the usual?" I told you I can't find it. I need you to get me another empty one so I can start writing things down again." "I know you gave it to the boy. You admitted it the other night. What I want to know is what you wrote in it." "Like you said, just the usual. Nothing to worry about." "But you always wrote down the dates." The man says nothing. She puts her fists on her hips. "What the hell were you thinking? Can you tell me that?" "I don't know." He speaks so quietly she can barely hear him. "If he gives that to someone who remembers your little habits, I swear I don't know what gets into you." "I'm sorry. I'm really—" She doesn't hear the rest. She steps out of the room, closes the door, and slips the lock on. Her son is standing there by the washer and dryer. "He'll be the death of me," his mother says. "What are you doing here?" "I think the detective might be getting close." His mother nods. "I get the sense he doesn't give up easy." "But this is good," the son says. "I'm going to drop everything for a while. Indefinitely, I guess, while I see where he goes." "We need a contingency plan," she says, and lowers her voice to a whisper. "If the girl and the kid show up on their own before Weaver finds them, we need to be ready. We need to be able to deny everything. We need to be able to show the kid up as a liar. We say we don't know what he's talking about." The son leans against the washing machine, folds his arms across his chest, and shakes his head. "You're talking about moving Dad?" The woman hesitates. "I guess you could say that." "Where would we move him? Where could he go where we could still look after him?" His mother says nothing. Her silence speaks volumes. "No, Mother. We can't do that." "I can't keep this up," she says. "I just can't. Look, just let me see how this plays out with Weaver. If we're going to have to get rid of anybody, I'd rather it was him and the others, not Dad." "Of course," she says. "That goes without saying. That Weaver guy, God, he's as big a pain in the ass as his kid was. At least everything worked out the way it should have with him." Chapter 44. Driving over to the Skillings, imagining what they had to be going through with their son, I flashed back to when Scott was only 6 years old, years before our troubles began. Around that time, he'd been having a lot of nightmares, and he was coming into our room in the middle of the night. "I had a scary dream," he'd say each time. Donna and I would allow him to crawl into the bed with us, but we worried we were establishing bad precedents, being too soft, that he'd be snuggling with us every night until he left for college. But it was something we decided we would worry about later, and looking back now, I'm glad we let him slide in between us, pull the covers up to his neck, and drop his head into the chasm between our pillows. One night, I was the one with the nightmare. It was a recurring one that I still get every once in a while. In it, I'm slamming that drunk driver's head into the hood of the car. I've got a fistful of his hair, a good strong grip, and I'm banging his head again and again and again until it becomes apparent that it is no longer attached to his body. I realize what I've done and turn his dismembered head around so that I'm looking him right in the eye. "I've learned my lesson," he says, and grins. "Have you learned yours?" I always woke up in a cold sweat. This particular night, I did not wake Donna up tossing and turning or, as I sometimes did, screaming. I was afraid to try to go back to sleep for fear of seeing that head again, so I slipped out from under the covers and went down to the kitchen. I ran myself some water from the tap and sat there at the table, thinking about the mistakes I'd made, about how we've ended up in Griffin. I'd been sitting there maybe 10 minutes when I realized I was being watched. Scott was standing in the doorway, and my heart did a flip. I tried not to show that he'd nearly scared me to death. "What are you doing up?" I asked. "I could see a light on," he said. "Shouldn't be wandering around the house at night." "What are you doing?" Scott asked. "Just sitting here." "Did you have a bad dream?" I hesitated. As a matter of fact, I did. "What was it about?" "I don't really want to talk about it." He nodded. "Are you scared if you go back to bed it'll start again?" "A little." He gave that some thought for a few seconds. Finally, he proposed a solution. "You can come sleep with me." I had a sip of water, put the glass down. "Okay," I said. He waited while I put my glass in the sink and turned out the light. He reached for my hand and led me to his room as though I didn't know how to get there. His bed was a single. I lay on my side, my back up against the wall. Scott got in and tucked himself up against me. "Don't snore," he said. "You snore a lot." "I'll try not to." He was back asleep in seconds. I felt his body swell and shrink with each breath. Anticipating his rhythms calmed me. Before long I was asleep too, and at least for the rest of that one night, the bad dreams were absent. Once again I found myself sitting in the Skillings' living room. Adam and Sheila were settled in chairs across from me. I was on the couch. On the table between us was coffee, which Sheila must have started making the moment she'd hung up the phone with me. Steam rose as she poured some into a china cup. "Cream? Sugar?" she asked, hovering. It was right there in front of me, as were some cookies. Sometimes, in times of extreme stress, you had to do something to keep yourself occupied. Make coffee, bake cookies, clean out a closet. "For God's sake, he can spoon in his own sugar," Adam Skilling snapped. Sheila promptly sat down, put her hand over her mouth, and pressed hard, as though trying to hold a scream inside. "Mr. Weaver," Adam said, "our son, he can be a bit of an idiot at times, like all kids his age, but he didn't kill Hannah." "Tell me what's happened," I said. Shortly after I had left him, Sean called his parents from the bridge where we'd found Hannah's body, and they immediately drove over. Ramsey and Quinn, the Skillings had made a note of the names on their badges, were still attempting to question him, but it seems he'd taken my advice and was keeping his mouth shut. About 6 hours later, as the Skillings were getting up for the day, not that anyone had gotten any sleep, Sheila noticed the police were outside, poking around Sean's Ranger. They had the doors open and were searching inside. Were these the same police who'd been interviewing Sean the night before? Sheila had managed to tamp down that scream hiding in her throat, removed her hand from her mouth, and said, "They were different. 2 men instead of a man and a woman." "Did you get their names?" "One was—" She paused. "One was named Haynes and—" Adam interjected. "Brindle. That was the other one." "How'd they get into the truck?" I asked. "Sean must have left it unlocked," Adam said. "When you were here and we ordered him home, he ran into the house so fast he probably didn't think to lock it." "So it had been sitting unlocked all night?" I asked. The two of them glanced at each other, then looked at me and nodded. Probably, Adam said. So you saw them out there. Then what happened? Sheila said, I ran into Sean's room to tell him. He was in bed, but he wasn't sleeping. He ran out, he was only in his boxers, and I ran after him in my housecoat. Adam was already outside. He's dressed and ready for the day before the rest of us. He said, I asked them what the hell they were doing, that they needed a warrant to search a car, and the older one, Brindle, he looked at me and laughed. Then Sean ran out and started yelling at them, too, that they had no right to look in his truck. Brindle, he got in front of Sean so he couldn't stop Haynes from looking in the glove box and under the seats. Adam swore under his breath before continuing. That son of a bitch Brindle actually pushed Sean away. He laid his hands on him. I think we should be able to get him charged with assault. I've talked to my lawyer about it, that we should go after this guy. I can't believe this kind of treatment. I've always had a good working relationship with the Griffin police. They get all their cars from me. We've got service people over there all the time, helping them out whenever they have a problem. How dare one of their people treat Sean like that? I shook my head. You have bigger things to worry about. Sheila said, we just stood there while they took the car apart, feeling so helpless. We didn't know what to do. I called my regular lawyer first, Adam Skilling said. Right then and there. Got him out of bed. But he doesn't handle criminal stuff, so he gave me the name. Our son is not a criminal, Sheila said. Christ, I know that, he said. But you don't want a lawyer who normally handles real estate representing your kid on a murder charge. At the word murder, Sheila put her hand over her mouth again. Tell me about what they found, I said. Adam said, the younger one, Haynes, he says something like, what have we got here? He's digging around under the passenger seat and he pulls out this bundle of stuff, which turns out to be a pair of jeans and a pair of, panties. Sheila winced. Adam continued, I thought I was going to throw up. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. We'd found out, when we were waiting for the police to be finished with Sean, that the girl, Hannah, that she wasn't wearing anything from here down. He touched his own belt. What did Sean do? Well, he was stunned. When he realized what Haynes was holding up, he started screaming at him that there was no effing way he put those clothes there, that it was impossible. He accused the police of putting it there. If Sean Skilling was Hannah's killer, we had to accept that he was stupid enough to keep the girl's clothing under the front seat of his truck for an entire day. If he were a murderer and wanted to keep a souvenir of his crime, wouldn't he have found a better place to hide it than his truck? Wouldn't he at least have locked it? And did it make sense, if Sean had already been having sex with Hannah for some time, that he'd feel the need to keep a small trophy from the event? I asked, is Sean the only one who drives the Ranger? Sheila said, I use it occasionally, so does Adam, but mostly it's Sean's car. What I'm thinking is, if your son had done this and had hidden those clothes in the truck, he'd have been running the risk that either of you might find them. I don't think Sean's that dumb. Adam nodded. He isn't. Kids are pretty good at covering their tracks when they're up to something they don't want their parents to find out about. He grimaced. And Sean's as good as any of them. So what happened then? Adam said, Brindle put the clothes into some kind of evidence bag. A long pause, like he was afraid he might break down before he continued. And then they arrested our boy. They put handcuffs on him, Sheila said. They didn't have to do that. What did they think he was going to do? Attack them or something? Adam sighed. Like Sheila said, they cuffed him, put him in their car, and they took him away. We got to see him later. He's a complete wreck. You have to get him out of jail, his wife said. Anything could happen to him in jail. And that was when they left? I asked. They searched the truck, arrested Sean, and left? They both nodded. Sheila sniffed. The police didn't search anything else. Like what? Adam asked. Did they search Sean's room, look in his closet, seize his computer? Did they search the garage? Anything else? Adam shook his head. No, just the truck. Haynes and Brindle had found what they wanted to find, and they'd found it remarkably fast. Was the search of the truck part of their overall investigation, and they got lucky? Had they been tipped off that the evidence was there? Was Sean's accusation that the evidence had been planted plausible? And if so, who'd done it? The police themselves? I was finding it hard to keep all the various aspects of this case straight. I want to ask you a few questions which may or may not be related to all of this, I said. Sean's parents looked like they were waiting for X-ray results. Did you know that Sean and Hannah were making money delivering beer and liquor to underage kids? What? Sheila said. That's not true. That's positively ridiculous. It's true. Roman Ravelson was able to buy this stuff legally, and then he'd have Sean drive all over the place doing deliveries. There was a markup on the booze, and Sean and Hannah would keep a cut. Sheila shook her head violently. No, I don't believe that. Adam Skilling hadn't said a word. Even if this were true, why is it important? Sean's mother asked. Everything's important right now, I said. Driving all over the place, making cash deals with people, there's plenty of opportunities for trouble. People feel they're getting ripped off, shortchanged. Cash transactions. Maybe someone Sean and Hannah dealt with had some sort of grudge against them. I don't know. I just need to know everything I can. So you can help Sean, Adam Skilling said. So you can prove he's innocent. I hesitated. I want to see that Sean gets all the help he can, but I'm not working on his behalf or yours at this time. I'm working to find Claire Sanders. And when I do, that may end up helping Sean because Claire may be able to fill in the gaps. What you need is a good lawyer. We have one, Adam said. We've hired Theodore Belton. I knew Teddy Belton. He's a good man. You're in good hands with him. I stood. I'll be in touch. If you hear anything about Claire or anything else, please let me know. And if I hear something that could help Sean, I'll call you right away. Then I spoke to Adam. Can I see you outside? I squeezed Sheila Skilling's hand as I moved toward the door, Adam following. Once we were both out of the house, standing in the driveway, I said, I noticed you had nothing to say when I mentioned what Sean's been up to. I admit I had an inkling, he said. I found a couple of cases of beer in the bed of his pickup one day under the cover and confronted him about it. He said he was just holding it for that Ravelson kid, that he bought some beer but had no way at the time to get it home. So Sean said he'd take it over later. You didn't believe him. He pressed his lips together. No. I don't mean to say anything bad about that poor girl. God rest her soul. But I blame Hannah. That girl was a bad influence. She liked money and didn't mind bending the rules to get it. Sean could have said no. He gave me a withering look. Can you remember being that age? What would you have done to keep a cute girl like that happy? The garage door was halfway open, and I could make out a vehicle in there, a pickup truck. I was surprised the police hadn't seized it, just as they'd seized my car. There seemed to be plenty more reasons to have taken Sean's Ranger in, given that they'd found Hannah's clothes in it. I said, they didn't take Sean's truck? Huh? Adam said, and saw where I was looking. Well, that's not Sean's. That's my vehicle. I squinted. Upon closer examination, I could see it was dark gray, not black like Sean's. And it was a bigger truck than the Ranger. An F-150. It's not exactly mine, Adam clarified. Just one I borrowed from the lot for a couple of days. I have a different car every week. 2 nights ago, I said slowly, drawing out the words. What were you doing? I don't recall, he said. Probably home, with Sheila. You weren't out driving around anywhere? He appeared to be thinking. I might have been, actually. You weren't following Sean and Hannah around, were you? Adam blustered. Of course not. Why would you ask such a thing? Because you were at Iggy's. You were there not long after Claire came in, and Hannah came out and got in my car. I caught him speechless. He needed a few seconds. How? Who told you that? You're on Iggy's closed circuit. I've seen it. What were you doing there? Seems kind of a funny time to leave the house to go grab a burger. I only ordered a coffee, he protested. I don't give a damn what you had. I want to know why you were there. Okay, Adam Skilling said resignedly. I'd been driving around. I'd been hoping I might spot Sean, see his truck. I haven't had a good feeling lately about what he might be up to, so I left the house around 9:30 and started going by places where I know he hangs out sometimes. I never did find him, never saw him anywhere. So as I was heading home, I pulled into Iggy's for a takeout coffee. Simple as that. Simple as that, I repeated. What, you think? What do you think? I think it's funny you never mentioned this before. That you were driving around Griffin looking for your son while all these other things were going on. There wasn't anything to mention. The thing is, I didn't want to worry Sheila about what Sean might be doing, so I told her I was going to the dealership to do some paperwork. That's all. When Hannah stayed over at your house, that bothered you, I said. You mentioned that before. You didn't like her parading around in her underwear. His cheeks flushed. It wasn't... I never said parading. I just didn't think it was proper what was going on. That's all. Are you trying to make something out of this, Mr. Weaver? I thought you were trying to help us. I thought you were on our side. I'm on Hannah's side, I said. And Claire's. I don't think I know yet who else is to be on. Chapter 45. Shortly after leaving the Skillings house, I pulled into Iggy's parking lot. I wasn't here to ask any more questions. I had a call to make, and possibly some notes, and didn't want to do it sitting in the car. And I was hungry. As I headed in, I walked past two parked motorcycles that at a glance looked like the ones that belonged to the two bikers who'd been rousted by Quinn and Ramsey that night in front of Patchett's, after Roman had bonked me in the head. Once I was inside, I spotted them sitting next to the window, chowing down on burgers, fries, and onion rings. They each had a soda in a cup that looked bigger than the gas tanks on their bikes. They both looked to be in their 40s, short hair. Not the kind of long locks one might expect on some Hell's Angels wannabes, and both carried about 40 pounds more than they should have. At the counter, I ordered a chicken sandwich and a Coke, then took a table where I could see them and their bikes outside. I got out my notebook and wrote down their license plates. I took a bite out of my sandwich, got out my cell, and put in a call to Barb at Hooper's office. "Oh, yeah, hi," she said. "I've been waiting for your call. You need some info on Dennis?" "Dennis Malavey, that's right." "Okay, hang on. I just had it on my desk here, and then... here it is. So, are you hiring him or something? I've got his birth date here, September 17th, 1995. I don't know if I can give you his social security number. Mainly, I'm just looking for a way to get in touch with him." "Okay, I've got a cell number." I scribbled it down as she read it off. "And his address. Okay, it's sort of Rochester, but it's actually northeast. A dot on the map called Hilton." She gave me a mailing address and a home number. "This Hilton address, that's his parents' place?" I asked. "His dad," Barb said. "Far as I know, anyway. I think he said his mother died years ago and he lives with his dad, or did when he wasn't working for us. But I don't know if it's going to do you any good." "What do you mean?" "I mean, if you are trying to get a hold of him for a job, good luck. We've still got one last paycheck for him, and I was going to send it to his dad's address, but I called him first to make sure, and he said he didn't know where Dennis is. And when we call his cell, it just goes to message. Doesn't he have a girlfriend in Griffin? Maybe she'd know where I could find him." You talking about Claire? Barb asked. I think that was her name. Claire Sanders. That's the mayor's kid, you know. I don't have a number for her, but of course he would. Just call the town hall. He's pretty approachable. Dennis, he was crazy about that girl. At least he seemed to be just before he bailed on us. Thanks for all this, I said. No problem. Look, if you see him, tell him Barb said hi. I still like the kid, even if the boss would like to wring his neck for taking off so quick. Will do, I said. I ended the call and put the phone down on the table. Took a bite of my sandwich. Watched the two bikers continue to eat their lunch. I tried the cell phone number Barb had given me for Dennis. It went straight to message. I decided not to leave one. I watched the bikers some more. When the Griffin police abused their authority by running people out of town, it didn't mean those people were total innocents. Maybe these bikers were trouble. Maybe they'd ridden up to Griffin to make a few sales. I hadn't shown much fear when it came to questioning Scott's contemporaries. I'd always figured he'd gotten the ecstasy from one of his friends, but I suppose it was possible he'd gotten it from a couple of guys like these. Maybe Scott had been to Patchett's one night and bought something off one or the other of them, although Phyllis Pierce had suggested kids like Scott who really looked too young were given the boot, which explained why Scott preferred house parties and rooftops for getting drunk and high. These two bikers were certainly more formidable looking than the young guys I'd been putting the fear of God into, the young men I'd bullied and terrorized. But these bikers, for all I knew, could be armed. Hey, Mr. Weaver. It was Sal, the manager who'd been here the night I looked at the surveillance video. He was standing by my table, looking down and smiling. Hey, Sal, I said. I thought you worked nights. I'm filling in for the day guy who's sick. Hope it's nothing he ate, I said. Sal gave me a reproachful look. Don't even joke. Sorry, I said. You got a minute? When he nodded, I waved my hand, inviting him to take the seat opposite me. I hope you got what you needed the other night, he said. You were looking for someone? Yeah, that's kind of ongoing. I don't want you to look around, but there are two biker types sitting over that way. Sal turned his head anyway. Oh, sorry, I just couldn't help it. I'm not used to your line of work. Those two come in often? He shrugged. I've seen them before, sometimes at night, maybe once a week. What do you know about them? I don't know that much. They just like riding around on their hogs. You ever do any business here? Maybe not right here in the restaurant, but out in the parking lot? His eyes narrowed. What kind of business? You talking drugs? I nodded. He grinned. Next time you're at your computer, Google Pilkins, Gilmore, and State Lottery. Oh, and add the word gay in there. You'll probably find a story about them. If you know what I'll find, save me the trouble. I'll buy a milkshake. They're one of those same-sex couples. They won the state lottery a couple of years back, quit their jobs, bought some bikes, and they just wander around all the time. First time they came in, I recognized them from seeing them on the news. So they're not dealing. He chuckled. If you had, like, $6 million in the bank, would you risk all that selling dope to kids in Griffin? I called up the map app on my phone and found Hilton. I figured I could drive there in about an hour and a half. Normally, going to the Rochester area, I'd head south and pick up I-90 and take it east. But Hilton was on the north side of Rochester, and it looked as though I'd make just as good time going northeast and taking Lake Road, which would turn into the Roosevelt Highway, and finally the Lake Ontario State Parkway. Slower roads, more stops, but a more scenic route to be sure. I called Donna. I'm heading Rochester way. Not sure when I'll be home. Okay. Donna often didn't ask where I was going. She knew my work could take me almost anywhere unexpectedly. I didn't say anything for a couple of seconds. Cal, she said. You there? We should go away, I said. What? We should take a trip. Take a trip where? I don't know. Where would you like to go? I have no idea, she said. What about Spain? She half laughed. Why would you say Spain? It was the first place I thought of. We could do Australia. Just because we go to the other side of the world doesn't mean everything will be okay, Donna said. You said something when we had our midnight breakfast, I said. You said we'll never be happy again. Cal, I'm sorry. No, wait. You said we'll never be happy again, but maybe we could be happier? I felt a lump forming in my throat. I want to be happier. I would settle for that for now. Now the silence came from the other end of the line. I waited a few seconds before saying her name. I'm here, she said. Another pause, then, San Francisco. What? I'd like to ride on a cable car. I want to stand on the side holding on. That's what I want to do. Then that's what we'll do. When? I think, and I could be wrong, but I think I'm getting somewhere trying to find Claire. When this is wrapped up, we'll do it. If you can get the time off. I can get the time off, Donna said. You can start looking up hotels and stuff when you get off, I said. Okay. Maybe one of those small boutique hotels. Okay. Each time she said the word, she sounded more sad. She said, I won't be able to not think of him. I know. Neither will I. I want to think about him. I just don't want to think about him falling. I could never stop thinking about Scott falling. Chapter 46. Driving north out of Griffin, I thought I saw the car again in my rearview mirror. That silver Hyundai with the tinted windows. But once I got out of the downtown area and the buildings began to thin, the car took a hard right and disappeared. It took me a full 2 hours to find Dennis Molavy's house in the village of Hilton. There were still some signs up, coming into the village, advertising the annual Apple Festival a couple of weeks back. There was a cool breeze coming in off Lake Ontario as I mounted the steps of the one-story red brick house. There was a rusted green Ford Explorer from the last century in the driveway. I rang the bell and waited. Seconds later, a tall, very thin black man in neatly creased white khakis and a red pullover Gap shirt opened the door. His short hair was gray, and a pair of reading glasses were perched on his nose. I put his age at late 60s, early 70s. Retired, no doubt, given that he was home in the middle of the afternoon. Yep, he said. Mr. Molavy? That's right, he said. Doug Molavy. My name is Cal Weaver. I got out my license, held it in front of him, gave him enough time to get a good look at it. You're a private eye, he said. I am. What brings a fellow like you to my door? I was hoping to have a word with your son, Dennis. Dennis isn't here, he said. When might you be expecting him? The man shrugged. He doesn't live here. Would you have an address for him? Nope. I smiled. If you wanted to get in touch with him, how would you go about that? I guess I'd call his cell. His cell doesn't answer. That's been my experience, and it's also been the experience of his former employer. Maybe he's in a place where you can't get a good signal, Doug Molavy said. I leaned into the railing that ran down the side of the steps. Can we speak plainly, Mr. Molavy? I wouldn't have it any other way, he said. I'm trying to find Claire Sanders, a girl from Griffin. Her father's the mayor there. Your son was going out with her, might still be, for all I know. Claire's disappeared, and I'm hoping your son might have information that would lead me to her. It's even possible they're together. I wish I could help you. The thing is, Mr. Molavy, Claire went to some lengths to slip away without anyone following her. She had help from a girl named Hannah Radomski, and that girl's now dead. That caught his attention. What happened to her? She was murdered. Around the same time that Claire vanished. I think Claire took off with Dennis. She got into an old Volvo station wagon driven by someone matching your son's description. Does your son have a car like that? I'm not sure what kind of... Mr. Malavy, please. You and I both know no son gets a car without his father's input and guidance. So you've as much as admitted that's your son's car. I don't have any reason to believe Claire or your son had anything to do with that girl's death, but I'm willing to bet one or both of them know something that could have some bearing on it. And if Hannah Radomski's murder is tied into Claire's disappearance, it may very well mean that Claire's in danger. If Claire's in danger and your son is with her, then your son is also... I really don't think... I talked over him, is also at risk. So if you have any idea where your son is, you'd be well advised to tell me. Doug Malavy, lips together, ran his tongue over his teeth. His lips parted and he said, "That's horrible about that girl. Just horrible." "Help me," I said quietly. He opened his mouth and said, "I don't know you, Mr. Weaver. I don't know who you are. I don't know anything about you. I don't know whose interests you really represent. I don't know if I asked who you're working for that you'd give me an honest answer. So I'm afraid I don't have anything to say to you." I bowed my head wearily, then looked the man in the eye. "I don't mean your son any harm. I'm trying to keep him and Claire out of trouble. What is it you're afraid of? What is it your son is hiding from?" "I'm afraid these are questions I can't answer. Maybe in time you'll be someone I come to trust." "Others might come with the same questions," I told him. "You think you're the first?" he said, and came close to a smile. "Who else has been here?" "You think if I wouldn't talk to the police, I'm going to talk to you?" "The police have been here?" I asked. "Which police? State? Griffin?" He waved his hand like he didn't give a damn. "Someone came around looking for Dennis. Said he'd done some things I know aren't true, that he stole from people's houses when he was cutting their lawns and they were away. That's bullshit. I sent him on his way." "It must have been a Griffin cop," I said. "Did you get a name? When was this?" Malavy ran a hand over the crown of his head. "You know, I used to work for Kodak. Retired 10 years ago. My wife, Danny's mom, passed away 2 weeks after I stopped working." He looked off in the direction of Lake Ontario, although we couldn't see it from here. "I'm glad I wasn't there at Kodak for the end, when it ceased to be, what with people no longer needing film. There's a phrase I used to say there. Maybe it wouldn't be so applicable these days, what with everything being digital and all. But whenever someone asked me what was going to happen next, I used to say, I guess we'll see what develops. I guess we'll see what develops, Mr. Weaver. But in the meantime, I have nothing to say to you." "I'm not the enemy," I said. "Would the enemy say he was?" Doug Malavy shot back. "No," I said. "He wouldn't." I handed him one of my business cards, and to my surprise, he accepted it. He called out to me as I walked back to the car. "Mr. Weaver." I turned. "Yes?" "Dennis is a good kid." "I hope he's more than that," I said. "I hope he's smart. Because it looks like he's not just responsible for his own safety. He's responsible for Claire Sanders, too. I hope I don't have to come back here and tell you something happened to her, or to your son, and that you could have told me something that would have prevented it." I continued on my way and didn't look back. On the drive back to Griffin, Donna called me to say she'd be home late, probably around 9. If we were really going to try to go away, there was a lot of work she had to get ahead on. She figured she'd stay late today, a Friday, and Monday, so that whoever had to do her job in her absence wouldn't make a complete mess of it. I suggested that when she got home, we order a pizza. No argument. I told her I probably wouldn't make it home much before she did, and that turned out to be true. When I pulled into the driveway at 6:45, her car wasn't there. It was dusk, and the streetlights had come on. I felt I'd done about as much as I could today. I was running on empty. I would make a few calls from home tonight, see if I could find out anything about Dennis Malavy online. Maybe I could track down a Facebook page for him, find out who some of his friends were. If I got lucky, some of them might be right here in Griffin. If I had the energy later in the evening, I'd go looking for them. A lot of maybes. Everything depended on my being able to stay awake once I went through the front door. I felt a faceplant on the couch coming on. And then it occurred to me I really owed Bert Sanders a call. If I were him, I'd be waiting by the phone, hoping to hear something, anything. That would be the first thing I'd do. No, the second. The first thing I was going to do was get a beer from the fridge. I put the car in park, took out the key, and sat there for the better part of 10 seconds, decompressing. Finally, I opened the door, got out. Behind me, someone said, "Mr. Weaver?" I turned around, saw the baseball bat a millisecond before it connected, catching me at the back of the neck just below my skull. Then things got really bad. Chapter 47. I didn't black out completely. I was pretty fuzzy at first, no doubt about it. But I could hear things, like when you're having an afternoon nap on the couch, but are still distantly aware of things going on in the house around you. I heard someone say, "Fucker." Second voice said, "Got him good." Male voices. After I hit the driveway, I slapped my palms onto the asphalt and woozily tried to push myself up. But a sharp kick to my side hindered my efforts, knocking the wind out of me. I dropped and rolled over onto my side. I could hear pitiful moaning. That was me. I opened my eyes, saw them looking down on me like a couple of skyscrapers. Hard to judge how tall they were from my vantage point. They could have been 5'1" and still looked like giants. Stocky builds, thick arms. Their faces remained a mystery. They wore ski masks, so all I could see was their eyes and mouths. One wore a red mask with knitted snowflakes on it, while the other had pulled a solid blue one down over his face. Red Mask said, "How do you like it, huh? You like that?" Blue Mask said, "You better check and see if he's got a gun on him." Red Mask said, "Shit, yeah, okay." He dropped to his knees, patted me down. "Nothing," he said. Just as well I'd decided not to carry the Glock today. I stood a chance of surviving a beating, but a shot to the head was a lot harder to recover from. I made an unsuccessful attempt to punch Red in the face, but he deflected the blow. Then I went for his mask, trying to slip my fingers under the bottom edge. Stubble under his chin rubbed against my fingers like sandpaper. "Fuck off," he said, ripping my arm away and hitting me backhanded on the cheek. "Sit on him," said Blue. "Hold him down." I was straddled. He grabbed my wrists and with his weight pinned them to the pavement. Then I heard the unmistakable sound of duct tape being torn off a roll. Next thing I felt was tape being wound around my ankles, binding my legs together. "Hold him." "I've got him. Work fast before someone comes." Blue moved up by my head. While his partner crossed my wrists, Blue taped them together. He wound the tape around half a dozen times, did a pretty good job of it. What he hadn't thought of was, when I brought my arms down, my wrists would be in front of me. That was a lot better than having them bound behind my back. He tore off a couple more strips and slapped them over my mouth. "Okay, asshole, stand up." They had to help me to my feet, then bent me over the hood of my car so all I could see was metal. Blue held me there while Red ran off. Seconds later, I heard a car start up, then the whining noise of a car backing up speedily. I managed to turn my head enough to see the car back in right behind me. I couldn't see what make it was. A trunk popped open. Red jumped out of the car, and with Blue's help, they hauled me off the hood and turned me around. Suddenly, I raised my arms in front of me, wrists still crossed, and attempted to bat Blue across the head. Got him, too, but not hard enough to hurt him. That was when he got the roll of tape again, making several turns around me at waist height, pinning my arms down. Shit. They shuffled me over to the back of their car, the trunk yawning open to receive me. "Yeah. See how you like it," Blue said. The two of them loaded me in. I lay on my side, looking up. "The fun's just beginning," said Red. And then everything went dark. I heard some muffled chatter through the trunk lid, then both doors opening and closing. We shot out of the driveway like a sprinter coming out of the blocks. I was tossed around, hit my head. The car accelerated, made several turns, and within 5 minutes we were traveling steadily at what I guessed to be 60 or more miles per hour. We were on a highway, most likely the Robert Moses, but heading where, I could only guess at this point. The dumbasses had searched me for a gun, but they hadn't grabbed my phone, which told me I wasn't exactly dealing with professionals. Although I had to concede, they'd been smart enough to get the drop on me. My cell was still tucked way down in my inside jacket pocket, but it was of little use to me now. I couldn't get at it, and even if it somehow slipped out and landed on the floor of the trunk, I was going to have a hard time manipulating it. Most cars made in the last few years are equipped with an escape latch in the trunk that can be pulled from the inside. I'm not sure the manufacturers were thinking primarily of kidnap victims. They just wanted kids who'd accidentally locked themselves in a trunk to be able to get out before they suffocated. I didn't know how recent this car was or whether it had such a latch, and even if it did, I didn't know where it was located. If I could untie myself, I could start padding around trying to find it. I couldn't exactly roll out while the car was moving, but someone traveling behind us might see the trunk pop up, spot me in here, and call the cops. Failing that, maybe I could get myself into position, wait until the car stopped and they opened the trunk, and see if I could drive my heels into the face of one of these sons of bitches. The tires hummed on the pavement below me, the noise much more audible than if I had been behind the wheel. There was a rhythmic thunk as we drove over pavement seams. But then the sound changed, became more hollow. We were crossing a bridge. Then we were back on solid pavement. I didn't know where we were going, but I had an inkling. I also had an idea who my two kidnappers were. They were my chickens, coming home to roost. The car slowed, turned, sped up, turned again. We were off the highway and had been traveling for about 20 minutes. My cell rang. I felt it vibrating against my chest. There wasn't a damn thing I could do about it. I wondered if the phone's ring could be heard inside the car, whether it would prompt them to pull over, pop the trunk, and take it away from me. But I could detect a lot of muffled chatting in the two front seats, and when they didn't pull over, I figured they hadn't heard it. I was still struggling with the tape, and while I felt like I was making headway, I wasn't making it fast enough. If I could free my wrists first, I could remove the rest of the tape in seconds. If I could break the tape wrapped around me, I could get my hands to my mouth, peel off that tape, and bite my way through the tape that held my wrists. The car slowed. We were on gravel now, rubber crunching on stone. I continued to shift and flex my arms. My body was soaked with sweat. Some of it had run into my eyes and stung like hell. The car stopped, and the engine died. The two doors opened and slammed shut. "This place is good," one said. "I like it." "Put your mask back on." "Oh, yeah." Although the engine was now off, I could hear something. A dull kind of roar, not traffic on a nearby highway, something else. Something not far away. I made one last effort to break the tape wrapped around my body. No joy. The trunk popped open. A hand slipped under the edge to swing it wide. Red and Blue stood there, looking in on me. "He almost got loose," Blue said. "I'll get the roll." He was gone 10 seconds. When he returned, the two of them swung my legs out over the bumper, then sat me up, my butt still parked on the trunk floor. Red ran more tape around my body, then added more to my wrists. Once that was done, they hauled me out of the trunk and stood me up. We were in a wooded area, maybe a park. I blinked a couple of times, having spent the better part of half an hour in the pitch-dark trunk. I recognized where we were. I had been here a couple of nights ago. It all made sense now. I knew what that roar in the background was. Water. Millions upon millions of gallons of it. Moving. Very, very quickly. A river. The Niagara River. Just a short distance upstream from the falls. You're gonna have to hop, Blue Mask said. Either that or we're gonna have to drag you to the railing. Let's just drag him, Red Mask said. Hopping's gonna take for fucking ever. And that's exactly what they decided to do. They each grabbed me under an arm and hauled me toward the river. Chapter 48. I've been thinking, the woman says, having unlocked the door and entered the man's room. About what? He says, groggily. He is on the bed, covers pulled back, an open magazine on his chest. He'd fallen asleep reading. He sleeps more and more these days. Maybe it would be a good thing for you to get some fresh air. He looks at her warily. Are you serious? Of course. You've been cooped up in here so long. I don't even know how long it is anymore. The time does kind of fly by, the woman says. It seems like only yesterday. I'd love to sit on the porch. Could I sit on the porch? Oh, I was thinking of something much better than that. I was thinking that we could go for a drive. Not just you and me, but all three of us. He sits up, swings his legs over the side of the bed. Where would we go? Where would you like to go? I don't even know. Just getting out of the house. That'd be so wonderful. Just to go for a drive and... You know what I'd love to do? What? I'd love to go for an ice cream. He frowns. But I guess we can't go any place where I'll be seen. I don't know that we need to worry about that. If you could get some ice cream, what kind would you get? The man thinks. I guess chocolate. I'd get chocolate. You could have more than one flavor, you know. You could get a big bowl of it. You could have 2 or 3 kinds. He looks like a child who's been promised a trip to Santa's village. What other flavors are there? She laughs. Where to begin? There are so many. Jamocha almond fudge, strawberry, heavenly hash. They have ice creams with crumbled up candy bar in them. They do? Cookies, too. He shakes his head like it's all too much. Chocolate. That's all I want. If I can have 3 scoops, I'd want them all to be chocolate. It's settled then, she says. When is this going to happen? He asks. Soon. Very soon. There are just a couple of things to work out. The man smiles. It takes a lot out of him. The muscles that are employed to make a person smile have not been used by the man in some time. You've made my day. That's great news. He puts his hands together. I can almost taste the ice cream on my tongue. You just keep thinking about that, the woman says, as she retreats from the room and relocks the door. Chapter 49. I put up as much fight as I could. I writhed and twisted and kicked and made a general pain in the ass of myself. Trouble was, even if I could break free, they still had my ankles bound. I wasn't going to be able to make a run for it. Best I could hope to do was delay the inevitable. At one point, Red lost his grip on me and I tumbled to one side. Blue couldn't hold me alone and I hit the dirt path. Dickwad, Blue said. I wasn't sure whether he was addressing me or his partner. I looked back where the car was parked. A red Civic. I was expecting a silver Hyundai, thinking that whoever had been following me around had to be these two. They got their hands under my arms again and dragged. I could see where I'd been, but not where I was going. I forced my heels down into the dirt, trying to create more resistance. The roar of the water grew louder. Then they stopped, hoisted me, spun me around, and pushed. Jesus. They scared the living shit out of me. They threw me right up against the railing, bars pressing into my knees and chest. Below and ahead of me, the rushing waters of the Niagara River. The sound was nearly deafening. They both got behind me, pinning me to the railing. Red put his mouth to my ear and said, "Pretty fucking scary, isn't it?" I nodded. Then it was Blue's turn. I could feel his breath on the side of my face. "You know what someone once told me?" I waited. "Some asshole once told me that unless you're going over in a barrel, and even then your chances aren't good, you're pretty much fucked. You might try to grab onto a rock before you get to the edge, but you'd hit it so hard, it'd probably kill you anyway." He said to Red, "What do you think?" "I guess now's as good a time as any." Together they knelt down, grabbed me behind the knees, and lifted. I made a hell of a noise of protest behind the tape. I forced my hands, bound together in front of me, up slightly, just enough to catch under the uppermost railing. "Let go!" one of them shouted at me. I hugged the railing as hard as I could. They dropped me a few inches and tried to hoist me up again, but I managed to do the same thing again. The water sounded like a low-flying 747. "Fuck," Red said. They put my feet back on the ground. "Turn him around," Blue said. "We'll send him over on his back." But this time, as they bent down, I pitched myself forward. I hit the ground and rolled. "God damn it!" They came at me from either side, corralled me, and hauled me back onto my feet one more time. "Okay," said Blue. "This time we just keep hanging on to his arms and lift him over." "Asshole!" Seconds later, we were at the railing again, my back pressed against it. But because the railing came up to our chests, they couldn't get any leverage with their hands positioned so high on me. "Okay, this isn't working," Blue said. "On 3, we get him around the knees, and again, heave him over." They pulled their hands out from under my arms and quickly got them around my knees. 1, 2... I started bucking and writhing again. 3! My feet came off the ground. With my back to the railing, there was nothing I could even attempt to grab onto. My head and shoulders began leaning out over the railing. I thought of Scott. I guess I've mentioned this already, but it bears repeating now. I'm not a particularly religious guy, but in that moment I thought, maybe I'll see my son again. Maybe not in heaven, but in some kind of ethereal place, some otherworldly dimension. I figured wherever it was, I wouldn't be long getting there. If I wasn't dead before I went over the falls, I'd be dead soon after. I thought of Donna. Wondered if she would ever know what happened to me. Wondered what that would be like, the not knowing. I'd miss her. At least until she came to join Scott and me. I was wondering what it would feel like actually going over. Would you feel that you were falling, or would it be more of a floating sensation? Did you get your name in the history books if you went over as a murder victim? Or did that honor go only to daredevils who went of their own free will? These thoughts and others were flashing through my head at such a speed I can't tell you what exactly I was thinking of when the shot rang out. Just one shot. And then someone yelling, "Put him down." Augie, I figured. Somehow he knew. Maybe he'd been coming by the house just as these two clowns grabbed me. Followed us here. "Shit," said Red. "What the—" Blue said. They didn't just put me down. They threw me onto the ground hard. I rolled over, craned my neck around to get a look. I couldn't make him out at first. It was dark, and the man was silhouetted against the moonlight. But I could see the gun in his hand. "You dumb fucks," he said. "We weren't gonna do it," Blue shouted. "We were just scaring him." "That's right," Red said. "Just wanted to scare the shit out of him." "Didn't look that way to me." He came a few steps closer. Close enough that I could now make out who it was. It wasn't Augie. Almost didn't recognize him with a gun in his hand. Last time I'd seen him, he was wielding a meat cleaver. Chapter 50. Tony Fisk, pointing the gun at my two abductors, said, "Take 'em off." "Huh?" "The masks. Take off the fucking ski masks." Slowly, and clearly with great reluctance, they did as they were told. I was not surprised to see Russell Tapscott and Len Eggleton. I had to hand it to them. The execution of their plan and the near execution of me was certainly fitting. Tapscott I'd threatened to pitch over this very same railing. Eggleton I'd tossed into my trunk, although only for a couple of minutes. Their names had come up when I'd been asking around about kids who might have sold drugs to Scott. They were both a couple of years ahead of him at school, both from well-off families, and despite Brindle's assertion that the Tapscott kid had never been in any trouble, I still believed these two had, in fact, made the occasional sale. But I'd also been satisfied that they'd not sold anything to Scott. Tony, the former Bratz Bratz employee, pointed his gun at Tapscott, waved it in my direction. "Untie him." "Sure." He knelt next to me and started on the tape wrapped around me, picking and tearing at it. That allowed me to reach up and gently pull off the strips that were plastered across my mouth. Tapscott was working on my ankles. When he was done there, I held out my wrists so he could work on them. Once he had me free, he backed away hurriedly, no doubt wondering whether I was going to take my revenge on him right then and there. But I was more consumed with getting the blood flowing to my fingers again. I gave my hands a few shakes, picked off the pieces of tape that were stuck to my clothes, and slowly rose to my feet. I looked at Tony and said, "Thanks." "I don't know whether thanks are in order," he said. I almost let them do it. "Listen, Mr. Weaver," said Eggleton, "we're really, really sorry. Swear to God, we had it all worked out. We were going to hang you over the edge and then pull you back." "It's true," Tapscott said. "We just wanted to give you a taste of your own medicine." I slowly walked over and stood next to Tony. "What do you want to do with him?" he asked me. "Let him go," I said. "What? Are you fucking kidding me?" Tony looked like he'd shoot them if I asked. "Let him go," I said again. "Hold on. I lose my job over a few steaks, and these guys nearly kill you when they walk?" I nodded wearily. "Yeah." "I don't get it," Tony said. "I know." I walked up close to Tapscott and Eggleton. They each took a step back. "It ends here," I said. They nodded so quickly they looked like bobbleheads. "We're real sorry," Tapscott said. "Yeah," said Eggleton. "Like we said, we never—" "Get the hell out of here," I said. Together they ran to the car. Tapscott got behind the wheel, started the Civic, and sprayed gravel with the front tires as they took off. I walked back to Tony, who now had the gun pointed at the ground. "I could use a ride," I said. "And I'd be much obliged if you'd let me buy you a drink." I got in on the passenger side of his silver Hyundai. "You've been following me for what, a day and a half?" "About that," he said. "You need to go to a hospital or anything?" "I hurt. I'd been hit in the gut and the head, and I'd cramped up pretty bad during my time in the trunk." But I didn't have time to spend the night waiting to be looked at in an emergency room. I just downed a handful of Advils when I had the chance. I'm okay, I said. We drove out of the woods. Once we were back on a main road, I spotted a place where we could get a drink. A small bar, neon Schlitz and Genesee signs fuzzily glowing in the window. We slid into a booth, didn't say anything to each other until after we had our drinks in front of us. I know you weren't following me around waiting for the chance to save my life, I said. No, Tony said. What was the plan? He took a long swig of his beer. I'm not sure. I was mad. Sure, I said. You lost your job. If you're expecting me to apologize for that, I'm not going to. I was hired to find out who was stealing from Fritz, and I did. I paused. You took a chance and you lost. Yeah, he said, looking down at the table. But you blamed me. Tony looked up and faced me. Fritz is a prick. A lousy, miserable prick. That may be. What I did, it was to pay myself back for when he docked me because my kid was sick. It wasn't fair, my getting fired for that. You made that happen. I said nothing. I was so pissed. My wife, she's hardly making anything at all. Without me bringing money in, we're totally fucked. All I could think about was I wanted someone to pay for what had happened to me. So you decided to start with me, not Fritz. Tony Fisk shrugged. I thought maybe you were still watching Fritz's place, maybe watching his back. So it made more sense to make you the priority. You bought a gun? That was just... I don't know. You pulled one on me in his office. I needed to be ready for anything that happened. You found out who I was, where I lived. Another swig, another nod. Yeah. Followed you around here and there. Kind of lost track of you this afternoon. Where'd you go? Drove out almost to Rochester. So I was down the street waiting for you to come home, and I noticed there was this other car with those two kids in it, and as soon as you pulled in, they got out. I wondered, what the fuck? What are they going to do? I saw them put you in the trunk and decided to see what was going on. I sipped. You were worried they were going to get to do what you wanted to do. He grimaced. The thing is, I'd had a lot of time to think while I was following you around. At first, yeah, I wanted to get even with you. Not kill you exactly, but something. You know? And the whole time I was following you, I was wondering what it'd be. And then the more I followed you, I wondered what the fuck I was doing. I listened. I mean, what was the point? Suppose I beat the shit out of you. I'd still be out of work. If the cops figured out who did it, then I'd end up in jail. And that'd make things only 1,000 times worse for my wife and kid. By the time I was down the street from your house tonight, I was thinking maybe it was time to do something more useful with my time. I smiled. Yeah, well, I'm grateful you didn't come to that conclusion yesterday. When they shoved you in the trunk, I thought about what I wanted to do and what I should do. Part of me thought, fuck it, it's not my business. But then I thought, maybe I was there for a reason, you know? Go on. Do you believe in that kind of stuff? That things happen for a reason? It was a good question. Any other time I'd been asked something like that, I'd always said no. I didn't believe in fate. I didn't believe in destiny. Things just happen in this world for no rhyme, no reason. But I was undergoing a subtle shift in attitude. If Fritz Brott hadn't hired me to find out who was ripping him off, Tony Fisk wouldn't have been parked down the street from my house tonight. If Fritz Brott hadn't hired me, I might very well be dead. I'm reassessing my position on that, I said. I thought, maybe I'm here because I'm supposed to save your sorry ass. I leaned my glass forward and clinked it against his. You might be right. 'Cause, you know, they might never even have found you. What do you mean? Those two guys? No, Tony said. After they did it and you went over the falls, they might never have found you. I've read a lot about this, about people who've gone over. Some on purpose, some by accident. You think the body will wash up somewhere, right? But some have gone over and they've never ever recovered them. Your wife. Nobody would have ever known what happened to you. I thought about Harry Pierce, taking his boat out one night 7 years ago. Did they ever find him? Would I have ended up wherever he had? Tony wiped the moisture from the outside of his glass with his thumb. I could tell he still had something on his mind. What is it? I asked. I was wondering, if you'd talk to him. Sorry? Would you talk to Fritz? Would you tell him I'm sorry, and then I'll pay him back for the meat I took? Or work a week for free or something like that? He swallowed hard. I was guessing this wasn't easy for him. I need the work. I need the job. Yes, I said. I'll do it. His eyebrows shot up. Seriously? Yeah. I don't think he'll change his mind, but I'll do it. Thanks, man, Tony said. Let me ask you something. Sure. Why'd you let those kids go? I paused. If I press charges, I'm going to have to testify. And that means I'm going to have to come clean on stuff I've done. His eyes narrowed. So you ain't so lily-white neither. No, I said. Tony's head went up and down slowly, and he smiled. Another reason, and I'm not saying this was the only one, I didn't try anything with you, is you've got someone watching your back. Although I think I'd have a word with him. He should have been watching you tonight. What are you talking about? The guy in the black pickup. He was keeping an eye on you today. But he's good. He was able to stay way back where you'd never ever see him. What'd you do? You tell him where you were going to be? You get a good look at the driver? I asked. Tony shook his head. Wait, so he's not watching out for you? Describe the truck. Just a black pickup. Dark, anyway. Tinted windows. Might have been blue. Plate number? Nope. Never made note of that. He grinned. So, is there anyone who hasn't been following you around? Chapter 51. On the way back to Griffin, I got out my phone. It had rung once while I was tied up in the trunk. I had one message. Hey, Cal. Augie. Call me when you get a minute. He could wait. I tried to give Tony some cash when we got back to my house. It was a feeble gesture, I know. Kind of, hey, you saved my life, here's $40. I had my wallet out, ready to give him the 220s that were in there, but he refused. Think of it as gas money, I said. No, he said. Just do that thing for me. Okay, I said. But it'll have to be in person. I can't do it over the phone. So it might be a couple of days. I've got some other things to wrap up. Tony nodded his understanding. As he drove off, I glanced down the street and saw Donna's car turn the corner. I waited, watched her pull into the drive, moved over by her door, pulled it open for her. Hey, she said. Did you order the pizza? Not yet, I said. What have you been doing? I'm starving. This and that, I said. What the hell have you done to your clothes? You been playing football or something? Rather than answer, I pulled her into my arms and held her tight. What's going on? She said, her voice suddenly full of worry. Tell me everything's okay. You remember what you said the other night? I agreed with you, but now I'm not so sure. What, Cal? What are you talking about? Right now, at this very moment. I'm happy. She buried her face in my chest and wept. Donna had questions. She saw the bruise on my face, the handful of painkillers I swallowed, the way I winced when I moved certain ways. I had a run-in with someone, I told her. No big deal, I grinned. You should see the other guy. You don't want me to know, she said. I smiled. I couldn't tell her what had really happened. She couldn't know how close she had come to losing me. Not now. Maybe not ever. She ordered the pizza. While we waited, she said, I'm going to start researching the trip tonight. If I find something, should I go ahead and book it? Give me a week to wrap things up. Anytime after that. Okay. The pizza took 40 minutes to arrive. We opened a bottle of Pinot Grigio. After dinner, she worked for a while on her charcoal sketches of Scott. Took 3 of them out back onto the deck, held them at arm's length, and gave them a shot of the fixative. She spread the drawings on the kitchen table after. They're good, I said. She was silent for a moment. I haven't got it yet. I have to do this. I want to get it right. Before we go away. I didn't say anything. Enough for now, she said. Where's the laptop? I've got work to do. Even though Augie had called, it was Bert Sanders I phoned when I went to my office. God, what's going on? He asked. I've been waiting to hear from you. If I'd found Claire, I'd have called, believe me. Did you find out anything? The mayor said no. Not much, and I don't know who else to call. Nobody knows where she might have gone, but Dennis's name came up a few times. Yeah, I went to see his father today. He's not talking. The call waiting beeped. I have to go, I told him. If I hear anything, I'll call. But I'll call. I hit the button thinking I might have waited too long, that I'd lost the other caller. Hello? Jesus. You don't return messages? Augustus Perry. I said you were next on my list. Yeah, sure, I believe you, Augie said. I talked to Quinn. Got his ass down here. And? He denies it. Which part? Quinn says he never told Officers Brindle and Haynes to take your car in. Somebody's lying, I said. Thank you, Cal, Augie said. You're good at this. Have you talked to Brindle and Haynes? Can't raise either of them. Haynes is off sick. So you've only talked to Quinn. You believe him? Augie hesitated. I don't know. I've never been high on him. Something about the guy. Don't know what it is. But someone wanted your car brought in. I want to know whose decision it was. It wasn't touched, I said. Everything was in its place. Where have you been? Looking for Claire? Augie grunted. When you're talking to Bert, tell him I said he could kiss my ass. You should have called earlier. I just got off the phone with him. You'll have to call him yourself. Augie hung up without saying goodbye. I sat there thinking. Why would someone take my car in if they didn't want to search it? Something Tony had said to me at the bar popped into my head. The guy in the black pickup. He was keeping an eye on you today. But he's good. He was able to stay way back where you'd never, ever see him. What'd you do? You tell him where you were going to be? I got out of my chair and went back down to the kitchen. Donna looked up from the laptop. What about walking the Golden Gate Bridge? You up for that? I breezed through. Sure. I grabbed my car keys, went outside, hit the unlock button. Interior lights came on as I opened the trunk and all 4 doors, like I was getting ready to vacuum it. Then I stepped back and stared at the car, looking for anything that seemed different. My sunglasses were still in the storage compartment in front of the console shift. The cord I used to recharge my phone off the cigarette lighter was there. The wig Hannah wore was on the floor of the back seat. I looked in the trunk. All my stuff appeared to be in order. I got down on my knees by the right front tire and felt inside the fenders. If someone were going to attach a GPS device, this would be a good spot. It could be fitted with a magnet that would allow someone to reach under and attach it to a car in seconds. I reached into all the wheel wells, felt around. Nothing. It would have been easy to slap on a tracking device under a fender without hauling the car into the garage. So maybe one had been tucked away in a much better hiding spot. Coming up to the open driver's side door, I got on my knees and reached in under the seat. I ran my hand over the carpet, then reached up into the springs of the upholstery. Donna had come outside and was watching me. "It's always the last place you look," she said. "Yeah." "What exactly did you lose?" "Nothing," I said. I'd gone back to the open trunk. Could someone put a tracking device right into a spare tire? It was tucked away under the trunk floor. I cleared things out of the way enough to lift up the access hatch and get a look at the spare. Without X-ray vision, I really couldn't tell, but it struck me as unlikely. Suppose I got a flat and had to put on the spare. The tracker would be spun to death. It'd throw the wheel off balance. I thought about that scene in The French Connection where they dismantled that Lincoln Mark III, searching for heroin, finally finding drugs in the rocker panels that stretched along the frame beneath the doors. That was the one thing I never figured out in that movie. How'd they put the car back together so quickly and so perfectly before they returned it to the unsuspecting Frenchman? Had they replaced the car with an exact duplicate? And if so, how did they get one that fast? And did the NYPD really have the money to buy replacement Lincolns? I went around to the open front passenger door, looked at the rocker panel. If someone had ripped out the plastic molding and bored into the metal with a jackhammer, surely there'd be some evidence. I ran my hand along the top and felt nothing out of the ordinary. Maybe I was being paranoid. I stepped back from the car again and stared. Donna stood and stared as well. I looked at the wig. Something about the wig. When I'd been with Sean and found it, I tossed it into the back seat of the car. But now the wig was on the floor. Nothing else in the car appeared to have been touched. Of course, the wig could have just fallen off the seat. But it got me thinking that there was another spot worth searching. I got into the car, tossed the wig to the other side of the center hump, and put my knees on the floor so I could dig my fingers into the crack between the seat and back cushions, like I was looking for lost change in a couch. I moved my fingers across the entire width of the seat and found nothing. So I reached deeper into the crack with both hands, got hold of the seat cushion from the inside, and tugged. The entire seat tipped forward, revealing the car's frame and various wires snaking their way back toward the rear taillights. And something else. A GPS transmitter, held in place on the frame with a strip of duct tape. I ripped it off, freed the transmitter, and got out of the car holding it delicately in both hands. A small red light pulsed silently at one end. "What is that?" Donna asked, standing now by the open front door on the passenger side. "GPS," I said. "So someone knows where I am at all times. So they don't have to follow close." She blinked. "Who put that in there?" "That's a good question," I said, holding the device and studying it as though it were some ancient artifact. Donna glanced down at the rocker panel I'd just been investigating. At least that's what I thought she was looking at. She reached down between the door sill and the passenger seat, grabbed hold of something, and held it up for me to see. "You've been looking for your phone?" she asked. I put the GPS device on the roof of the Honda and patted my jacket for my phone. I felt it, but reached in to be sure and withdrew it. "I have my phone," I said. "Well, this isn't mine," Donna said. "Son of a bitch," I said. Chapter 52. Donna handed me the phone. It was the same type as mine. I tried turning it on, but the battery was dead. Assuming it belonged to the person I figured it belonged to, it had been sitting in my car for a couple of days. Even before it had run out of power, I wouldn't have heard it because the switch on the side had been set on mute. "Whose is it?" Donna asked. "I'm guessing Claire's," I said. She had it on her knee before she got out of the car. Even if she realized pretty soon that she'd lost it, once Hannah had come out, she could hardly run back out to my car to get it, not with Hannah inside. I wouldn't have to wait for it to fully recharge to see what clues it might hold. All I had to do was plug it into my charger in the kitchen. "What are you going to do with this?" Donna asked, pointing to the GPS on the roof. "For now," I said, "I'll just leave it on and keep it in the car." "You're not going to turn it off? Smash it? Do something to it?" "Not yet. I don't want whoever put it there to know I found it," I said. I tucked it under the passenger seat, closed up the car, and locked it. "Let's go see what's on this baby." We went back into the house. On the kitchen counter by the phone was my charger. I plugged it into the receptacle at the base of the phone. The screen lit up, showing a battery icon completely drained of power. "It might take a minute," I said, given that it was totally dead. It took half that long. If the phone had any kind of password lock on it to keep others from using it, it hadn't been engaged. Given that the phone was tethered to an outlet, I read it leaning over, my elbows on the kitchen counter. A screen full of apps and icons appeared. It immediately showed that Claire had missed countless phone calls and that she had several voicemail messages. I was betting most of those were from her parents, wondering where she was. I might have some trouble retrieving the voicemails since I didn't know Claire's 4-digit password, but I would need a password to check her text messages. I went straight to the green box with the cartoon word bubble on it, and messages underneath, and tapped the touch screen, which was lightly smeared with makeup from Claire's cheek. A specific conversation popped out. Within the banner across the top of the screen, the word Roman. Texts in pale gray boxes on the left side of the screen were messages from him, while those in pale blue on the right were Claire's. Donna was huddled next to me, as curious as I was about what we might find. The most recent texts were these. Roman. "So how's it feel, huh?" Roman. "Come on, talk to me." Roman. "I forgive you, let's just get back together." Roman. "I deserve better than this." Claire. "Leave me alone." I scrolled back to some earlier conversations. Roman. "He's not so smart." Roman. "What's he got?" And then a texted photo. Donna said, "If that's what I think it is, for his sake, I hope it's not actual size." I scanned another screen filled with his texts to Claire. She'd responded only twice, both times telling him to leave her alone. I tapped the screen to see who else Claire might have been having chats with. I tapped on Dennis. The last message from him was, "Kay, love you." The one immediately before that from Claire, "Looking for ride, be there soon, I hope." Donna, leaning on the counter next to me, our shoulders touching, said, "Scroll back up a ways. Get it from the beginning." I started to do that and realized their chatter seemed to extend back to the beginning of time. I decided on an arbitrary starting point and started reading. Dennis, miss you too. Claire, really pissed at you, unfriended you on Facebook. Dennis, I know. Will explain everything when I see you. Claire, better. Dennis, I will. Never wanted to leave like that, felt like a shit. Claire, you are a shit. Dennis, told you we'll explain, just have to see you. Claire, things shitty here. Dennis, why? Claire, stupid cops watching me all time, mad at my dad, trying to scare us, dad still in pissing match with Chief. Dennis, no. Claire, question mark. Dennis, maybe not because of dad. Claire, what the fuck? Dennis, looking for me. Claire, cops looking for you? Dennis, yeah. Claire, why? Dennis, can't say now why I ran off sudden. Couldn't explain. Claire, what you do? Dennis, nothing. Claire. So why? Dennis. Can't say now. Have to see you, have to figure out what to do. Claire. Okay, so then come see me. Dennis. Not that simple. Claire. Not getting this. Dennis. Think cops watching you has nothing to do with your dad. Claire. Huh? Dennis. Cops watching you because they think you'll lead them to me. Claire. No way. Dennis. Yeah, so we can meet, but you have to shake cops. Claire. What the fuck did you do? Dennis. Nothing. Claire. So cops following me to get to you because you did nothing? Dennis. Told you we'll explain later. Claire. Have to get back to you. There was a time gap indicated in the message stream. The following day, the conversation resumed. Claire, where are you? Dennis, not at home. Claire, figured that. Where are you now? Dennis, remember Jeremy's cottage, Canoga Springs? Claire, on the lake? Dennis, yeah, it's safe here. Claire, safe from what? Dennis, please, we'll tell you when I see you. Have you figured out way to get away from cops? Claire, Hannah helping me. Have something worked out. Dennis, what plan? Claire, you still have car. Dennis, yes. Claire, we'll phone you when it's the day. Dennis, K. Claire, park it back of Iggy's where no one can see you at 10. Dennis, K. Miss you. Love you so much. Claire, love you too. Another time gap of a few hours. Then, Claire, you there? Dennis, here. Claire, Kay, be there soon. At Patchett's waiting for ride. Sean coming, Hannah in position. Dennis, Kay. Claire, hungry? Dennis, LOL, kinda. Claire, won't have time to get anything at Ig. Dennis, once we get on road. Claire, Kay, I just want to eat you up. Dennis, oh yeah. Claire, shit. Dennis, question mark. Claire, Sean got pulled over. Dennis, what happened? Claire, don't know, black truck watching me. Dennis, can't pick you up there, not safe. Claire, shit. Dennis, hitch it. Claire, looking for ride, be there soon I hope. Dennis, Kay, love you. I said to Donna, laptop. She grabbed it off the kitchen table and set it in front of me. I went to Google Maps and entered Canoga Springs. It's in the Finger Lakes area, I said. Yeah, here we go. On the west side of Cayuga Lake. Couple hours drive, maybe. Not all that far from where Dennis's dad lives. Good place to hide out. You think they're still there? Donna asked. I bet yes. I went to Facebook, back to Claire Sanders' page, entered the name Jeremy to see if she had a friend by that name. I found a Jeremy Finder who lived in Rochester. Then I went to the online phone directory to see if there might be a Finder listed in the Cayuga Lake area, and found an M Finder on North Parker Road. I went back to the map page and found the road. Ta-da! I said, pointing to the screen. I got out my cell and placed a call. Didn't we just talk? Augie said. Why are you looking for Dennis Malavy? Who? Dennis Malavy. I have no idea who that is, he said gruffly. You sent one of your people almost all the way to Rochester to try and find him. I'm drawing a blank here, Cal. I was about to tell him what I'd found in my car, taped to the frame beneath the rear seat, but then held my tongue. He seemed to be playing straight with me lately. He'd gotten me out of a tight fix when I'd been in that interrogation room. He'd brought me up to speed on Quinn. But the Griffin police were looking for Dennis Malavy. And those text messages between Claire and Dennis seemed to confirm that they were following her in hopes that she would lead them to him. Augie knew I was looking for Claire. Why not slap a GPS on my car and let me do the work for his department? Maybe that was why he'd lied to save my ass when Haynes and Brindle had brought me in for threatening Russell Tapscott. Augie needed me out in the field. "You still there?" Augie snapped. "Yeah." "Was there something else?" "Why'd you really lie to get me out of that mess, Augie?" "What? Because I'm family? Or did you need me to do your work for you?" "By God, you're a horse's ass." Augie hung up. When he and I had talked earlier, and he told me Quinn denied telling Brindle and Haynes that the chief wanted my car towed in, I'd brilliantly deduced that someone had to be lying. I'd meant Quinn, or Brindle, or Haynes. I'd left out someone. "You didn't tell my brother about that GPS thing," Donna said. "No," I said. "Slipped my mind." Chapter 53. I decided against leaving right then and there for Canoga Springs, although I contemplated it. I'd be getting there after midnight, and I didn't want to scare Dennis Malavy and Claire Sanders to death. I just wanted to find them. Also, I didn't have an exact address on North Parker Road for the cottage, so I'd need daylight to look for Dennis's old Volvo station wagon. Even though I set my alarm for 5, I was waking up every half hour through the night to look at the clock radio to see what time it was. At 4:30, I decided to just get up. I tried not to disturb Donna, but she was already awake. "It's okay," she said. "You could turn on a light." No, go back to sleep. You can get in another couple of hours before you have to get up for work." "It's Saturday, Sherlock." Still, I left the bedroom lights off and turned on the one in the bathroom only after I had closed the door. I showered and shaved. When I came back out, turning off the light first and figuring I could hunt up what I needed from the dresser in the dark, I realized Donna was not there. The smell of coffee wafted up from the kitchen. I got dressed and went downstairs. Donna was in her blue bathrobe, sitting at the kitchen table, her index finger looped into the handle of a mug. There was a pencil in her other hand and a sketch in front of her. "It's cold," I said. "The furnace not cutting in?" "It's something with the thermostat. If you jiggle it, it comes on. I'm going to have to call somebody. There's 2 slices in the toaster. All you got to do is push it down." I was just going to go and eat some toast. She got up, poured another cup of coffee, and handed it to me, then took some strawberry jam out of the fridge and a jar of peanut butter from the cupboard. We have a vast array of choices. When I shifted over to see what she had been drawing, she cut in front of me and tucked the picture into a folder. "What?" I said. "I don't want you to see that one," she said. "Not till it's finished." Her eyes glistened. "I think this might be the one." I took that comment a couple of ways. Maybe this was turning into the best drawing of Scott she'd ever done, or, if that was the case, this was the sketch that would allow her to move forward, to the next step, whatever that step might actually be. I backed off. "Okay," I said. Once the toast had popped, I slathered jam on one slice and peanut butter on the other. I washed it down with the coffee. "Something that's always troubled me," Donna said, letting the half-sentence just hang there. "What?" I asked. "We loved him," she said. "We loved him unreservedly." "Of course we did. But I don't know if he was lovable," she said softly. "To others. He didn't have a lot of friends." "Donna. He was always... You know what he was like. He had a bit of the tattletale in him." "I know," I said, and forced a smile. "Maybe he was just trying to pull people up to his standards." Her face fell. "What standards were those?" She shook her head. "He destroyed himself." I looked at her across the table from me, unsure what to say or what to do. 2 steps forward, one step back. Sometimes you just run out of gas. I need to go, I said. I opened the garage, even though my car was already on the driveway. I fished out the still-active GPS device from under the front seat and walked into the garage, setting it on a shelf where I kept gardening equipment. Whoever was mining this thing, from whatever location, if they could detect that small a movement, they'd figure I'd just moved the Honda into the garage. While I left the GPS behind, I didn't set off without my Glock. For the drive, I put it into the glove box. When I got to the other side of Buffalo, the sun was coming up, nearly blinding me as I drove due east. I flipped the visor down and slipped on my shades to keep from squinting. One of those Interstate Highway Service centers served as a pit stop for me. Got back in the car with another coffee and a blueberry muffin. Once I'd passed the last of the exits for Rochester, I kept my eye out for the sign for Interchange 41, Waterloo, Clyde. I got off, paid the toll, then went south on 414, taking me past the Seneca Meadows Wetlands Preserve. I stayed on 414 as I bore east into Seneca Falls, then followed it south of town past the Finger Lakes Regional Airport. When I hit Canoga Street, I took it east to 89 through farmland. Finally, I found my way down a narrow road to the shore of Cayuga Lake and North Parker Road. Cayuga was one of the north-south Finger Lakes, a popular place for people across New York State to buy summer properties. Some of the cottages appeared to date back decades, while others weren't cottages at all, but proper homes, no doubt built to replace cabins that were no longer worth fixing up. I traveled slowly down the lane. In a lot of the driveways, there were no cars at all. The summer season was over. Some of the cottages had been boarded up and wouldn't be opened until spring. I drove to the end of the road without seeing the Volvo wagon. I turned around, made the trip back just as slowly in case I'd missed something. The road was littered with leaves, but there were still quite a few clinging to the trees. I got back to where I'd turned onto North Parker, again without seeing the car. It was possible Claire and Dennis had been here but had now moved to another location. I sat there in the car, the engine idling, wondering if I'd wasted my time coming out here. I decided to do one more drive to the end and back. It was on the way down, passing one of the cottages where there appeared to be little life and no car parked outside, that I noticed the smoke. A thin gray wisp of it, drifting up from the chimney. I stopped the car, backed up 30 yards, and turned in. The driveway amounted to 2 ruts with grass growing in the center. I could hear the blades brushing along the underside of the car as I drove down between the trees. The cottage was a simple rectangular box, 1 story, painted dark brown. Beyond it was a separate building at the edge of the water that looked like a place to store a boat, but the big doors on this side suggested a car could just as easily fit inside. I parked, killed the engine, opened the glove box, and took out my Glock. Once I was out of the car, I slipped it into the holster on my belt and pulled my jacket over it. The cottage was still. I didn't think my car had made a lot of noise coming in, and it was possible that whoever was inside was still sleeping. I decided to walk down to the outbuilding first. There were 2 windows set high on the door, and I peered inside. The Volvo was there. Tucked in the way it was, with the door closed, they weren't going to be making any fast getaways. A few steps away from the garage was a wooden dock, and tied to it an aluminum boat, a 14-footer, I guessed, with a small Evinrude outboard motor bolted to the transom. I walked over to the cottage, stepped up onto a deck that faced the lake, and rapped my knuckles on one of the sliding glass doors. There were no curtains drawn across them, so I made my hand into a visor and peered inside. Looked like one big room that was a kitchen and living area with a large television, an older, non-flat screen that looked like it weighed 500 pounds. There were 3 doors facing onto the room, probably 2 bedrooms and a bathroom. What looked like one of the bedroom doors was open. There were dirty dishes in the sink, a pizza box on the dining table. At one end of the main room sat a small stack of firewood, about a foot away from a wood-burning stove, from which a black pipe snaked its way up and out through the roof. I rapped again, a little louder this time, then heard a rustling in the leaves behind me. I whirled around in time to see a young black man, dressed only in blue boxers and a pair of sneakers, leap up the 3 steps to the deck and charge me. I'd been caught off guard the night before, but this time I was ready. He came at me with his right fist, but before he could connect, I had my left arm up to block the blow, and simultaneously drove forward with my right, catching him just below the ribs. I pulled the punch some before it connected. I didn't want to hurt him that bad. He doubled over and stumbled back a couple of steps, but he wasn't done with me. He raised his head and got ready to attack again, but by this time he was looking down the barrel of my Glock. "Whoa," I said. My arm locked into position. The man froze. When I heard the glass door behind me start to slide, I took a few steps to one side so I could keep my eye on the man and still see whoever was at the door. It was Claire, dressed in a pair of panties and a t-shirt. "It's okay, Dennis," she said. "It's Mr. Weaver." Dennis Mullavey looked from Claire to me and back to Claire. I slowly lowered the Glock. "You got coffee?" I asked. Chapter 54. The woman is awakened from a sound sleep. She looks at the clock, sees that it is 5:45 a.m. She grabs the phone next to her bed. "Hello?" "He thought he could outsmart me," her son says. "What are you talking about?" "He found one of them, but he didn't find the other." She throws back the covers and sits up. "What?" "He found the one I put under the back seat, but he didn't find the one I put inside the headrest." "Where are you now?" "I'm on the road. I think he's figured out something. He took off half an hour ago. I've got a good feeling." The woman allows herself nothing more than cautious optimism. Her son's successes are often followed by catastrophic lapses in judgment. Just the other night, he tells her this is the night Claire is going to meet with the boy, but before the night is over, he's been fooled. He loses his temper under the bridge, trying to get the other girl to tell him where Claire has gone. And that software he downloaded to Claire's phone was supposed to allow him to see texts and track her position, but all it did was let him hear her phone calls. But she is willing to concede that the second GPS tracker in Weaver's car was a shrewd move. "Where do you think he's going?" the woman asks. "No idea. But wherever it is, I can find him. He'll never see me in his rear-view mirror." "You know that when and if he finds them, it'll be 3 who know. If we could have just found Dennis and dealt with him. But he'll have told the girl, and they'll tell Weaver." "I know," he says. "You have to let me know, the minute it's done." "I'll let you know. I will. Don't worry, Mom. It's going to be okay." But she's still going ahead with her backup plan. She's going to start moving the boxes to just outside the locked door. Chapter 55. "Why don't you two put some clothes on?" I said to Claire and Dennis. "I'll get the coffee going." The two of them went back into the bedroom. There wasn't a lot to do for the coffee. All they had was a jar of instant. So I plugged in the kettle, cleaned 3 mugs that had been sitting in some gray water in the sink, and looked in the fridge, a hulking thing that had to be from the 1950s, for cream. I found milk. I spooned some instant into each of the cups. When they reappeared, I poured in the water and stirred. Dennis Mullavey looked presentable in jeans and a black tee, but Claire, who was similarly dressed except her tee was blue, had hair sticking out all over the place, like she just walked through some briar bushes to get here. She had a small black notebook clutched in her left hand, but what really caught my eye was the cut, the one thing that was missing from Hannah's hand when she got into my car. It was healing nicely. "I found your phone," I told her as the two of them sat down, and I put the cups in front of them. "Oh, God, I was going crazy trying to find it," she said, placing the notebook on the table. "But you couldn't come back, could you? Once Hannah was in my car." "You've kind of figured it all out, right?" "Pretty much." "You almost found me," she said. "I was in the last stall when you came into the bathroom looking for me. That was about when I realized I'd lost my phone, that it was still in your car. But I couldn't exactly tell Hannah and tell her to get it for me. Didn't matter all that much, though, because once I took off, I wasn't going to use it anyway." I looked at Dennis, who'd also taken a seat. "And you were parked out back, waiting." He nodded slowly, but I could tell he wasn't yet ready to trust me, even though I'd heard Claire, in the bedroom, trying to assure him I was one of the good guys. "What's that?" I asked, nodding at the notebook. "Damned if I know," Dennis said, shaking his head. "Craziest diary ever, I'd say." Before I could examine it, Claire said, "Have you talked to my parents?" "They're worried sick," I told her. Guilt washed over her face. I thought, since they hardly even talked to each other, if I told my dad I was going to see my mom, I could go days without either one of them knowing what was up. "You shouldn't be telling him this," Dennis told her. "He knows, okay?" She looked back at me and rolled her eyes. "I guess Hannah must have told you everything. I mean, once I was gone, it didn't really matter, since I didn't tell her where I was going. And the whole thing worked, because here we are, and other than you, nobody's found us." A chill ran the length of my spine. "Have you talked to anyone since you took off?" I asked her. Claire shook her head. "Nope." I looked at Dennis. "You? You been in touch with your father?" "I'm not talking to you," he said, but added, "He knows I'm okay. He just doesn't know what all's happened. I told him I needed some time to figure it out." "So he didn't have any news for you from Griffin?" I said. "No." I could see concern clouding Claire's face. "What's happened? Has something happened to my dad?" "No," I said. "Your dad's okay." I hadn't wanted to be the one to break this news to the mayor's daughter. I swallowed and said, "Hannah's dead, Claire." Her mouth opened, but no sound came out. "She was murdered. Her body was found under a bridge. She was killed soon after you two pulled your stunt." Claire had her hand over her mouth, but there wasn't a sound coming out of her. "I figured out what the two of you had done, the switch you'd pulled off to keep someone from following you, and I called her on it. She wanted out, tried to get out while my car was moving. She ran, wouldn't let me take her home." I paused. "I'm sorry." The wailing began like a siren, loud and piercing. "Oh, God," she cried, and burst into tears. "Oh, God, oh, God." Dennis looked stunned and tried to take Claire into his arms, but she shoved him away. "Leave me alone," she screamed. "Leave me the fuck alone." She slid the glass door open, went outside without closing it behind her, and ran toward the lake. Dennis kicked back his chair and started after her, but I caught up to him and put a hand on his shoulder. "No, you've done enough," I said. "What's that supposed to mean?" "We've all got baggage where Hannah's concerned, but it's starting to look like none of this would have happened if you hadn't made it so damn important for Claire to sneak away to shack up with you here." Even as I said it, I regretted it. I knew there was more going on here than teenage lust, but I was so damned angry. Angry that I'd ever been dragged into this, angry at all the heartache and misery that stemmed from the stunt they'd pulled, angry about Hannah. "You think that's what this is all about?" Dennis shouted. "Really? Then maybe you should tell me. Why the hell did you leave Griffin? What the hell happened? Why are the cops looking for you?" He turned away. "Shit," he said under his breath. "If you don't want to trust me, then I don't know who else you're going to find," I said. "I can help you. Is that why you're hiding out here? Trying to figure out what to do next? How long are you going to stay? A week? A month? A year? What's the plan, Dennis?" I glanced back toward the lake. Claire was standing at the end of the dock, staring out into the lake. It made me nervous, seeing her there, knowing how unsettled she had to be at this moment. "You stay here," I said, and ran down to the lake. When I got to the dock, I slowed my pace. I didn't want Claire to feel me stomping on the planks, charging at her like a bull. I walked out gently, but the dock still bounced slightly underfoot. "Claire?" Her shoulders were trembling. I stood a foot behind her, close enough that she could feel my presence, but I didn't touch her. "It's all my fault," she said, sniffling. "I just told Dennis we're all feeling some blame where Hannah's concerned." "I know I am." "Have they got who did it?" she asked, twisting her neck and wiping her nose on the shoulder of her shirt. "They've arrested Sean." Claire whirled around, her eyes red, but grief had turned to shock. "What? You're kidding. That's insane. There's no way. He was trying to help us. He was helping me and Hannah. He was supposed to pick me up, but he got pulled over, and that's why I asked you for a ride, and—" "I know," I said. "I don't think he did it either. But the police, they found evidence in his trunk. From Hannah." "The police?" she shrieked. "The fucking Griffin police? Oh well, I guess it's all wrapped up then, if the Griffin police arrested him. Fucking assholes, all of them." I nodded. "You and Dennis need to come back with me. We have to get all this sorted out." She shook her head violently. "There is no way he's going to go back there. Not a chance." "What happened, Claire? What happened? What was Dennis running from? Why do the police want him? Do you know who killed Hannah?" She sniffed. "I never should have asked her to help. Never, never, never." Tears were still running down her cheeks, and her nose was dripping over her top lip. I found some fresh tissues in my pocket and handed them to her. "We have to go back and sort this out," I repeated. "For Hannah and for Sean." Claire started to go into short, rapid breaths, and I was fearful she was going to pass out. She leaned my way, and I held on to her. She wrapped her arms around me and rested the side of her face on my chest. "Everything is so awful," she whispered. "It's all so fucking awful." I patted her back lightly. Such an empty, pitiful gesture. "We'll go back," I said. "Okay? We'll go back. You and Dennis can explain everything to me on the way. And if he doesn't want to come, so be it. But I'm not going back without you." Her face went up and down on my chest. "Come on," I said. I held on to her as we walked back to shore, but I had to watch my step as the dock was barely wide enough for both of us. We walked slowly across the grass and up the slight hill back to the cottage, stepped up onto the deck. The sliding glass door was still open. I was expecting Dennis to be standing there waiting for us, but he was not. "Dennis?" Claire called. There was no response. We had another 3 steps to reach the door when I gripped Claire's shoulders, made her stop in her tracks. There was something on the floor of the cottage. Something wet and dark and sinuous snaking across it. Blood. Chapter 56. "You know," I said, suddenly steering Claire hard left away from the door, "I need to check one thing before we go anywhere." "What are you—" I was pretty sure she hadn't seen the blood. If she'd had, she'd have reacted. Rushed inside, screamed, something. But I could tell, judging by how her body had tensed, that she knew something was wrong. "Shh," I said. Then, in a more normal voice that was just slightly louder than necessary, "I don't know whether we should take both cars back or whether we should all go back in mine." We were up against the cottage wall between the glass doors and a set of windows. There was a second set of 3 steps here that led down from the dock. I had the Glock in my hand as I whispered to Claire, "Get under the deck." She started to ask why, but I put my finger to my lips and gave her a stern, urgent look, then pointed. She slipped down the steps, got on her knees, and crawled into the roughly 2 feet of space below the deck. I went down the steps too, but kept on walking along the edge of the cottage, maintaining a conversation. We're going to need you and Dennis to make a full statement, explain this whole thing from the beginning. I know it's not going to be easy having to talk about this, but there really isn't any choice. Whoever it was had a silencer on his gun. I hadn't heard a shot when I was out on the dock with Claire. Not that so-called silenced guns don't make a sound. But down by the water it might not have made much more noise than a snapped twig. I hadn't heard a car pull up either. Our shooter had probably parked a ways down the road, then hiked in. I'd had my eyes on the rearview mirror the whole way here. There were long stretches on the interstate and coming down from it to the Cayuga Lake area when there had not been another car on the road at all. But someone knew I was here. Someone had followed me. There had to be a second GPS device in my car. Not just the one under the back seat. I should have checked the rocker panels or looked inside that damn spare tire. As I crept along the edge of the cottage, I strained to hear anyone moving inside. A floorboard creak, a door opening or closing, anything that would give me a sense of where he was. I looked forward, then back at the open sliding glass door, then forward again. The ground was layered with fallen leaves. If someone came out the back of the cottage and started walking around, there was a good chance I'd hear something. The cottage sat on a high foundation, so when I reached a regular window as opposed to those floor-to-ceiling glass doors, I had to duck only a few inches not to be seen. I wasn't keen on getting shot in the head. I glanced quickly at Claire Sanders, huddled under the deck, eyes wide with fear. I continued with my monologue. I know you may not think much of Chief Perry, but he's a good man and we can trust him. Just because I was saying these things didn't mean I had to believe them. And the first thing we're going to want to do is let your father know you're okay, and your mother. This has been a very difficult time for both of them. I'd reached the corner of the cottage, my back glued to the wall. I peered around the edge, saw no one, slithered around to the other wall. From that vantage point, I could just barely see up the road. Through the trees, I could see a dark-colored pickup with tinted windows parked there. And I'm not saying that about the chief because he's my brother-in-law. If anything, that kind of leads me to think of him as a total asshole. Sometimes he is, and I know he and your dad have been having a running battle, but the fact is, when it comes to being a lawman, I think he more or less knows what he's doing. Sooner or later, someone was going to think it odd that Claire wasn't contributing to this conversation. My wife, Donna, she'll defend him till the cows come home, but she grew up with him, and she knows what he's... Leaves rustling. Around the next corner. Someone was creeping along the back wall of the cottage. So she'll only defend him for so long, you know, and... It happened fast. The barrel of the gun appeared first, and as I figured, there was a silencer screwed onto the end of it. A millisecond later, the whole gun and the hand that was holding it. A glimpse of a jacket cuff. I fired. The shot rang out in the cool morning air. Birds in nearby trees broke into frightened flight. It was more reflex than anything. I should have waited another half-second for a body to appear. Would have given me a better chance of actually hitting something. But the truth was, I'd never fired my weapon in the line of duty before. Not as a cop, and not since I'd gone private. So it was no surprise I failed to hit that hand. It withdrew instantly at the sound of the shot. There was the sound of more leaves rustling. Faster this time. Running. And another noise, one I wished hadn't been made. Claire shouting, "Mr. Weaver! What was that?" The man, I figured it was a man, and a glimpse of that hand proved it to me, was on the move, running around the cottage. I went the other way. I didn't want the shooter coming upon where Claire was hiding before I got there. He'd have heard her and would have had a good idea where to look. I moved back to the first corner I'd rounded, took a peek around it, then hugged the wall that faced the lake, which gave me a view of the deck. Claire was crawling out from under it. "Stay under there!" I screamed. "Dennis!" she shouted, ignoring me. "Dennis, someone's shooting!" She grabbed the railing, started mounting the steps to the deck, heading for the sliding glass doors. "God damn it!" I yelled at her. The barrel of a gun appeared around the far corner of the cottage, then two outstretched arms. "Claire!" She glanced back at me. I heard a sound like someone lightly hammering a nail once. He'd taken a shot. The wood railing by Claire's hand splintered. Claire went down. The top half of her body landed on the deck. Her legs splayed across the steps. No! The word came out of me as a primal scream of anguish. But then Claire stirred, pushed herself up. She hadn't been hit. She tripped on the stairs. I raised my Glock and fired over her, putting a bullet into the corner of the cottage. Fired again and again, thinking maybe I could shoot the bastard through the building. I moved to the corner, hugging the wall, crouched down, so that when I peered around it, my head would be lower than he'd be expecting. I kept the Glock gripped in both hands, held my breath, hoping to hear something besides the pounding of my heart in my ears. More rustling, distant running. I peeked around the corner. He was on the move. Almost to the end of the road that led in here. Running flat out. Dark pants, black windbreaker with a hood up. I sprinted after him. I could see he was headed for the pickup. He stopped suddenly, turned, pointed his weapon my way. I threw myself to the ground like I was tackling an imaginary football player, heard a bullet slice the air over me. More running. By the time I was on my feet, he'd reached the truck and was getting in. It sped off, tires kicking up gravel. I wasn't close enough to see a plate before the vehicle disappeared beyond a curve in the road. Back at the cottage, another scream. I ran back, coming around the front side. Claire stood at the sliding doors, looking inside, a hand floating over her mouth. She didn't have to step inside to see what had happened to Dennis. He was sprawled on his side by the kitchen table, his back to us. The chair had tipped over with him when he'd gone down. The blood puddling its way toward the middle of the room was coming from a hole in the back of his head. "No, no, no, no," she whispered. "Stay here," I said. Sliding the door open and delicately entering the room, careful to avoid stepping in the blood. I knelt next to him, put 2 fingers to the side of his neck. A futile gesture, I knew, but I had to be sure. I looked through the door into the bedroom at a tiny hole in the screen in the window on the far wall. The killer had never stepped inside. He just aimed from outside and taken his shot. Didn't have to shoot through glass, so we didn't hear anything down by the water. I stood, saw that black notebook on the kitchen table, picked it up, and slipped it into the pocket of my jacket. "Dennis," Claire said, standing just inside the door. "Dennis?" "We have to get out of here," I said. "That man may come back, or he may be waiting for us down the road." Claire was trembling, both hands over her mouth. I was worried she might be going into shock. "Claire, listen to me. We have to get out of here." I'd already decided I didn't want to take my car. It still had a GPS device hidden in it somewhere. I could get the keys to the Volvo, but there was only one way out, down North Parker Road, and we could be driving into an ambush. I looked out at the lake. "What's over there?" I asked. "We have to get him to the hospital," Claire said quietly. "We have to get a doctor." "Claire, Dennis is dead. I have to get you out of here. The other side of the lake, it looks like it's only a mile away. What's over there?" "Union Springs," she whispered. "A town?" "A little town." I grabbed her by the wrist with my left hand, the gun still in my right. "We're going to take the boat. We're going to run like hell to the dock and get in the boat. Do you know if there's gas in the tank?" "How do you know he's dead?" she said. "How can you be sure?" "Claire," I said sharply, "is there gas in the boat?" I think so. Dennis and I went out in it yesterday, just wandering around." "Come on." We ran down the hill to the dock. I got her into the boat first, put her in the middle of the 3 seats. I stepped in, lowered the motor so the prop was in the water, gave the rubber bulb on the fuel line several squeezes, put the motor in neutral, pulled the choke, and yanked on the cord. It started on the first pull. I shoved the choke back in, powered the throttle back, then untied the stern and bow lines from the dock. I pushed off, put the gear lever into forward, and cranked it. It was cold out on the lake. Claire had no jacket. I slipped mine off and gave it to her. She put her arms into it robotically, her eyes glazed. It only took about 5 minutes to cross Cayuga. There was a marina up ahead. Lots of docks, but only a few boats still in the water. A huge building just up from the shore where people stored boats for the winter. I found a spot to tie the boat up, jumped onto the dock, and helped Claire out. "Is there a business area?" I asked her. She raised a weak finger. "That way, I think." We walked briskly up Basin Street to North Cayuga, which seemed to pass for the main drag around here. I saw a used car dealer across the street. I didn't have to hold on to Claire's wrist all the time. She was keeping up with me. But she was so dazed, I held her hand as we crossed the road. She wasn't in a state of mind where I could trust her to look both ways. We went straight into the sales office. A heavy-set man in an ill-fitting blue suit got up from behind his desk, turned on a smile like he'd just flipped a switch, and approached us. But his smile didn't last long. We didn't look like typical customers, Claire's eyes red from crying, and me sweating profusely. There was also the small matter of the Glock strapped to my waist. "We need a car," I said. His eyes on the gun, he said, "Take whatever you want." "I'm not stealing one," I said. "I'll rent one." I got out my wallet, showed him my private investigator's license, and handed him my Visa card. "How's 500? He took the card. "Sure. And I'm going to need to see your driver's license." "You're going to do this fast," I said. "Of course." He did, too. Within 2 minutes, he was handing me a set of keys to a white Subaru sedan. I said to him, "Call the police. There's been a murder directly across the lake. Brown Cottage, front doors on Lakeside open. Tell them the shooter may still be in the area. Male, 5'10" to 6 feet. He's driving a dark-colored pickup truck. Black, dark blue, tinted windows. You got that?" "Yeah," he said. I hustled Claire into the front seat of the Subaru and got myself behind the wheel. "We're going home," I told her. We went north through the village of Cayuga, then headed east through the Montezuma National Wildlife Refuge. Once we'd driven out the other side of it, I found my way back to the thruway. It was the same interchange where I'd gotten off. Before I rolled through the toll gate and picked up my ticket, I asked Claire if she needed anything. "I don't know," she said. I pulled into a gas station. As it turned out, I'd rented a car that had less than a quarter of a tank in it, and filled up. Then I ran into the convenience store and loaded up on bottled water, candy bars, potato chips, anything to keep us going. "Help yourself," I said when I got back into the car. As I was grabbing my ticket and speeding up the ramp to get back on the thruway, Claire looked into the bag and pulled out a Mars bar. It pleased me when she peeled back the wrapper and took a bite. "I've got questions, Claire. Can you handle some questions?" She chewed some candy, swallowed, and looked blankly at me. "I guess." She sounded like she was in a trance. "Do you know who it was? Do you know who killed Dennis?" "I didn't see him," she said. "But do you have an idea?" She nodded. "Who?" "Phyllis Pierce's son," Claire said. "What? She has a son? Who's that?" "You don't know?" she asked. I waited. "Ricky Haynes," Claire said. "The cop. Maybe the creepiest guy on the Griffin force because he's all nice. But when he starts feeling you up, you start thinking maybe he's not what he pretends to be." Chapter 57. He's driving so quickly, when he has to make a turn from a gravel road to pavement, the truck skitters on its back wheels, nearly flips over. But he wrenches the wheel, manages to right the vehicle, and once he hits blacktop, he floors it. Now, driving in a straight line, he can manage the phone. He grabs it with his right, places a call, puts the phone to his ear. "Hello?" his mother says urgently. "It's me," he says. "What's happened, Richard? Did you find them?" "I found them," Ricky Haynes says. And? I got them. You did? I got Malavi, and I'm pretty sure I got the girl, too. Pretty sure. Phyllis Pierce likes to deal in absolutes. What do you mean, pretty sure? I saw her go down. I couldn't exactly check her pulse with Weaver shooting at me. What about him? What did you do with him? I told you, he was shooting at me. I had to get out of there. I couldn't get a good shot at him. What about the notebook? I don't have it. God, you're hopeless. Where are you now? On the road. I'm coming home. No, she says. You have to go back. You have to finish this. No, listen, I waited a little while at the end of the road, the only way out, figuring Weaver'd drive out eventually. I hid the truck and I was in the woods. When they didn't show up, I drove back past the place, saw that the boat was gone. Decided then I better get out of there. Boat? What are you talking about, a boat? I followed them to a cottage on Cayuga Lake. Weaver must have took off in a boat. Did he see you? I don't know. Maybe. And I don't know what Malavi and the girl told him before I got there. My God, what a mess, Phyllis says. It's not that bad, Mom. The only one left who might know anything is Weaver. And he's probably got the book, too. She can't hold back any longer. You should have gotten Malavi that first day. That's what you should have done. Ricky thinks she's losing it. But he knows his mom. He knows she freaks out at first, but then she calms down, thinks things through. Mom usually has a plan. When he hears nothing from her for several seconds, he's pretty sure that's what is going on. I know all that, he says. I know I've made some mistakes. But some things I got right, you know that. Shut up, Phyllis says. Just shut up and let me think. He waits. He feels tears coming on, blinks a few times to clear his vision. He thinks of all the things that could have been done better, the different decisions that could have been made, and not just by him. She deserves plenty of the blame, too, but she gets so angry when he reminds her of that. Finally, she says, You come home. I'll see what I can do. Ricky tosses the phone onto the seat next to him. He's not relieved, but he feels slightly better. Mom will figure something out. Chapter 58. Ricky Haynes. Tumblers fell into place. If it was Ricky who'd followed us to Cayuga Lake, it was most likely Ricky who'd planted the tracking device in my car. It had to have been Ricky's idea to seize my car. To avoid suspicion, he'd said that he'd been told to do it by Quinn, who in turn had been told to do it by Augie. Once the car had been brought in, Ricky could have had access to it and planted the trackers. And since no one had actually given an order to have the car searched, no one was going to find them before the car was returned to me. Brindle, I was guessing, wasn't in on it with his partner. If he had been, he wouldn't have been so pissed when I got sprung by the chief on the Tapscott business. It also explained why Haynes had offered to call my lawyer for me. It wasn't in his interest that I be held in custody. He needed me on the outside, leading him to Claire and Dennis. What else had Ricky probably done? I felt I should be calling Augie, but I still had what you might call trust issues. I wanted to hear what Claire had to say before I called anyone with the Griffin police. She started her story, more or less, from the beginning. I had a job for the summer working at Smith's, the ice cream place down by the water. I nodded. We used to go down there, Donna and Scott and I, after dinner on a warm summer's evening. That's kind of close to Hooper's office, and Dennis would drop by every day after work and get an ice cream. He kept coming so often, I could tell he was kind of into me, and things weren't going so well between me and Roman anyway. You know Roman? Yes, I said. I don't know what I was thinking there. He's kind of a douche, to be honest, but I guess I kind of thought it was cool that he wants to be a movie writer, you know? But he was into some sketchy stuff like... Okay, I probably shouldn't tell you this, but Roman's 21 and he makes money by buying beer and... I know all about it, I said. And that he had Sean and Hannah delivering for him, and they got to keep a share of the profits. Wow, okay. Anyway, I didn't like the way he'd send Hannah out there to deal with stuff. And there was other stuff with Roman. I mean, he creeped me out sometimes. The texts. God, did you see that on my phone? It wasn't just the picture. He was always asking me to send pictures of myself, and I didn't want to do it. So I started going out with Dennis, and Roman was pretty pissed. We were booting it down the interstate, cruising at 80. Buffalo nearly an hour away, Griffin half an hour after that. Things between me and Dennis were pretty serious. I mean, we really liked each other, even talking about whether he'd go back home after the end of the summer or what, and then one day he's just gone. What do you mean? One day he just disappears. Sends me a message that it's not working out between us. That whole thing about it not being me, but him, right? She sniffs, looks in the glove box for tissues, but the Subaru is clean. The glove box, the ashtrays, the console. Everything is empty. I grab some napkins. Look in the bag. Claire finds them, blows her nose, and wipes away tears. That must have hurt. Him breaking it off with you all of a sudden, no apparent reason, I said. Yeah. I thought, what did I do? I thought everything was great. I was kind of destroyed by it, bummed out, everything. And then a couple of weeks go by and I hear from him. He texted you, I said. Yeah. He said he had to explain that he had to leave Griffin because of the cops, that something happened. I had no idea what he was talking about, but I really wanted to see him, at least to find out why he dumped me all of a sudden. This was during all that stuff between my dad and your brother-in-law. We had cop cars watching our house a lot, and Dad figured it was Chief Perry trying to screw with us, you know? Scare us, let us know he and his people were watching us all the time. I figured that's what it was about, too, until Dennis said in his text that the cops were probably just watching me, because they thought since you two had been an item, you might lead them to him. Item, she said. A thing, a couple. Oh, yeah, exactly. She paused a moment. So he said if we were going to get together, I had to be sure the cops weren't watching me. That was when I got the idea to do the switch with Hannah. Sean was supposed to pick you up, and when he couldn't come, you hitched a ride with me. Claire nodded. I didn't mean to pick on you, honestly. I'd have gotten a lift with anyone. But when I saw it was you, that you were Scott's dad, that you'd be a safe person to go with... She paused. Even if you have been going around scaring the shit out of everybody. That's over, I said. So, you found out who gave Scott drugs? She asked. No. Go on with your story. There's not much more about that night. I mean, the switch worked, at least from my point of view. She looked out the window, not wanting me to see her face. Hannah went out and got in your car. I slipped out the back and went off with Dennis. We drove straight to the cottage. So who was following you in the pickup that night? Ricky? Claire nodded. I got a look at him a couple of times. Once, when he was in a Griffin cruiser watching our house, I went right up to the car and looked in the window and said, like, fuck off and leave my father alone. Because then, I figured that was why we were being watched, that it was about my dad, and the chief had probably told everyone on the force to give us a hard time. And then another time, instead of being in a cruiser, he was in a pickup, and it was Ricky again. But even that time, I just figured he was doing off-duty stuff for the chief. It was him that night you gave me a ride. For a cop, he's not the greatest at not being seen. He got smarter with me. But Claire didn't have a car. So it's Ricky who gets played when Hannah gets into my car. Ricky who stays on my tail. Ricky who sees Hannah jump out of my car. Ricky who sees Hannah tear the wig off her head and toss it. Ricky realizes he's been tricked, that Claire has gotten away, most likely with Dennis. Ricky goes after Hannah to find out where Claire has gone. More tumblers falling into position. I had an immediate question for Claire. Did Hannah have any idea where you were going with Dennis? No, Claire said. He said it was better that nobody knew. Ricky grabs Hannah, tries to get her to tell, but Hannah hasn't a clue. Ricky gets angry, frustrated, ends up choking the life out of her. Buddy has the presence of mind to strip her from the waist down, plant the notion of sexual assault, put the clothes in Sean Skilling's car. Claire continued. It wasn't till Dennis filled me in that I realized that Haynes was just watching me, not me and my dad. In fact, I never noticed any other Griffin cop watching me. Tell me about Dennis. She nodded. Okay, Dennis, he just didn't know what to do. He'd been hiding out ever since he'd left Griffin at the cottage. He saw his dad once, just popped in. He lives up around Rochester. We've met, I said. He seems like a good man. Claire's eyes widened. Wow, like you've really talked to everybody. But, yeah, Mr. Malavia is really nice. Again, she looked away. It's going to kill him when he finds out about Dennis. I didn't have anything to say to that. He told his dad he was in trouble, but that he hadn't done anything wrong, and that when the police came around looking for him, he had to remember that. He said he needed time to figure out what to do, and he wanted to talk to me about it. What happened, Claire? So one day, Dennis is cutting grass at the Pierce place. Phyllis Pierce. That's right, the lady that owns and runs Patchett's. Right. So Hooper usually sends out a crew, right? Like there'll be 2 of them? But this guy, the guy who usually went out with Dennis, was sick, so Dennis said he could handle it on his own. And he gets to the Pierce house, and he can tell no one is home because there are no cars there. He's cutting the grass when he notices what looks like smoke coming out around one of the basement windows. She opened one of the water bottles and took a long drink, kept the bottle in her hand. So Dennis runs up and goes banging on the door, even though he knows no one is there, right? But just in case, because he doesn't want to barge in, you know? But when no one comes, he figures he'd better do something, so he kicks in the door and he can see that the smoke is coming up from the basement. He runs down, and there's this fire coming from around the dryer. Go on. There's actually a fire extinguisher on the wall, so Dennis, he grabs it and pulls that little pin or whatever they have on them. Okay. And he squirts out all this foamy stuff, and he puts out the fire pretty fast. Smart thinking, I said. Although it might have been smarter for him to stay out and just call the fire department. Yeah, well, he sure wishes he'd done that. Claire realized she'd spoken of him in the present tense and bit her lip. Tears welled up in her eyes almost instantly. I wanted to keep her focused on the story, so I asked her what happened next. That was when Dennis heard someone coughing. I turned and looked at her. So someone was home? Yeah. Phyllis Pierce? No, Claire said. It was a guy. An old man. I mean, Dennis didn't know he was an old man at first. All Dennis heard was the coughing. It was coming from the basement, just down this hall from the laundry room. She took another sip of her water. So Dennis goes to this door, but it's got a lock on it. Like with a key? Kind of like what you have on your locker at school, but not a combination. There's someone behind the door locked in. He's coughing and shouting fire, but he can't shout very loud because it's all smoky and the man is really old and sick. What did Dennis do? He figures he should get the guy out right away, get him some fresh air, and he looks around for a key, and it's right there sitting on a windowsill, so it's really easy to find, and he takes off the lock and opens the door, and he's like totally freaked out by what he finds. Claire stops her story. She seems almost afraid to continue it. What did Dennis find, Claire? She swallowed. First of all, Dennis said, forget the smoke. It was the other smells that just took his breath away. Like shit and piss and stuff like that. So there's this guy in there. He's like 70 or 80 years old or something. And there's a wheelchair in the room. And this guy's sitting up in bed. He can't walk or anything. And he wants Dennis to get him out of there if the place is on fire. And Dennis calms him down, says the fire is out, but he's like, what the fuck, right? Who is this guy and what's he doing down there? I got out my phone and handed it to Claire. Open up Safari, I said. Google Harry Pierce, Griffin, Niagara Falls, and see what you get. While we're waiting, keep talking. She tapped the app, typed the words into the search field. It's taking a while. That's okay. So anyway, when the old man realizes he's not going to burn up, he tells Dennis he has to get him out of there, that he has to do it fast before his wife gets back because she'll get really mad. But then Dennis hears this noise from upstairs, someone racing into the house. See, what Dennis figured was the house had like an alarm system, but instead of going to a security company, it just sent a message to a couple of people. Phyllis Pierce and Ricky Haynes, I said. Yeah. The old man knows someone's coming, so he throws this thing to Dennis. That notebook I was going to show you. I tapped my chest. I got it. Okay. So Dennis picks up the book and stuffs it in his pocket just before Ricky shows up, yelling, Dad, Dad, Dad. And he comes into the room and he finds Dennis standing there. Ricky's all like, who the hell are you? And Dennis says, there was a fire. And by the way, what the fuck is this? You got an old guy prisoner in your basement? She looked down at her phone. Okay, some stuff's coming in. There's a story here about Niagara Falls tragedies. See what it says about Harry Pierce. Claire moved the story up the screen with her thumb. Okay, so it says here he went out in a boat one night, didn't have oars with him, and the motor didn't work, and he went over. What else? Okay, it was like 7 years ago, and what's it say about a body? A body? Did they find him? Hang on. She continued reading. Okay, they found the boat, but his body was never found. Claire looked up from the screen. So that's him? In the basement? Evidently, I said. That's messed up, she said. So Ricky finds Dennis with Harry Pierce. Then what? Ricky says something like, you're a dead man, to Dennis, and starts to go for him, except Dennis is still holding the little fire extinguisher, right? And he aims it up and shoots shit right into Ricky's face. It buys Dennis enough time to get past him and get the hell out of there. Why doesn't Dennis go straight to the cops? I asked. Claire looked at me like I was an idiot. How many reasons do you want? First, Dennis tells me, when you're black, you don't ever go to the cops. Not for anything. Not ever. Second, Ricky is the cops. Then Ricky shouts out to Dennis as he's leaving, you go to the police and you're dead. Totally dead. That if he goes to the cops, Ricky'll know. I wasn't convinced. If Dennis didn't feel it was safe to go to the Griffin cops, he could have gone to the state police. And there was one more thing, Claire said. Ricky says to Dennis, he says, you tell anyone, and I'll find your girlfriend, that fucking mayor's kid. That's what Dennis says he said. And slice her goddamn tits off. I shot Claire a look. Yeah, Claire said. Harsh, huh? Chapter 59. So that's why Dennis had to see me. He was scared for me, and he didn't know what he should do, Claire said. After a couple of days, you must have come to some decision. Claire nodded. She found another napkin, blew her nose. I said to him that we should talk to my dad, that he'd know what to do. Dad doesn't trust the Griffin cops, but he would probably know someone, like in the FBI or something like that. That was a good plan, I said. He was still scared to do it, but we talked about it for hours and hours, looking at the pluses and minuses. But we both realized we couldn't go on like this forever, hiding out. No. Claire nodded. I can't believe they're both dead. Hannah and Dennis. My best friend. My boyfriend. She started to sob quietly. I let her cry for the next few miles. Figured she might as well get it out. not that she was likely to be finished before we got to Griffin. She'd be doing this for weeks. When her crying subsided somewhat, I got out my phone and placed a call. I thought it was time. Augustus Perry answered. What? I didn't know one of your guys, Ricky Haynes, was Phyllis Pierce's son. If you're going to start telling me things you don't know, I'm going to be on the phone with you all day, he said. Why's his name not Pierce? Augie let out a long sigh. What the fuck does this have to do with anything? Bear with me, okay? Okay, from what I know, Phyllis was married once before to some guy with the last name Haynes. They had Ricky, but when Ricky was a kid, his dad had lung cancer or a heart attack or something. A few years after that, Phyllis started living with Harry Pierce and eventually married him, but she wanted the kid to keep the real dad's name. And Harry Pierce is dead too. Which leads me to my next question. He went over the falls 7 years ago. Why are you wasting my time if you already know this stuff? They never found his body, right? I could almost hear Augie thinking through the connection. That's right. Just bits and pieces of the boat. There's a reason, I said. Harry Pierce is alive. He's living in Phyllis's basement. What the hell are you talking about? He's been there for years. He's some kind of invalid. Can't walk. They've been keeping him in a locked room. Where are you getting this shit? You think I just make this stuff up, Augie? If I had time to explain all this now, I would. Where are you? About an hour from Griffin. I found Claire Sanders. Her boyfriend, Dennis Malavy, cut the lawn for Pierce. There was smoke coming from the house one day. He broke in, put it out, found Harry Pierce locked up downstairs. Jesus. You got Malavy with you too? No, I said. He's dead. Haynes killed him. What? Anna Radomski, too, by the look of it. What? Augie asked. You know we've got the Skilling kid for that. They found... I know what they found. I think Haynes planted it. He could have done it any time during the night. Another long pause from Augie. I filled it. As soon as I drop Claire off, I'm going to that house. I'm getting Harry Pierce out of there. Not without me, my brother-in-law said quietly. Fine, I said. I'll meet you down the corner from the Pierce house. I'm still the better part of an hour away. I'll be there, Augie said, and hung up. Claire looked over at me as I put the phone away. Her hand was full of damp tissues. You really trust him now? Not entirely, I said. But I have to right now. I reached back into my jacket and handed her my phone. Call your dad. She entered the number, put the phone to her ear. No, Daddy, it's me, she said. Bert Sanders must have seen the caller ID and been expecting to hear my voice. I'm okay, she said. But Dennis... Oh, Daddy... Dennis is dead. And she began to weep again. I reached back into my jacket for the black notebook. With one hand on the wheel, I opened the book on my lap, got my thumb jammed in the middle to prop it open, then raised it to dashboard height so I could glance back and forth between the pages and the road. I read a few parts at random. What the hell? I said. A different date was written at the top of every page in a small, precise handwriting. Then, breakfast. Rice Krispies with milk, orange juice, banana, coffee with cream. Lunch. Peanut butter sandwich on white bread, 2 chocolate chip cookies, milk, apple. Dinner. Lasagna, Caesar salad, chocolate cake, tea. I flipped to another day. Breakfast. Oatmeal with raisins and brown sugar, orange juice, coffee with cream. Lunch. Big Mac, French fries, Coke, apple pie. Dinner. Shake and bake chicken, rice with butter, peas, glass of water, no dessert. Every page was the same. Harry kept a record of every single thing he ate. Claire had been talking to her father for about 5 minutes, filling him in on what she'd done, where she'd been, when she handed the phone to me. He wants to talk to you. Hey, I said. Mr. Weaver, I can't thank you enough. You saved her life. I wasn't so sure it would have needed saving if I hadn't led Haynes to the cottage. We'll be back soon. I'll meet you on the way in, he said. I want to see her as soon as possible. Okay, I said. The police are going to want to talk to her. First thing I think you should do is take her to a doctor. She may be suffering mild shock. She's been through a hell of a lot. Of course, Sanders said. I can't tell you how grateful I am. It occurred to me I'd be passing the hospital just south of Griffin on the way. I told Sanders to meet me at the emergency room entrance. I was guessing no more than 40 minutes. I'll be there, he said. When I was done with the call, I said to Claire, almost home. She nodded tiredly. I handed her the book. Have you looked at this? Yeah. Dennis and I looked all through it. It's kind of nuts. Did you read through the whole thing? Yep. Is there anything else in it? Did he write about what was being done to him, about being kept locked up? Nope. Just all about food. What he ate every day. Why would someone do that? It might be a kind of obsessive-compulsive disorder, I ventured. Dennis and I couldn't figure out why he'd have wanted Dennis to have it. I thought about that. It's dated, and someone might recognize the writing. And Harry Pierce's obsession with his diet probably predates his so-called death. It's proof that he's alive, that he has been for the last 7 years. I wanted to take the conversation in another direction. You said something a while ago that you haven't explained about Officer Haynes. You said, your words, about him feeling you up. What was that about? Oh, yeah, she said. That's actually a story about Scott. Scott? What do you mean? Okay, so I told you the other night I didn't really know Scott all that well. I glanced over. Uh-huh. And I didn't, but sometimes he'd hang out with me and Hannah and Sean. Like, not a lot, but sometimes. She paused. He was okay. Kind of different and a bit weird, but okay. Thanks. The thing is, he really stood up for me once. And it had to do with Ricky Haynes. What do you mean he stood up for you? Like, sort of protected me, that kind of thing? I gave her a look that said I wanted to know more. When was this? I don't know. Not long before he... You know, before he died. What happened? A bunch of us were at Patchett's, and, okay, we're all underage, I get that, but everyone does it. But we were coming out one night, and Scott happened to be there kind of hanging around, and I was going down the side of the building to the parking lot, you know? Yeah, I know. And Haynes, he stops me and says, we have to check you for drugs. Did you have any on you? Geez, no, she said. So Haynes, he says he has to search me, and I tell him he's got no right to do that, but you know our cops, like they've ever worried about that kind of shit. Go on. So he puts me up against the wall with my arms spread and everything, and he starts patting me down. And he starts coming up my body, and when he gets here, and she pointed to her breasts, he really starts checking them out. She made her hands into cups. Like that. I felt my cheeks flush with anger. So anyway, Scott, he's been watching the whole thing, and when he sees the cop, you know, getting his rocks off, Scott kind of goes nuts. What did he do? I asked. I remember Scott telling us this story. He starts yelling, hey, pervert, why don't you grab onto yourself? And other stuff, like rapist, and just general stuff, like leave me alone, she said. I felt a small lump in my throat. What happened then? I asked. The cop looked at him and told him to get lost or, you know, worse, and then Scott says something like, I'm going to tell my uncle, and I'll remember you. That kind of thing. Scott threatened him? Claire nodded. Yeah, kinda. Later, Scott says I should charge the guy with sexual assault, but I just didn't want to get into it. I mean, It was all so complicated with my dad having this political kind of fight with the chief, and I thought, right, if I say some cop assaulted me, the chief will just say my dad put me up to it to make the cops look bad. It'd be like this huge can of worms, you know? So I never even told my dad about it because I knew he'd just go insane. But Scott, man, he was something. Telling that cop he'd get him fired. He wasn't even high when he said it. She winced. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it like that or anything. But I wanted you to know. Scott, he really hated that cop. He even had a run-in with him another time, saw him in his cruiser, pointed to him and called him a perv again. Took off running when the cop started to get out of his car and come after him. Haynes really hated Scott, you could tell. That might even be why he rousted me a second time, not that long ago, just to get even for what Scott did. Took my purse and we had to go in and get it the next day. I felt numb. Oh yeah, and here's another thing, Claire said. Scott told me that time he saw Haynes in his cruiser, Haynes did that thing where you shoot somebody with your finger. Ricky Haynes, the cop who found Scott's dead body in the parking lot of Ravelson Furniture. The cop who'd come to our door to deliver the bad news. The cop I now knew wasn't afraid to kill anyone who presented a threat to him. He knew our son and had it in for him. Chapter 60. I was rattled when those kids nearly pitched me into the Niagara River. I was more than a little shook up a couple of hours earlier when we were being stalked at the cottage. But that was nothing compared to this. All this time we'd believed Scott had killed himself. Maybe not intentionally, but he'd been the author of his own misfortune, as they say. He was under the influence of ecstasy and either jumped off that roof thinking he could fly or stumbled over the edge while he was high. Not an easy thing to live with. But this changed everything. What Claire had just told me suggested Scott didn't die by misadventure. What Claire had just told me suggested Scott had been deliberately killed. Mr. Weaver, you okay? Claire asked. We were rounding Buffalo to the north on the 290 bypass, almost to the bridge to Grand Island. A mixture of rage and anxiety were clouding my vision, like someone had misted the inside of the Subaru's windows with blood-red spray paint. I had to shake my head to clear things. My hands were wrapped so tightly around the steering wheel, my arms were starting to ache. That son of a bitch. That goddamn motherfucking son of a bitch. He threw my kid off the roof. No, I told myself. I didn't know that. I didn't know that at all. I didn't have any evidence of that. But a feeling in my gut that felt like a cancer was telling me otherwise. Haynes could have seen Scott as a serious threat. Sure. The Griffin cops took a lot of liberties, and the locals didn't mind turning a blind eye to them. But this was different. A cop who took a vandal out by the water tower and busted a few of his teeth was one thing. But a cop who went around touching young girls? Feeling them up? That was something else altogether. And Haynes had to know that Scott's uncle was the chief. What if he told Augie? How many other times that Claire didn't know about had Scott crossed paths with Haynes? How many times had he taunted him? A tattletale. That's how Haynes must have seen him. A tattletale who could derail his career, have him brought up on charges. I imagined various scenarios. Did Haynes see Scott walking down the street, maybe get out of his car and chase after him? Did Scott, using the key he had, let himself into Ravelson Furniture and run up to the roof thinking he could get away? Did Haynes chase him all the way up there, then pitch him off the side? Or was Scott already up there, making noise, causing a disturbance? Did Haynes drive by and see something suspicious on the roof? And when he got up there and discovered it was Scott, did he see an opportunity? Really, Mr. Weaver, talk to me. I looked over at Claire suddenly, as though she was a hypnotist who'd snapped her fingers to bring me out of a trance. What? Are you okay? Yeah. After I mentioned Scott, you went all kind of weird. It was nothing, I said. Just... When you mentioned him, it brought back some memories. God, I'm sorry. I only wanted to say something nice. No, it's okay. I'm glad you said it. I really am. I tried to focus. Did Scott ever say anything to the effect that he was scared of Haynes? That he thought Haynes might do something to him? Claire shook her head. No. I mean, everybody my age in Griffin figures the cops are going to do something to us eventually. We're teenagers, so we must be guilty of something, right? I didn't say anything. I was still fighting the red mist, determined to deliver Claire to her father without running off the road before I could get her to the hospital. As if reading my mind, Claire said, I feel okay, you know. I mean, I feel horrible, but I don't think I have anything wrong with me. You and your father can decide what to do. I was worried I'd sounded as though I didn't care anymore. That now that I'd found Claire, that I'd dealt with the burden of responsibility I'd felt since she hopped into my car, she was no longer my concern. That once I handed her off to her father, I could walk away from this. That wasn't how I felt. Not really. But a big arm had just swept everything off my very cluttered desk and thrown it to the floor. There was nothing on it now but Scott. We crossed Grand Island saying nothing to each other. As we were passing the discount outlet malls in Niagara Falls on our right, Claire asked, Who's going to tell Dennis's dad? Another father about to experience unimaginable grief. I felt as though we were all being sucked into a black hole of never-ending emptiness. I don't know, I said. Probably the state police. Once they figure out what's happened at the cottage. Shouldn't you be helping them with that? She asked. Shouldn't you be the one to go see Dennis's dad? As long as I live, I'll be sorry for what I said next. I turned and snapped. Haven't I done enough? If it hadn't been for you knocking on my goddamn window, I wouldn't have been dragged into any of this. Her face fell like a stone, and her eyes welled with tears. I'm sorry, I said. I'm sorry. Nobody asked you to come looking for me, she said. We'd have figured out what to do. We didn't need you. Dennis wouldn't even be dead if it wasn't for you. Claire, leave me alone, she said. Just get me to my dad. I want to see my dad. I saw the blue H on the horizon. 4 minutes later, I was wheeling into the emergency entrance. Bert Sanders was standing there, not knowing what car to look for. But when he saw Claire in the passenger seat, he started waving and ran up to meet us. He had Claire's door open before she could get to the handle, and he scooped her into his arms, the two of them crying. Sanders, looking over his daughter's shoulder at me, smiled and said, Thank you so much, Mr. Wheat. I reached over to pull the passenger door shut. Later, I said, and stomped on the accelerator. Chapter 61. Augie was waiting for me on the corner, a few hundred yards down the street from the Pierce house, sitting high in his white Suburban. I pulled up alongside him and powered down the passenger window. Augie, who probably remembers what everyone in Griffin drives, looked at the Subaru and said, With all the shit that's going on, you had time to get a new car? Noticed whether anyone's home? I asked, pointing down the street. No one's come or gone, but there's no car there, so I'd say nobody's at the house. He paused. Except, of course, Harry in the basement. Augie looked at me skeptically, and who could blame him, really? There's something else I need to talk to you about, I said. About Scott. This got anything to do with what you think is going on in that house? Not exactly, I said. Augie's expression turned slightly sympathetic. Nobody cares more about Scott than me, Cal, but could we tackle one thing at a time? I was churning inside about Ricky Haynes, but I took his point. We were here to find Harry Pierce. Instead of answering him, I drove the 100 yards up the street and parked in front of Phyllis Pierce's house. Augie followed and pulled into the driveway, coming to a stop close to the front porch. Walking up to join him, I noticed again how long the grass was. After Dennis quit, Hooper's hadn't had enough staff to meet all their customers' needs. We mounted the porch steps together. Given that Augie was the chief of police, I let him go first and be the one to ring the bell. "You said no one was here," I said. "Just in case," he replied. 20 seconds passed with no one opening the door. Augie tried it, but it was locked. I wasn't naive enough to ask Augie whether he needed a warrant. I wouldn't have wanted to wait around for one anyway. "Let's take a walk around," he said. "Before I go busting down a door, I might as well see if one's been left open." We went around to the back and tried that door, but it was locked too. Nor did we find any reachable windows that could be forced open. There were several basement windows at ground level, but Augie had no interest in smashing any of them. "I'm too old to get into a house that way." So we went back to the front door. "Here goes," Augie said, reared back, and drove the heel of his boot into the door just below the knob. The door didn't open. "Shit," he said. "Nearly broke my knee." "Let me give it a shot." I hit the door hard enough for the jamb to start splitting. Then Augie took another turn, and the door swung open. "Probably gonna get a bill from Phyllis for that," he said. We entered the house. Augie called out, "Hello? Police? Anyone home?" We heard nothing back. We opened several doors. A couple opened onto closets, another onto a bathroom. The fourth door, just as you stepped inside the kitchen, opened onto a series of stairs that led down. "After you," Augie said. I flicked on a light. The basement was low-ceilinged and unfinished. Bare bulbs instead of light fixtures. Cement block walls instead of paneling. There were half a dozen rooms. One was a workshop with tools hanging on the wall. A couple of them held old furniture. Another was jammed with metal filing cabinets. Augie opened the top drawer of one of them, glanced in. "Business stuff for Patchett's," he said. Another room contained a washer and dryer and rack. A shelf, grungy with spilled fabric softener and liquid detergent, was heavy with cleaners and chemicals. "This is where the fire started," I said. "Huh?" "It's what got Dennis down here. Smoke from the dryer. Lint catching on fire, probably. Look, there's the fire extinguisher on the wall." Off the other end of the laundry room was a short hallway, and a door at the end. "Augie," I said. He looked at the door, then at me. "Guess we should have a look." I got ahead of him. There was a lock hanging from the door. I banged on it. "Mr. Pierce? Are you in there? Mr. Pierce?" Augie joined in. "It's Augustus Perry, Mr. Pierce, Chief of Police. We're going to get you out of there." There was a shallow basement window by the door that came down a foot from the ceiling, and just as Claire had said, there was a key sitting on the sill. I grabbed it, fitted the key into the lock, twisted it, and the lock opened. I set it on the sill with the key. I made an effort to keep my hand from shaking. Augie placed his hand on the door and started to push. "Whew," he said, as we both caught a whiff of something unpleasant that someone had tried to mask with Lysol. A mix of mustiness, dead mice, urine, and God knows what else. The door was wide open. I wasn't prepared for what I was about to see. It wasn't what I was expecting at all. The room was littered with odd bits of furniture, stacks of old magazines, a busted record player with no arm, a box of 8-track tapes. An old metal roll-away bed that was folded up at the middle, a soiled-looking mattress trapped within it, was tucked into a corner behind more cardboard boxes. A junk room, illuminated by a bare bulb in an exposed ceiling receptacle. That was it. No Harry Pierce. Augie turned and looked at me. "When Phyllis sends me the bill for her front door, I'm giving it to you." Chapter 62. Phyllis unlocks the door and says to him, a broad smile on her face, "This is your lucky day." Harry Pierce sits up in bed. "What are you talking about?" "Ice cream," she says. "We're going out for ice cream." Harry looks skeptical. "Don't tease me." It's true. We're going to do it. He's a kid getting a new puppy. This is the best day ever. It amazes her sometimes how childlike he has become over time. Once so argumentative and abusive, now so compliant and captivated by the thought of the simplest pleasures. Phyllis nods. It's time, she says. It's really time. But it's going to take a bit of work to get you out. It's not like we've installed ramps over the years. That's okay, he says, swinging his legs out of the bed and leaning forward to grab onto the arm of his wheelchair. We'll figure something out. He pulls himself out of bed, twists and drops into the chair. While his legs have withered away to sticks over the years, his arms are roped with muscle from lifting himself into and out of the wheelchair. Not that he's had a lot of places to wheel himself around. The room he's lived in for 7 years is only 10 by 10 feet and not the most hospitable environment. Cold cement floor, cinder block walls. Every once in a while she has let him wheel himself around the basement for exercise, past the washer and dryer, into the sewing room or the workshop he once enjoyed, with his wrenches and other tools all arranged so perfectly. But even those short times outside the walls of his cell have made her nervous. If someone were to show up unexpectedly, she'd have to return him quickly, close the door, get the lock on in a hurry. She tries to tell herself the room was not a cell. For the longest time, it was Harry's recovery room, where she and Richard treated him, looked after him, nursed him back to health. Sure, he was never the way he was before. Not even close. But what was done was done. One had to make the best of a bad situation, and hadn't they done their best to do that for him? All this time? In retrospect, sure, there were things they could have done differently. Maybe, if they'd called for an ambulance right away, the moment he tumbled down those stairs, they might have been able to do something for him. But who knew he was paralyzed from the waist down and that his spine was in all likelihood broken? How were they supposed to know that? And there was more at stake, too. After all, Richard had just joined the Griffin police. He had his whole future ahead of him. Was it right for him to give up all that for a momentary lapse in judgment? Was that fair? In many ways, really, Harry only had himself to blame. He'd been a good man most of the time. He'd been there for Phyllis when her husband died years earlier, had comforted her, helped her settle the estate, taken her to dinner, invited her and her son to join him on trips to California and Mexico. He treated Richard like he was his own son. Harry loved the boy, there was nothing fake about it, and Richard, who so desperately needed a father figure, loved him right back. If anything, it was the bond between them that persuaded Phyllis to let Harry move in with her, and eventually accept his proposal to let him be her second husband. She should have paid more attention to the signs. There was something not quite right about Harry. Before their marriage, his obsession with record-keeping, with saving every receipt. He had 6-year-old receipts from donut shops, for crying out loud. Seemed like nothing more than charming eccentricities. In fact, he'd be a real asset at the bar, making sure the books balanced. But there were other things. Those books where he recorded everything he ate in that small, precise handwriting of his, always making note of the date. Didn't matter how often folks at Patchett's teased him about it. It hadn't occurred to Phyllis back then that maybe Harry was obsessive-compulsive. Maybe if that had been it, things would have been manageable. But there were the mood swings. One day he'd want to take her and Richard to the movies or the outlet mall to spend some cash, and then the next he'd be plunged into the depths of depression. And with the depression, there was often anger. And drinking. He refused to see a doctor, let alone a psychiatrist or psychologist. But Phyllis figured that in addition to his OCD tendencies, he might be bipolar or manic-depressive. As time went on, he became a compendium of psychiatric tics. At his low points, nothing was too trivial to find fault with. Lights needlessly left on, getting in the car after Phyllis or Richard had used it and finding less than a quarter tank of gas. Phyllis had to make sure the spoons stood up in the drying rack so water wasn't trapped in them. Made Harry crazy when that happened. He believed Phyllis and her son discussed him behind his back, which, of course, was true. On rare occasions, there was violence. like the time Phyllis lost the phone bill. Harry, who paid the bills every 2 weeks, couldn't understand why it wasn't with all the others. He searched the trash and determined that Phyllis had inadvertently pitched it with the junk mail. Harry was apoplectic. In a fit of rage, he grabbed her by the wrist, held her hand flat on the kitchen table, and slammed a mug down on it. No broken bones, but she couldn't move her hand for a week. Harry was instantly remorseful, became the world's most attentive husband, made all the meals for days, bought Phyllis flowers, took Richard to a Bills game to prove he was a solid stepfather. But he couldn't hold it together indefinitely, especially if he'd had too much to drink. Sometimes it'd just be a slap. And there was that time, while behind the wheel, he punched her thigh when she thought she'd left an iron plugged in. She hadn't, which only further exasperated him. And yet, in spite of everything, Phyllis and Richard did not hate the man. Phyllis made apologies for him, said they had to cut him some slack. He was a tormented person. He'd served in Vietnam, seen things no one should have to see, done things no one should have to do. Often in the middle of the night, he'd wake up screaming, the mattress soaked with perspiration, as he relived some horror from over there in the late 60s. Harry served his country, Phyllis often said, and it left him scarred. Phyllis had her hands full with Richard, too. Maybe when your real father dies and you're just a boy, it messes up your head. Or when you get a new dad who's got a slew of problems, you find a way to inherit them, even though there's no genetic link. Who knew? But as Richard moved through his teens, he showed signs of not being able to control certain impulses. There were those 2 incidents, at least 2 that Phyllis knew about, where he inappropriately touched some girls at school. Okay, call it what it was. Fondled. There were meetings with the principal, apologies, a suspension. Luckily, nothing more than that. And then there was his propensity to erupt in anger, calm and serene on the surface, but simmering underneath like lava bubbling in a dormant volcano. Then, boom. Phyllis wanted to take him to see someone, too, but Harry wouldn't hear of it. He's just a boy, he said. He's burning off steam. That's certainly what happened that night, 7 years ago. Harry was in the grips of the black dog, as Winston Churchill had famously said, and had been that way for the better part of a week. Phyllis and Richard had tried their best to steer clear of him. Phyllis was looking after Patchett's on her own, insisting that her husband stay home until he was feeling more up to it. On Monday night, when the staff were trusted to run Patchett's so that the Pierces could have a night off, after Harry had recorded in his notebook what Phyllis had served for dinner, pork chops, macaroni and cheese, and canned peas, as it turned out, he announced he wanted ice cream. Phyllis said they had no ice cream. Harry wanted to know how this was possible, since he had prepared a shopping list for Phyllis, and he knew he had written ice cream on it. "I missed it," she said. "I'll get some next time." "What is the point," he wanted to know, "of my writing things on your shopping list if you're not going to look at it and read what's on it? Maybe you got it and forgot." He rooted around in the freezer atop the refrigerator, knocking frozen steaks and containers of Minute Maid orange juice onto the floor. "God damn it!" "Harry," Phyllis said. Richard watched this play out, standing in the doorway between the kitchen and the dining room, arms folded across his chest. A member of the Griffin Police Department for only a few months, but still living at home, he hadn't yet changed out of his uniform after a day of writing tickets and directing traffic at an accident scene. "Is it too fucking much to ask that we always have some ice cream in here?" Harry asked, tossing out more items. An ice cube tray hit the floor, scattering tiny blocks of ice across the linoleum. "What about the downstairs freezer?" he asked. "We have any down there?" "No," Phyllis said. He flung open the door to the basement anyway. Richard, up to now, hadn't moved an inch. Harry spun around, took a step in her direction, pointed a finger, holding it 3 inches from her nose. "After all I've done, helping you and your boy all these bloody years, do I ask for that much? Do I? I swear to God, if I—" It all happened in less than 10 seconds. "Shut up," Richard said. Storming into the room, grabbing one of the wooden kitchen table chairs, holding it by the back with both hands, swinging it like a bat toward his stepfather. He instinctively turned away, and the chair hit him across the back, hard. Harry Pierce stumbled forward, his foot landing on one of the cubes of ice. In a Three Stooges episode, it might have been comical. Harry's foot went out from under him, and he pitched forward, right through the open doorway to the basement. Made a hell of a noise going down. But when he reached the bottom, there was total silence. Phyllis screamed. "Dad!" Richard cried, throwing aside the chair. The two of them ran down the steps, finding Harry in a twisted heap, eyes closed, not moving. "Oh my God, he's dead," Phyllis said. Richard knelt, laid his head sideways on his father's chest. "No, he's not. He's breathing. His heart's going." Phyllis dropped to her knees, put her head to his chest as well, needing to confirm it for herself. "Yes, I hear it. I hear it. Harry. Harry, can you hear me?" Harry, who had adopted the shape of a pretzel, did not respond. "I'll call an ambulance," Richard said, getting up. He went up the stairs 2 at a time, and as he was disappearing into the kitchen, his mother called up to him. "Wait," she said. His head reappeared, framed in the doorway, silhouetted against the kitchen lights. "What?" "Don't. I mean, just wait. Mom, every second counts." "He'll be okay," Phyllis said. "He just needs a minute. Help me straighten him out." "We shouldn't move him," her son said. "We'll be really careful. I've got that old rollaway bed in the back room. I'll bring it out and we can put him down on that." "Mom." Richard came back down the stairs halfway. "Richard, listen to me," she said. "If you call the ambulance, they're going to call the police, too." "I'm the police," Richard said. "I know. But others will come. And when Harry wakes up and tells them what you did... I didn't mean to do it. He just made me so angry. I thought he was going to hit you. I know, love, I know. I totally understand. But the police, they won't. They won't understand. You're just starting out. It wouldn't be right. It wouldn't be fair for them to hold this against you. I don't know. Get the bed set up. Set it up right here. I'll straighten him out." Richard brought in the rollaway, the rusty wheels squeaking in protest. He opened it and flattened it, patted the mattress to smooth it out. "Help me lift him," Phyllis said. Together, they got him onto the bed. "He's still breathing," she said. "He seems to be breathing just fine." "I couldn't stand what he was doing," Richard said. "He just wouldn't stop. He couldn't let it go. It's okay. Everything's going to be okay. We'll look after him. He'll probably be fine in a few hours. He'll have a bad headache is all. You wait and see. It doesn't make any sense to make a bigger deal out of this than it really is." "If that's what you think, Mom," Richard said. She always seemed to know the right thing to do. But was this right? It had seemed so at the time. But Harry was not fine in a few hours. He didn't regain consciousness for 2 days. When he did, he wasn't the same. He was simpler somehow. When Richard and Phyllis tried to coax him out of bed, they discovered he could not move his legs. "We should call a doctor," Richard said. "He probably needs an X-ray or something." "We'll give it a few more days," Phyllis insisted. Maybe whatever broke that keeps his legs from working will fix itself." Neither one of them really believed that, but they were willing to give it a go. At Patchett's, people asked where Harry was. "He's got that nasty flu bug that's been going around," Phyllis told them. "Last thing I want is him coming in here and sneezing on the chicken wings." After a week had gone by, Phyllis and Richard knew they had a real problem on their hands. They'd waited too long to call for help. How were they going to explain their actions? Letting a man fall down a flight of stairs and not calling for help? It was a bit late to start claiming self-defense. If what Richard had done had been to save his mother's life, they could have called the police that night. After all, as a spanking new police officer, Richard would have a pretty good idea of what constituted self-defense. but they didn't. And while Harry Pierce was a little groggier than he used to be, every time Richard descended those stairs to see how his father was coming along, the man would raise one arm weakly, point at him, and say, "You son of a bitch." Meaning that pretty damn literally. Getting him medical attention now posed a considerable risk to Phyllis and her son, but particularly to him. And at work, people continued to ask, "How's Harry? Where the hell is he? When's he coming back?" "What are we going to do?" Richard asked one night, as the two of them sat at the kitchen table, listening to Harry snoring downstairs. "I don't know," his mother said. "People are going to keep asking and asking where Dad is," he said. "We have to stop them from asking," she said. "This needs to end somehow." Richard leaned back in his chair. "What are you saying? You're not thinking we should—" No, of course not. But everyone needs to think something has happened, something permanent, so they won't be asking where he is anymore. "Like, maybe he went to see his cousin," Richard said. "In Calgary?" Phyllis shook her head. "People would keep asking when he was coming back. No, we need to tell a story that will stop people from asking questions once and for all." Her mouth tightened. "I went to the library today. I found out something interesting. I found out that over the years, quite a few people who've fallen into the river accidentally and gone over the falls, some of them were never found." "Wait," Richard said. "I thought you just said you weren't saying we'd do anything like that." "We're not going to send him over the falls. We can't. I mean, he's my father. Okay, not my real father, but that's what he's been to me for a hell of a long time." She reached out and held his hand. "I know that, but I was thinking, if we could make people think he went over the falls, then we can just keep looking after him, right here." "For how long?" "As long as we have to." "But he might— what if he actually gets better? Well enough to, walk up those stairs and out the door?" "Richard, he's not going to get better. His spine is broken. Something's happened to his head, too. He's gone a bit simple. He's not even obsessed with things the way he used to be, other than still writing down what he eats in that stupid book. I'm telling you, he's not going to get up and walk out of the house one day and tell everybody what happened to him." They came up with the boat idea. That Harry got drunk one night, decided to take his boat out into the river. They'd leave his car and trailer at the river's edge. Leave the oars in the car so later, when the boat and its empty tank of gas was found downstream from the falls, the authorities would be able to put it together. They'd search for his body, maybe for a few days, before they gave up. And that's what they did. There was an article in the paper, an item on each of the local stations. CNN even picked up the story. There was a funeral, even though there was no corpse to bury. Phyllis wept. Richard held her and consoled her. A lot of attention for 10 days or so. And then everyone moved on. No more questions about what was up with Harry. Richard got his own apartment soon after. He couldn't bear to be in the house 24/7. But he returned nearly every day at some point, usually before or after his shift, to check on his stepfather. Brought him meals, helped with his toileting needs, cleaned up after him, found books and magazines for him to read, but mostly magazines, since Harry found it hard to concentrate on books. Everything seemed to be going along okay. Until one day, Phyllis came home late one night after closing down Patchett's, and there, 10 feet from the door, dragging himself across to the living room carpet, was Harry. Nearly gave her a heart attack. Another 20 minutes and he'd been on the front porch. Another 10 after that and he'd have crawled down to the sidewalk where anyone might have seen him. From that day forward, a lock went on the door of his room in the basement. You had to do what you had to do. "What happens," Richard asked once, "when he really does, pass away?" It was something Phyllis had definitely thought about. "We'll take him out into the woods," she said, "and dig a nice hole for him and cover him up, and we'll have our own little private funeral for him. That's what we'll do. But today, after 7 years, Phyllis has determined that process may have to be sped up a bit. Because it's only a matter of time before someone starts putting things together, comes to the house armed with a search warrant, finds Harry down in that room. Now, it's all about getting rid of the evidence. Harry is the evidence. If the police show up claiming to have been told some cockamamie story about keeping Harry in the basement, she can say, "What are you talking about? Go down there, have a look. That's just crazy talk." The only one who's seen him down there is Dennis, and Dennis will have told Claire. The good news is, Richard has taken care of both of them. The only things left to worry about now are that detective and the book. Phyllis is betting he has the book. If she can take care of both those matters at once, she might find a way to get out from under all this, for herself and for her son. Soon she'll put in a call to Cal Weaver, but not just yet. There are more immediate concerns. "What are all these boxes?" Harry asks when she wheels him out of his room and past the washer and dryer. "I'm moving you upstairs," she says. "With you out of the basement, I can store some more stuff in there." "Where? What are you talking about?" "I thought I'd give you Richard's room. It's been empty a long time. You'll have a window and a view and fresh breeze when you want it." "I don't know what to say." "Really?" "You wait here for a few minutes while I deal with your old room." "I won't be going back in there?" "I can promise you, Harry, you won't be sleeping another night in there." She feels something catch in her throat. She goes into the room with a garbage bag, stuffs it with anything that says Harry. Clothes, adult diapers, scraps of food, a bag of cookies, used tissues, bedding. She forces the roll-away back together, pushes it into a corner of the room, piles some boxes in front of it, brings in a few more boxes that she'd been storing in other rooms, sprays some air freshener, takes a sniff, concludes that it's not that bad. Working feverishly, it takes her the better part of 20 minutes to do it all, but she is a strong woman. Attributes it to years of lugging cases of beer. "Okay, we're good to go," she says, closing the door and locking it, more out of habit than anything else. "I'm going to need help on the stairs," he says. He wheels the chair up to the bottom step. Phyllis gets her hands under his arms, lifts. He grabs onto the railing with his right hand, and with Phyllis on his left, he manages to get to the kitchen. He crawls onto the floor and stays there while Phyllis runs back down, folds up the wheelchair, and brings it up one flight. "That's a new fridge," Harry says, scanning the kitchen. "Had to grind up sleeping pills and put them in his food the day they replaced the old refrigerator when it conked out. At least that was upstairs. That time the furnace went out in the basement, she not only drugged Harry, she tied him down to the bed and taped his mouth just in case he woke up, which, thank the Lord, he didn't. When the washing machine broke down, she got Richard to research it on the internet and fix it himself. Still leaked a bit, but it did the job." Phyllis gets him back into his chair, steers him toward the back door. "Aren't we going out the front?" he asks. "It's easier to get you into the car this way," she says. She realizes, as she grips the handles of the wheelchair, that her hands are shaking. She gets ahead of the wheelchair, opens the door, then gets around behind him again and pushes the chair outside. Phyllis tips the chair back slightly to ease it down the 2 steps. The car is there, backed right up to the bottom step. The trunk is open. Harry says, "Why you got all that plastic lining the trunk, Phyllis?" It has a low lip, this trunk. Phyllis tips Harry forward, like she's emptying a wheelbarrow. The top half of his body falls in. He throws his hands forward, trying to brace himself. "The hell are you doing, Phyllis? Damn, I hit my head." "Sorry, honey," she says. "Can't have anyone seeing you on the way to Baskin-Robbins." "For Christ's sake, I can scrunch down in the seat." She tips the lower half of his body into the car, pulls the chair away, folds it, and puts it into the back seat of the sedan. "Phyllis, get me the hell out of here." "1 second," she says, and runs back into the house, opens the kitchen drawer where she keeps her knives. "I've been good to him," she tells herself, her eyes starting to fill with tears. "I've done the best I can." Phyllis grabs the knife she always uses to carve the Christmas turkey and runs back outside. Chapter 63. Phyllis must have moved him, I said to Augie. She had to know we were coming, so she got him out of here. This is insane, Augie said. I shifted some boxes around. I think this stuff was just moved in here. There's no dust on the floor around the boxes. And hang on, there's a half a sandwich down there, and the bread's not moldy. Would you come eat a sandwich in this room if you didn't have to? I can barely breathe, my brother-in-law said. Wait a second. He left the room. What? I said. Marks on the floor, he said. Like something was wheeled through here. Went through some water on the floor leaking out from under the washing machine. A wheelchair, I said. Maybe. I'm not making this shit up, I said. Let's go back up, he said. We rendezvoused in the kitchen. Think Phyllis drives a Crown Vic, black one. Looks sort of like a cop car without the bells and whistles. He got out his phone, told the Griffin police dispatcher to have everyone looking for Phyllis Pierce's car. Try Patchett's first. If you see it, don't do anything, just let me know. He put the phone away and said, We might as well head over there anyway. I need to talk to you about this other thing. Augie pulled back a kitchen chair and plopped himself down. He gestured for me to do the same, and I did. Go ahead, he said wearily. I think Ricky Haynes killed Scott. I'd found over the years it was nearly impossible to shock Augustus Perry. Provoke, yes, but not shock. Even if you managed to say something that surprised him, he'd do his best to remain stone-faced. He wasn't able to hide his reaction this time. What? He bellowed. What the fuck are you talking about? Haynes was searching Claire Sanders out back of Patchett's one night. Used it as an excuse to give her one hell of a pat-down. Scott saw it happen, threatened to report Haynes, maybe to you, for assault. Every time he saw Haynes around town, he referred to him as a pervert. Haynes had it in for him. Come on, Augie said. Maybe Claire's making it up. Scott actually told us this story, although he never said which cop it was. Looks like Scott was a constant thorn in Haynes' side. One night, Haynes had a chance to deal with it. Augie was slowly shaking his head. I still don't buy it. You think it's just a coincidence that the night Scott goes off the roof of Ravelson Furniture, it just happens to be Haynes who finds him? Haynes wasn't answering a call. It wasn't someone else who found Scott. Haynes found him. And then came to our door with the news. Something else that's bothered me. Haynes must have known you were Scott's uncle. You'd think, if you've just found the body of your own chief's nephew, that you might put in a call to him. Maybe even bring him in to break the news to the family. But he didn't want to bring you in. Probably too rattled to do that. Jesus, Augie said. I might not have believed it before, I said. But now I know what Ricky Haynes is capable of. I think he murdered Hannah Radomski. I know he murdered Dennis Malavy and tried to kill me and Claire. He planted tracking devices in my car so he could follow me to where Dennis and Claire had been hiding out. He wasn't expecting me to get picked up for threatening the Tapscott kid. He even offered to call my lawyer for me. He needed me free to lead him to Claire and Dennis. Augie winced. It was Ricky who told me you were in custody. Just before I came and lied my ass off for you. He and his mother have been keeping a prisoner in this house for 7 years. You telling me someone capable of all that couldn't have thrown my son off that roof? That left him with nothing to say. I watched his cheeks grow red. The bastard, he said finally. Why the hell didn't Claire Sanders come forward? Seriously? With all the shit going down between you and her father, she figured she didn't need any part of that. She said if she'd reported it, you just say her father put her up to it to make you look bad. He sighed. Shit. He pushed the chair back and stood. We gotta get Haynes and his mother, bring them both in, sort all of this out. Believe me, if that fucker killed Scott, Augie made a fist at his side. I loved him too, you know. He's my sister's boy. I know, I said. We'll get to the bottom of this. I swear to God. Don't worry, I said. I intend to. Let's go find them, he said, and started for the door. My cell rang. I grabbed it from my jacket pocket, saw that it was home calling. Hey, I said. Hi, Donna said. Her voice was flat, lacking animation. What's going on? I need you to come home. I'm with Augie and we're right in the middle of something. Still, I need you to come home, she said. I've got a visitor. A visitor? Donna, just tell me what's going on, and... I heard the phone being jostled, then a different voice came on the line. Mr. Weaver, Phyllis Pierce here. We have some things we need to discuss. You're going to help me out, because if you don't, it's going to be your fault what happens to your wife. Chapter 64. It wasn't as though Phyllis wanted to use a knife. She would have preferred a gun, but feared the noise would attract attention, certainly if she fired it outside the house. Her son may have a silencer for one of his weapons, but she certainly doesn't. And she has no expertise in poisons. She considered holding a pillow over his face, but she feared he'd put up too much of a struggle and she wouldn't be able to finish the job. In the end, a knife seemed the way to go. Now he's in the trunk, wrapped in the plastic. Later, she will get Richard to help her bury him in the woods. She knows she hasn't the strength to dig a grave. Richard is still a strapping lad, and it shouldn't be any trouble for him. She's already put a shovel in the car and a pair of gardening gloves so he won't get blisters. And even though she didn't choose to use it on her husband, she has a gun in her handbag. She just hopes Richard isn't too upset that she decided something had to be done with Harry, that it had to be done now. For 7 years he's been burdened with the guilt of what he did, been so attentive to his stepfather. Phyllis knows he still loves him, that he remembers that there were good times among the bad, when Harry was a real father to him. Richard's just going to have to get used to the idea. Phyllis has one more stop to make. She'll go to the Weaver house, hold the wife hostage, get him on the phone, tell him to bring her the book. Once she has it in her possession, she'll find out from the detective whether anyone else knows about Harry. If not, the killing can end with the Weavers. You can't go around knocking off everyone. Have to draw the line somewhere. She'll be relieved to have it end with the Weavers. Then she and Richard can go on about their lives again. It'll be good to have things back to normal. She can feel the extra weight in the back of the car as she drives. Going around corners, she noticed the back end is heavy, sways some. She's looked up Weaver's address, makes a call on her cell as she heads to that part of town. Yes, Mother? Where are you now? She asks her son. Almost home. You know where Mr. Weaver lives? Yeah. That's where I'm going now. Go there and park across the street and down a ways. Call me if you see anything suspicious. What are you going to do? Just let me handle things now. What about Dad? Is he okay? Is he at the house? Not anymore, child. I've moved him. Moved him where? I'll tell you all about it later. Just get to Weaver's house. Phyllis ends the call. She finds the Weaver house, pulls up to the curb, and parks on the street. Goes to the door and rings the bell. Seconds later, it is opened. Hello? Mrs. Weaver? Phyllis says. That's right. I can't believe we've never actually met, and if we have, please forgive me for not remembering. I'm Phyllis Pierce. I own Patchett's. Oh, of course, hello. What can I do for you? Donna Weaver asks. May I come in? Donna opens the door wide and admits her. Donna is wearing a bulky, button-up-the-front, long-sleeve sweater and feels the need to apologize for it. I just put this on. It's one of my husband's. It looks awful, but the house is chilly. There's something wonky with the thermostat. I'm hardly a fashion plate myself, Phyllis says. It looks very comfortable. Excuse the mess, Donna says. pointing to the coffee table in the living room. It is covered in sketches of the same person from different angles, all in differing stages of completion. Charcoal pencils, fixative spray, a thick book of sketch paper, a small pad of yellow sticky notes. One of the sketches has a yellow note stuck to it, a few words scribbled on it. "What's this?" Phyllis asks. "Just drawings of our son." "Oh, yes," Phyllis says. "I'm so sorry." Donna's attempt to smile turns into a jagged line. "Thank you. This has been such a difficult time for you. How long has it been now since he passed away?" "Is there something I can help you with, Mrs. Pierce?" "Phyllis, please." The woman smiles. "I understand your son died by misadventure, that he was under the influence of drugs when he fell off the roof." Donna puts a hand delicately to her chest as though she has indigestion. "I really don't want to talk about that. I only mention it because we have something in common, in a way. I mean, your son must be a terrible disappointment to you. The things he could have done, all thrown away. Now, my Richard, you know him, of course, because you process his checks, is still alive, but I swear if there's one thing he knows how to do, it's how to screw something up. I think you should leave." "I need to see your husband," Phyllis says. "I'll be sure to tell him you were here. He's been by a couple of times to talk to me. I think we kind of hit it off. I need you to call him now and get him over here right away." "I'm sorry," Donna says. "I'm not doing that. If you want to talk to him, call him yourself. And I repeat, I think you should leave." Phyllis sets her purse on the floor, opens it, and takes out a handgun. She points it at Donna and says, "Call him." Donna struggles to remain calm, but she has never had a gun pointed at her before, and she feels as though her insides are about to melt. "What do you want with him?" "That's between him and me," Phyllis says. "Is the phone in the kitchen?" "Yes." "Then we'd best go to the kitchen." Donna goes to the kitchen phone, puts the receiver to her ear, hits the memory button that will connect to her husband's cell. She talks to him briefly before Phyllis takes the phone from her. "Mr. Weaver? Phyllis Pierce here. We have some things we need to discuss. You're going to help me out, because if you don't, it's going to be your fault what happens to your wife. Leave her alone. And you need to know your house is being watched. You come here by yourself. If anyone else shows up, your wife will die. And bring the book." "What book?" "Please don't do that. I'm sure you have it. The one my husband gave to that boy. I need to have that back." "Where's Harry?" Weaver asks. "Excuse me?" Phyllis's eyes go wide. "He's not in his room downstairs. Where have you got him?" "Just get here," Phyllis says, and replaces the receiver. "Whatever's happened, whatever you've done," Donna says, moving back into the living room, "you should just turn yourself in. Get a lawyer. He can arrange a surrender for you. He can work something out." "I don't think so," Phyllis says, as Donna leans over the coffee table shuffling her drawings. "What are you doing?" Donna, her back to the woman, continues to collect the pictures into a neat pile, slides them into a folder. "I said, what are you doing?" Phyllis asks. "I don't like you looking at pictures of my son." Phyllis comes around the other side of the coffee table, orders Donna to stop what she's doing and sit down. Phyllis goes to the window, pulls back the curtain an inch to get a look at the street. Her son's black pickup is parked at the curb on the other side. Phyllis sighs with relief. Richard is here. She appears contemplative. I hope he understands what I've had to do. Chapter 65. I'd waved Augie over so he could hear both sides of the conversation. He was huddled close to me, his ear close to mine, and when Phyllis ended the call, we looked at each other and he said, "Did you actually talk to Donna?" He'd missed the first few seconds of the conversation. "Yeah," I said. "She sounds okay, but she's scared." "She says the house is being watched. That'll be Ricky. What the hell does she want?" Me, I said. And the book. Ricky must think he killed Claire, or she'd be asking for her, too. What book? I patted my chest to reassure myself that it was still in my jacket pocket. A kind of diary Harry kept. It proves he's been alive all these years. I started moving toward the door. What are you doing? Augie asked. Going for Donna. What's the plan? He asked as I kept walking. No idea, but hanging around here isn't part of it. He followed me all the way to my car, grabbing my arm as I was opening the door of the Subaru. Hold on, he said. You think if you give her that book, that's going to be the end of it? Think about what you know. What she knows you know. You think she's just going to get in her car and drive off? You go off half-cocked, you'll end up getting you and Donna both killed. I stopped. Tell me how to handle it. First, Augie said, I'll take care of Ricky. How are you going to do that? I'll figure that out, he said. Give me a 5-minute head start to see where he is, get in position. 5 minutes, I said. I'll call you, he said. We decided we both drive to within a couple of blocks of my house, then I'd wait while Augie found a spot he could watch Ricky from. I'd give him 5 minutes to call me, then drive to my house. When we were a quarter mile away, I pulled over. Augie rolled up alongside in his Suburban, held up all 5 fingers of one hand, then drove off. I kept my eyes on the dashboard clock. 2 minutes, 3 minutes. It seemed more like 3 hours. Hang in there, Donna. I looked at the clock again. 4 minutes. I wasn't waiting any longer. I put the transmission into drive. My phone rang. I'm ready. Where are you? I'm in a house, looking out the living room at Ricky and his pickup. He's on the other side of the street from your place, 2 houses down. How did you get in a... I broke in. Go. I went. A Ford Crown Vic was parked in front of our place. Just up the street, facing this way, Ricky's black pickup. Through the tinted windows, I could just make out someone behind the wheel. I turned into the driveway, got out, noticed a hand pulling back the living room curtain an inch. Should I knock? It was my own house, and Phyllis could obviously see me coming. So when I got to the door, I turned the knob and entered. Phyllis was waiting for me, standing 10 feet away from the door, weapon drawn, held in both hands to try and keep it steady. Her face looked drawn and haggard, and she seemed to have aged 10 years since I'd last seen her. Beads of sweat dotted her forehead, but it didn't feel all that warm in here. I glanced into the living room, saw Donna sitting on the couch, her mouth a jagged line across her face. Take out your gun, Phyllis said. I reached around for my Glock, removed it from my holster. Put it there, right there, she said, pointing to the table in the front hall where we set our keys and dropped the mail. I did as she asked. In there, she said, pointing to the living room. I moved slowly. You okay? I asked Donna. I thought it odd she didn't stand up. She sat there holding her right wrist with her left hand. I'm okay, she said quietly. She hurt you? I said, looking at her wrist. No, I'm fine. Sit down, Phyllis said. I took a seat that allowed me to see Phyllis and Donna and catch a glimpse of the street through the shears. Smartest thing for you to do, Phyllis, I said, is walk out that door, hop in the truck with your son, and turn yourself in. The book, she said. I reached slowly into my jacket and tossed it at Phyllis's feet. She knelt and picked it up. It's not very interesting reading, I said, as she stood, the gun still pointed at us. I'm sorry about all this, she said. I am. But I have to do what I have to do. You think you've just about got the well capped now? I asked. What did Ricky tell you? That he got Dennis and Claire? That I'm the last one left who knows what happened? Now that you've got that piece of evidence in your hands and you've taken care of Donna and me, you've got this under control? Her jaw trembled slightly. Something like that. Claire's alive, I told her. Ricky didn't hit her, and she's home now with her father. So now Sanders knows. And I've talked to Augie, and he knows. You'll end up killing half of Griffin before you're done, Phyllis. The color was draining from her face. You're lying. No, I said calmly. I'm not. We never wanted anyone to get hurt, she said. It was that boy's fault. He had no business coming into our house. Ricky killed Hannah Radomski, didn't he? I asked. When he found out the girls had tricked him. She wouldn't tell him where Claire went, Phyllis said. Sometimes he gets angry. But most of the time he's a good boy. He's a police officer. He does good things all the time. I wanted to know whether Ricky had told her about what had happened between him and our son, but I couldn't bring that up, not now, with Donna present. What she was going through at this moment was traumatic enough without learning that everything we thought we knew about what had happened to Scott was wrong. I'm sure that'll be taken into account, I said. Don't make things worse by hurting anyone else. Everything has to end here. You and Ricky will have to answer for the things you've done, and it's not going to be easy, but this can all come to an end quietly, or it can come to an end very badly. You brought help, didn't you? Phyllis asked. I'm all alone, I said. You're lying, she said, waving the gun. Someone else is out there. I got half out of my chair, pulled back the sheer so we had an unobstructed view of the street. You see anyone? Phyllis glanced out. I don't believe you. I sat back down, looked at Donna. Her face was rigid. Phyllis, give it up. We could take her with us, she said, waving the gun at Donna, until we got somewhere safe. Think it through, Phyllis. You have secret bank accounts somewhere? False identities in place? That doesn't strike me as your kind of thing. I looked out the window again. Something had caught my eye. Something to do with Phyllis's Crown Victoria. I'm somebody in this town, Phyllis said. I'm Phyllis Pierce. I know things about people. I looked back at her. You think you know enough to get out from under this mess? This time, when I glanced out the window, I squinted. Something was dripping from below the trunk of the woman's car, close to the bumper, enough that a small puddle was forming at the back of the car. I said to Phyllis, Seems like a funny place for a car to be leaking oil. She said, What? She moved closer to the window and glanced out. Oh no, she said, quietly. Phyllis was holding the gun at that moment down at her side, her back to both Donna and me. I was thinking, this is my chance. Jump her now. I was getting ready to spring when I realized Donna was already on the move, reaching up into the sleeve of my borrowed sweater, taking something out. The small can of fixative spray. She had her index finger on the nozzle, and as Phyllis turned back around, Donna pressed it. Chapter 66. Donna raised the canister to within 6 inches of Phyllis's startled face and let loose. The spray, which took my breath away when she sprayed it too close to me in the house, completely clouded Phyllis's mouth and nose and eyes. She screamed, then gasped for air. The gun was coming up, but before she could aim it anywhere, I was on my feet, grabbing her right forearm with both hands and slamming it against the windowsill. Phyllis held on to the gun. I slammed her wrist again, much harder this time, against the sill, and the gun clattered out of her hand. Donna was still spraying. It was like her hand had gone into spasm, was frozen into position. Phyllis coughed and hacked and clawed at her face with both her hands. But once her fingers touched her cheeks, they became adhered to them, and she struggled to pull them away. I went for Donna's arm, steered it away from Phyllis's face. It's okay, I said. Nice going. She threw the can to the floor and put her arms around my neck. Oh, God, oh, God. As much as I wanted to hold her, I broke free to get Phyllis's gun before she dropped down and started patting around to find it. Something she might have been inclined to try the moment she got her hands unstuck from her face. Phyllis was screeching. Donna had moved to the window. "Cal," she said, "Ricky's coming." I bolted out the front door, grabbing my Glock from the table in the hall along the way. The moment I was outside, I glanced up the street. Even if he couldn't make out exactly what he was seeing from where he was parked, Ricky must have noticed some commotion in the window as I struggled with his mother. Now he was out of the truck, coming our way, gun in hand. The front door to the house that was closest to his truck flew open, and Augie charged out. "Haynes!" he bellowed. "Haynes!" Ricky glanced back, saw Augie, but kept on going. "Freeze!" Augie shouted. But Ricky was not about to follow orders from his chief right now. There was the sense that all hell was breaking loose. Feeling exposed, I charged toward Phyllis's car for cover. I dropped to the ground near the rear bumper, my knee just missing the puddle that I now had little doubt was blood. I had a pretty good idea who was in that trunk. There was screaming coming from the front door of my house. I glanced that way, saw Phyllis Pierce stumble out. Her hands were free, but her face was streaked with blood where her fingers had pulled away skin. Donna appeared in the doorway behind her, still holding the gun, but raising her arm in a gesture of futility, as if to say, "I couldn't shoot her." Ricky was nearly to Phyllis's car. Still on one knee, I raised my weapon over the trunk and yelled at him, "Stop!" Ricky raised his gun and fired. I dropped down behind the car. There was another shot. I couldn't be sure, but I guessed it was Augie trying to stop Ricky. Haynes ran past the end of the car, turned the gun in my direction, fired wildly, missing me. Then he stopped, pivoted, aimed the gun back at Augie. I raised my head, saw my brother-in-law running this way. Raised the Glock, aimed for the center of Ricky's body, and pulled the trigger. Once. Twice. Ricky staggered back as though he'd been hit with an invisible sandbag. He dropped left, put out an arm to break his fall, but by the time his palm hit pavement, it offered no resistance. He crumpled into a heap. Augie was on him a second later, stomping on the hand that still clung to the gun. Haynes didn't move. Phyllis ran past me, screaming, fell to her knees at her son's side, threw her arms around him, and began to weep. Augie bent over, pried the gun from Haynes's dead fingers, and started to walk toward me. He had a sudden look of alarm on his face. He was looking past me. I spun around. Donna was standing 10 feet away, looking down, her hand pressed to her stomach, where there was a growing dark blotch. Donna's eyes met mine as she said, "Something's wrong, Cal. I think something's wrong." Two weeks later. Chapter 67. Phyllis Pierce lived, and the story came out. About how one night her son had cracked a chair across Harry Pierce's back, then thrown him down the stairs, how they had covered up the crime, faked his death, and looked after him for 7 years. The rest we more or less knew. Phyllis faced a raft of charges, including the unlawful confinement and murder of her husband, Harry Pierce. Even though she hadn't actually strangled Hannah Radomski or shot Dennis Malavy, she was charged as an accessory in those crimes too. Patchett's was up for sale. Augustus Perry submitted his resignation as Griffin's chief of police, and Bert Sanders accepted it. Augie believed the actions of Officer Ricky Haynes reflected so badly on his own leadership that he had no moral authority to continue leading the department. He was talking about moving to Florida with Beryl. He wanted to put Griffin behind him as much as I did. We both carried a heavy burden from this place. We were damaged men. Haynes wasn't going to be facing a trial, of course. When they brought him into emergency, he had no vital signs. I think he may have been dead before he hit the pavement. I'd never wanted to kill a man, but I was having a hard time working up any sense of remorse for what I'd done. First of all, I did it because Haynes was firing at my brother-in-law. So it was, as they say, justifiable. But there was something else going through my head in the initial moments after I'd pulled the trigger twice. This is for Scott. What I didn't know, and wouldn't for another few seconds, was that it was for Donna, too. It was that one wild round Haynes got off when he ran past the end of the car. The bullet had ripped past me, past Phyllis Pierce, and found a home in Donna's stomach. I told her to stay in the house. I told her. Things had been looking so good minutes earlier. I thought Phyllis had done something to Donna's wrist, but she'd been holding it to keep the fixative from sliding out of the sleeve of my sweater. Clever. There have been some who suggested, as horrible as it was, that maybe I should find some small comfort in the fact that Donna went quickly. People say a lot of astonishingly stupid things when they're trying to console you, and it can be hard to accept that they mean well. I suppose they think, in the overall scheme of things, in the course of a lifetime, that 5 minutes is quick. It's not. Not when you are easing your wife gently down to the ground, rolling up your jacket to put under her head for a pillow, applying pressure to the wound, telling her that things are going to be okay, waiting to hear the siren of an approaching ambulance, wondering what's taking it so long to get here, getting down on your knees and touching her hair and her face, and telling her you love her, and that she just has to hang in, that help is coming soon, putting your head close to her mouth so you can hear her whisper that she loves you too, that she is scared, that she wants to know what it is you wanted to tell her, and you say you can't wait to ride the cable cars, that as soon as she's okay, we're going to go away. And she says that sounds nice, but she still doesn't have anything to wear, and also doesn't feel too good. And you tell her she's going to be okay, that the ambulance is almost here even though you still don't hear it, and she finds the strength to raise one hand and touch it to your cheek, and she says now it doesn't even hurt that much, and that she's not all that scared after all, that things really are going to be okay, and you tell her again to be quiet, to just hang in, and her hand comes away from your cheek and falls to her breast, and her eyes go glassy, and you finally hear the ambulance coming, but it doesn't matter anymore. 5 minutes. Long time. Chapter 68. More people turned out for the funeral than I might have expected. At least 100. Donna was more loved by her colleagues and the entire Griffin police service than she ever would have imagined. I knew Augie would show up. It was his sister, after all. But I was still surprised when I saw him walk into the church with Beryl. I wasn't surprised by his attendance, but by how quickly the events of the past few days had worn on him. His wife was a sapling next to Augie's oak-like stature, but she seemed to be propping him up as they made their way to a pew. It was blame and guilt eating us all up, like a cancer. Mayor Bert Sanders was feeling it too. He had to be asking himself why he hadn't kept a closer eye on Claire, why he'd been so easily duped when she said she was going to see her mother in Canada. Annette Ravelson showed up too, along with her husband Kent. She made a point of not sitting anywhere near Mayor Bert Sanders. I was relieved when Sanders offered to say a few words about Donna. I knew I wouldn't be able to hold it together, and when I asked Augie if he wanted to say anything, he could only shake his head. "Darkness has visited our town," he said. "It has touched us all, but it has touched some more than others, and we mourn for them." He was speaking, of course, about Hannah as well. But not Ricky. Instead of offering up one of those insert name here kind of eulogies, Sanders had asked around about Donna, particularly among her co-workers, and pulled together a brief, touching portrait of a woman who had already lost so much. Besides the minister, there was one other speaker, a woman Donna had kept in touch with over the years, and who'd gone all through public and high school with her. She uttered some nice platitudes. At least I'm told they were nice. I'd stopped listening by that point. I was imagining being someplace else. Someplace with Donna and Scott. How I ached, sitting in that church, to believe in the tenets that had led to its construction. I had little expectation that I would find myself reunited with them one day. The Skillings came. Sean, of course, had been released from jail within 24 hours of Donna's death. His parents were threatening a massive lawsuit that included the town of Griffin and Augie personally. I was betting the Radomskis would get in on that. They'd do what they had to do. Then the service was over, and people were filing out of church, offering their condolences. I was surprised to see Fritz Brott, owner of the butcher shop. He took my hand in his and squeezed. "Read about this in the paper," he said. "So sorry about your loss." "Thank you," I said. "I've been meaning to call you. I made a promise to someone a few days ago." "Tony," Fritz said. "That's right, Tony Fisk. I found myself in a situation, and he helped me out. I promised him I'd speak to you, ask you to maybe reconsider, give him another chance. I didn't promise him I'd be successful, but that I'd at least make the pitch." Fritz nodded knowingly. "He came to see me." "He did? Came in maybe the day after you saw him? Said you were going to come talk to me, that you were going to make me give him his job back." "No," I said, "that wasn't the deal." "I figured, and told him so. And then he took out a gun and started waving it around and called me a bunch of names, and for a second there I thought he was going to shoot me." I felt my heart sinking. "No." "After he left, I called the police. He's been arrested. Tony's in jail right now." You don't think you can feel any sadder. But you can. Fritz moved on, and a few more people stopped and shook hands. But I couldn't tell you who they were or what they said. I believed Tony Fisk had some good in him, but not enough to keep him from being a hothead. Then Sean stopped, along with his parents. They all shook hands with me, said the things people are supposed to say at a time like that, and moved on. But then Sean held back. "Could I talk to you for a minute?" he asked. "Sure. I mean, private-like?" I put my hand on his shoulder and steered him back into the church, which was now empty. "What's up?" I asked him. "Well, first, I just want to say thanks again," he said, "for getting me out of jail." "Wasn't really me," I said. "Yeah, well, I guess. But it was you finding Claire and everything that made it happen." I waited to hear what it was he really wanted to tell me. He was looking at his shoes, his hands stuffed into the pocket of his suit pants. The jacket was tight around his shoulders. The suit probably fit him 6 months ago, but he was at that age when he was having his final growth spurts. "There's something I gotta say," he said. "Something you don't want to tell me in front of your parents." "Yeah, I guess. But maybe you're going to tell them anyway, and if you do, I guess I have to live with that. But you've been good to me, and I think I owe you the truth." "What is it, Sean?" He licked his lips, then lifted up his head to look at me in the eye. "It was me. I did it." I leaned my head in closer to him and put a hand on each shoulder, as much to steady myself as anything. What the hell was he talking about? There was no doubt Haynes had killed Hannah, that he'd planted Hannah's clothes in Sean's truck. Phyllis Pierce had confirmed those details since her arrest. So what was Sean talking about? "Sean, what are you saying? You killed Hannah?" He shook his head violently, and his eyes went wide. "God, no, I didn't do that. No way. I loved Hannah. I just wished I'd gotten there in time, picked her up before—" He shook his head sadly and looked down again. "Then what are you—" And then it hit me. "Scott," I said, dropping my hands from his shoulders. He lifted his head slowly and nodded. Tears were welling up in his eyes. "A couple of days before I had some ex. Sometimes when Hannah and I would go around delivering beer and collecting money for it, you'd get the odd asshole who didn't have the cash. This one guy, he wanted to pay Hannah with a couple of tabs, and she let him and got back in the car with the ex, and I told her she was an idiot, that Roman wasn't going to take anything except cash, and we were going to have to make up the difference, and I thought of Scott because I knew it was his thing, and I got hold of him, and he said, yeah, he'd take them off my hands." Sean looked at me, waiting for a reaction, but I was too numbed by the day to offer one. So he continued. I don't even know if he was on the stuff I sold him when he jumped. I wasn't the only guy he got it from, but I know it's possible it was me. A tear ran down each of his cheeks. I'm so sorry. If you want to hit me or something, I'm okay with that. I'll tell my parents why you had to do it. I've got it coming. But I'm sorry, Mr. Weaver. God, I'm so sorry. I'm not going to hit you, I said. I don't know why I did it. He sobbed quietly. I could have just made up the difference with my own money, and thrown the shit out. I should have flushed it or something. But I was thinking... I don't know what I was thinking. His shoulders began to shake. I raised my arms tentatively, then put them around him and pulled the boy to me. I held him close, tightened my arms around him as he wept into my chest. I felt Donna watching me as I did, felt it was what she would want me to do. Everyone's done some pretty dumb things lately, I said. I felt him slip his arms around my back. I hate myself, Sean said. I hate myself so much. We all hated ourselves these days. Holding Sean, this boy about the same age and size as Scott, I could almost imagine he was my own. I remembered the feeling of taking him into my arms, of the father-son hugs we once shared. If I forgave Sean, would I be forgiving Scott, too, for what he'd put us through? And wasn't there less to forgive Scott for, anyway, than what I'd once believed? It's okay, I whispered again. It's okay. Because I no longer believed Scott jumped. I knew in my heart he was pushed. Thrown. And there was one person I was now ready to talk to, in hopes that she might be able to shed some light on what happened that night. Her name was Rhonda McIntyre. I'd first heard it when I got a ride home with Annette Ravelson the night I'd found her in Bert Sanders' bedroom. Annette said she'd been one of the mayor's other flings, and she'd also been seeing a Griffin cop who didn't know she had a thing going on with Bert. I remembered Annette saying Rhonda had broken it off with the cop, that she'd found him kind of freaky. That cop had turned out to be Ricky Haynes. Her name had come up as the Griffin police did a full investigation into his background. They'd found her email address on his home computer and in his phone. When she broke things off with Haynes, which was around the time she'd also stopped seeing the mayor, she quit her job at Ravelson and moved back in with her family in Erie. I wanted to talk to her. So I drove to Erie. I did the trip in just under an hour and a half. I'd gone back to Cayuga Lake one day, turned in my rented Subaru, and gotten my Honda back from the cottage where Dennis and Claire had been hiding out. Rhonda McIntyre was living with her parents in a beautiful lakeside house on Saybrook Place, just west of the industrial city's downtown. I didn't call first. I had no idea whether she would want to talk to me, and I didn't want to give her a chance to disappear. I knew it was a long shot, but I was hoping Haynes might have told her something, if not actually confided in her, some of the details surrounding Scott's plunge off the roof of Ravelson Furniture. Maybe, I thought, if she had some idea of what he'd done, it was the reason she'd broken things off with him and gone back to the safety of her family. I found the house behind a tall, well-manicured hedge that shielded the McIntyres from the prying eyes of passers-by. I drove up the long, paved drive and parked within steps of the front door. A handsome woman in her 50s answered. "Mrs. McIntyre?" I said. When she nodded, I told her who I was, and that I was here to speak with Rhonda. "About all this sordid mess," she said. "Yes," I said. "I don't think that's such a good idea," she said. "It might be easier talking to me than the police," I said. An implied threat that sometimes worked. This time it did the trick. She led me through the house to a sunroom at the back that looked out over Lake Erie. The sky was overcast and there was a north wind, raising whitecaps. I could feel cold drafts of air sneaking their way around the windows. "I'll get Rhonda," she said. Moments later, a small, wispy woman of 25 entered the room anxiously, her mother right behind her. "Yes?" "Hi, Rhonda. I said. I need to ask you a few questions. I'm sorry, I forgot your name, the mother said. Weaver, I said. Cal Weaver. Rhonda blinked. Her anxiety level appeared to have taken a jump. I thought it would be easier for her to talk to me without her mother present. Mrs. McIntyre, would you mind if your daughter and I spoke privately? Well, I think I need to be here if... It's okay, Mom, Rhonda said. I'll be okay. The woman withdrew reluctantly. Rhonda and I sat in white wicker chairs with puffy, yellow-flowered cushions. You should have called ahead, she said. Rhonda, we know an awful lot now about Ricky and his mother and what they'd been up to for more than a decade. But there are still a few gaps in what we know and what I would like to know, and I know that for a while there you were going out with Ricky. She became defensive. We went out a few times, but I was never really all that serious. There were things not right with him. I waited. First of all, this relationship with his mom, it was kind of sick, you know. He was always trying to please her, always rushing over to the house. Of course, I sort of get now why he was always there, because he was helping his mom look after his stepdad in the basement there. I mean, that kind of explained a lot. What do you mean? He'd never take me to his mother's house. I mean, he wanted me to meet his mother once, but we did it at a coffee shop. We never went out to her place. One time I was going by there and saw Ricky's pickup in the driveway, so I turned in and knocked on the door just figuring I'd say hello, and he came out on the porch and went crazy on me. They couldn't take a chance of anyone going inside, I said. No kidding. But there was more. He was like two people. He could pretend to be all nice when it suited him, but underneath, he didn't really feel anything, except maybe anger. Sometimes you could tell it was just simmering under the surface. I don't think he ever understood what it meant to be someone else. What do you mean? Like, to be in someone else's shoes. He had no, empathy. Everything was about how it felt to him. He didn't care if he hurt you, like your feelings mostly, because he didn't feel the hurt himself, except where his crazy mother was concerned. She could hurt him. Like I said, he was always worried about pleasing her. Rhonda looked out over Lake Erie. I really don't see how I can help you, she said. That's really all I have to say. The thing is, I said, I'm not really here about any of that. I'm here about a more personal matter. Her head moved ever so slightly in my direction. What sort of personal matter? My son. I had a son named Scott. A couple of months ago he died. Maybe you heard about that. Rhonda nodded. Of course. I was still working at Ravelson Furniture then. Everybody felt just awful about it. He was a nice boy. Her voice started to get shaky. I leaned in closer to her. I drove down here today hoping you might know something about what happened on the roof that night. For the longest time, I've believed Scott went off that roof because he was high on drugs. That's not what I believe anymore. Her face looked as though it might shatter. Why would I know anything? She asked. Because of the man you were seeing at the time, I said. Rhonda put her hands over her face. Oh, God, she said. I knew you'd come. I knew you'd figure it out eventually. I reached out and gently pulled her hands away from her face. Tell me about it, Rhonda. It was never supposed to happen, she said. Never. Did he do it because Scott had threatened him? She nodded, and I let go of her arms so that she could wipe her eyes. Your son, Scott, said he was going to tell. He was all, hey, wait till everyone finds this out. You know? Rhonda was describing the incident at Patchett's. Could she have been there? It seemed unlikely Ricky would tell her the story about his pat-down of Claire. You saw that happen? I said. She nodded, reached for a tissue on a nearby table, dabbed her eyes, and wiped her nose. You were at Patchett's? That startled her. What? Now I was startled. "What's Patchett's have to do with this?" she asked. My mind was struggling. "Wait," I said. I had a theory. "Not Patchett's. You were on the roof." Her head went up and down. She grabbed another tissue. "You were there when Scott got pushed off the roof?" She dropped her head. In sorrow or shame, I wasn't sure. I pressed on. "You saw Ricky do it?" Her head shot up and her mouth opened. She looked as startled as if I'd slapped her. "Ricky," she said. "You thought it was Ricky?" Chapter 69. It was dark. 10:30. From atop Ravelson Furniture I could see the Skylon Tower in the distance. It was quiet up here, the sounds from cars passing through downtown Griffin barely audible. I was standing with one foot on the ledge, one on the roof, in the very spot where Scott had to have gone off. I'd called Kent and he let me come up here. And he left a couple of doors unlocked so someone could join me. I was expecting company any second now. Rhonda McIntyre had agreed to make a phone call for me to set up this meeting. I turned away from the view and looked at the door that led out onto the roof when I heard someone coming up the steps. I walked away from the edge so I could be closer to the door when it opened. Seconds later, it did. "Hello, Bert," I said. Bert Sanders stepped out onto the roof, his shoes crunching the gravel, secured with tar. "What? Cal? What are you doing here?" "Waiting for you," I said. "But I guess you were expecting someone else." He started to turn for the door, but I got around him and blocked his path. "You were expecting Rhonda McIntyre," I said. "I don't know what you're talking about," Bert said. "Bert, please. I went to see her in Erie. We talked. I asked her to set this up." His eyes darted about, looking for an escape. "Why don't you tell me your version of what happened?" I said. "Whatever Rhonda told you," he said, "you have to understand where she's coming from. She's got an axe to grind. You've got to take what she says with a grain of salt. I was—" He looked around to see whether anyone could possibly be listening. "Seeing Annette, and this thing with Rhonda just wasn't going anywhere. I mean, yes, there was the sex, which you had up here." Sanders nodded sheepishly. "It's true. We met up here a few times. You know that kind of furtive, frantic sex you can have, where it seems all the more exciting because the location is so different?" He tried an old boy smile on me, like, "Hey, you know what it's like." "So you came up here, the two of you, well after hours, and were getting into it," I said. "Rhonda had keys, just like Scott did. Was he already up here, or did he come up after?" Sanders swallowed. "After." "So lay it out for me. Where were you?" There was a small structure that sat on the roof to accommodate the top of the stairwell and the door. Sanders pointed around the side. "We were leaning up against that, and then, suddenly, we heard steps, and the door burst open." He paused. "And it was your son." "Go on," I said. "He was high as a kite, Cal. Skipping around with a bottle of something in his hand. He was feeling pretty good." A slightly accusatory tone. The suggestion that Scott wouldn't have been up here if we'd kept better tabs on him. "So he was high," I said. "What then?" "Rhonda and I, we knew we had to get back downstairs without him seeing us. All we had to do was slip away, and we would have done it. We almost did it. But as we were coming around the corner there, Rhonda, one of her high heels got stuck for a second in the gravel, and she stumbled. That's when Scott turned around and saw us." "What did he say?" "At first, nothing. He was as surprised to see us as we were to see him when he came out that door. It was like we'd caught each other being up to something we weren't supposed to be doing. He shook his head regretfully. But I guess, in his intoxicated state, he got over that worry pretty quickly and zeroed in on us. He knew Rhonda. He worked with her, saw her all the time. And he sure as hell knew who I was, too. He pointed a finger at us like this, and he said something like, "Holy shit." He wasn't so high that he couldn't see that he'd caught us in something we didn't want to get out. "What happened then?" I said. There was a cool breeze 4 stories above the street, but I felt hot. I said, "Hey, Scott, it's not what it looks like." And Rhonda said that too, that we'd just come up to see the stars. But the thing was, Rhonda's blouse was undone and so was my belt, and your son was no fool. Bert Sanders forced a smile. "In fact, Cal, he was a good kid. You know, he got into some bad things, but he was a good kid. Everyone at Ravelson said that. Rhonda said so too, that—" "Shut up, Bert." I paced slowly back and forth in front of him, picturing it, seeing it all in my head. "So he didn't buy it," I said. "What happened then?" "He was kind of rambling. He was saying he couldn't believe the 2 of us had something going on, asking, wasn't I married, which I told him I wasn't. And I don't think he knew Rhonda was seeing Ricky Haynes." "You know about that?" "I do," I said. And I thought he was probably right about that. Scott might have tempered his taunts where Haynes was concerned if he knew he was going out with someone he worked with. I said to him, "Scott, you can't ever tell anyone you saw us together." And he asked why, and I told him nothing good would come of it. And then Rhonda blurted out, she said if Ricky found out she was seeing me, he'd kill her. Scott says, "Ricky?" He says, "Do you mean Ricky Haynes, the cop?" And Rhonda says, "Yes." She says, "Please don't say anything. Because there was something not right about him. I mean, we all know that now, don't we? That Haynes was sick in the head or something, keeping his stepfather in the basement for almost a decade. He had to have a few screws loose." He tapped his index finger to his temple twice. "And there was more, you know? I mean, there I was, in the thick of it with Chief Perry, attacking him for how he runs his department, and I'm fooling around with one of his officers' girlfriends. The optics weren't good. Rhonda would be at risk, and I'd be compromised if it came out. The chief could have found a way to use it against me." "Scott," I said. "What happened with Scott?" "I was worried that even if he promised not to tell, would he keep it? When he came down off his high, when the drugs wore off, would he remembered what he'd seen, but not what he'd promised to do?" Sanders tried to look as earnest as possible, like he still believed he could count on my vote in the next election. "How did it happen, Bert? I need to hear it from you." He stammered. It was an accident, really. He stumbled, and—" I closed in on him, grabbed his collar, and propelled him closer to where Scott had gone off the building. He stumbled, but caught himself about 10 feet shy of the edge. "Cal," he said, "please. If you're honest with me, if you admit what you did, I won't throw you over," I said. He started shouting. He wasn't himself, you know, it was the drugs, but he was shouting our names out loud. If he kept it up, he was going to draw somebody up there. The police, a security company. I gave him another push and he tripped over his own feet, landing a little over a yard from the edge. I looked down at him, pulled back my jacket, and took out my Glock. I brought it along for tonight. "Jesus, Cal, for the love of God. What happened?" I tried to shut him up. I grabbed him, put my hand over his mouth. We struggled. We were fighting with each other. We were right about here. I tried to get my hand over his mouth again, and he bit me. He bit my hand. I drew my hand back, and I swear it was just instinctive. It was a kind of defensive gesture. But I shoved him away. "You shoved him." "I swear to God, I never meant—" "Get up," I ordered, waving the gun at him. Sanders got to his feet, brushed some bits of gravel that had stuck to his dress pants. So you pushed him off right here, I said. Sanders nodded. Stand there. Cal, stand there. On the edge. I'm not good with heights, he protested. I gave him a shove. Was that how hard you pushed him? Must have been harder. You didn't go off. Please, Cal, please. Step up. I can't. I'll shoot you. If you don't stand there, I'll shoot you. I swear to God I will. I've already killed one person since this all began. Maybe it's easier the second time. He put his right foot on the raised edge. That's good. Now the other one. His left shoe dragged along the gravel. I don't think I can do it. Don't look down, I advised. Just look straight out. Look at the tower. It's pretty this time of night. Sanders stood there, his back to me, his arms out at his sides for balance. I raised the Glock and touched the barrel to the back of his head. Bang, I said. Chapter 70. I'm not sure what I'll do. They say you shouldn't rush into these things. Take some time, then make your decisions. But I can't see what's holding me up. There's nothing for me here in Griffin. I don't want to stay in this house, and I don't want to be in this town. Augie and Beryl already have their house up for sale. I don't even know if they've decided where they're going. Still betting on Florida. Augie wasn't that far off from retirement, and they'd talked in the past about moving down to the Sarasota area. The trouble Augie will have is the same one I'm going to have to deal with. No matter where you go, your memories and your regrets move with you. I'm thinking of going back to Promise Falls. Not to join the police. They wouldn't have me, and that's not what I want anyway. I can keep making a living the way I've been doing it the last few years, but I think I'd rather do it in a place where I feel slightly more at home. Not that I won't have to be coming back here. Sanders is going to go on trial. Rhonda McIntyre has cut a deal with the prosecutor to testify against him. I left him up there on that roof. Turned and walked away. I wanted to push him. Give him a little nudge with the end of the Glock. But in the end, I couldn't do it. I asked myself in that millisecond when I had to make my decision whether I believed I'd feel any better 2 seconds later when he hit the parking lot. I decided I probably would. But there was something that kept me from doing it. Claire. I couldn't do it to Claire. I couldn't kill her father. I could see him charged, I could see testifying against him, and I could see him going to prison. And I could see her having to deal with all of that with the support of her mother. But I couldn't see her dealing with her father's death. There'd been too many deaths. So now I'm figuring out what to do. It will almost certainly mean moving somewhere. If not Promise Falls, then Timbuktu for all I know. In the meantime, I have to start going through everything in the house. What to save, what to pitch. I can't keep everything. In the days after Donna's death, I didn't touch her things on the coffee table. I guess I avoided them. Looking at her drawings of Scott, it just hurt too much. It wasn't until after Sanders had been arrested that I had the time and the strength to sift through the items. I picked up her folder of drawings, weighed it in my hand. So many sketches. I dropped it back on the coffee table, opened it up, and a couple of pencils rolled out and landed on the floor. There was a drawing on top. A sketch of Scott, of course, but with a yellow sticky note attached to it. I read the note and looked at the sketch. She'd gotten the nose right. I liked the way she'd captured the wisps of hair that fell across this forehead. At first I thought the lips were a bit too full, but the more I looked I realized I was wrong. Some shading had thrown me off. I guess Donna was intending to leave this one out for me. Maybe when I'd come home after she'd gone to bed. She had written on the sticky note in pencil, "Cal, I think this is the one. I'm done. What do you think? She'd always said she would stop when she believed she couldn't do another drawing that would be any better. It's perfect, I said.